Why, hello there, and woohoo!
Hey guys.
Hi. Welcome, all misfits, in fact, to this night's episode of Midnight Ranting. You can see it's a full moon out, as normal.
Not quite midnight yet, but still.
Not quite midnight
A little
yet,
early
but
for us.
we'll get there. I can feel my inner carrot top slowly already coming out.
Working his way to the surface.
Good evidence for God. They always look, I forget which comedian said it. They always look up. They never look down when they say God. God? God?
I'm guessing the answer to that is going to be similar to your could the arc have worked? No. All right.
Yeah, that was another good physics lessons we all had there. Could the arc have worked? Go check out that one last night for our Midnight Ranting. But were we tonight, as I cough, dab, and then jazz hands,
Slavery in our throat again.
The monotheistic deity in the hot seat. So won't you join James W., myself, Amy Newman, and the whole Skeptic Crew for some fun?
Got him the mercy seat. His own seat.
Welcome, everyone out there on the intertubes. I don't know how they fit it through, but they do. It's amazing.
Ask Al Gore about that. Yeah,
ask Al Gore. We're a skeptic channel, but after the host, some schmucks, have their openers, we'll be opening up the floodgates, or rather, the open mic, where a link will be sent in chat for viewers to join the stream. We'll also give everyone their own opening or closing statement, atheist or theist, liberal or conservative, come as you are, just sheets.
Yeah, I can see that stain from here.
I know, exactly. Just more for the cleanup crew.
Hard to get those
out. Feeling fancy, pinky out. Don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. Plus, if you want to see our premieres or join our live streams, then hit that reminder bell icon below to all. And if you'd like to see us make more fun content, you can visit our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman, including awesome Patreons like not only Fat Thor and Sexy Thor, all of them combined, KO Champ.
Odin too.
Damn it! It was for him. Okay.
Focus, Newman. Come on.
Focus. FUCUS. What does that spell, James?
Puberty blockers. Your muscle tone just isn't what it should be. You can't get enough,
exactly. And it's funny you say that, not to show off, but puberty blockers, they definitely block muscles. Okay, anyway. Okay, anyway. But eyes from the Atheist Roundtable, but also Network Group. Woohoo!
Thank you, Oz.
Love to Oz and basically all of the non-believers out there that we are connecting. But
it's a great family. We're a big family.
Including Ian Davenport.
Thank you, Ian.
Woohoo! To scale. Though I learned on Neil the 604 Atheist podcast that is missing one aorta. But besides that, completely accurate, and I assume to scale in size. Thank you so much, Ian. And thank you so much, Three Princesses combined into one. Power Rangers, or I'm trying to think of the anime. Sailor Moon style. Thank you so very much, Diana Smith. Woohoo! Thank you so much, Diana.
VR Troopers, that little
we always
Power Ranger segue.
we here is a politically incorrect channel. We always go head to head with YouTube. We try every week. But thank you so much. A grumpy old. You guys heard that, right? It came through. Yep.
No,
We'll go.
They might cut our stream off.
YouTube, CIA, NASA.
They might cut the stream off.
I don't know why NASA.
Yeah.
Why not? A grumpy. Oh, I know, guys. It's okay.
Nathan Thompson.
Thank you so very much, Grumpy. And thank you so very much. Sending love all the way across the pond while he looks back in time. Thank you very much, Pat. Woohoo! Pat Lowinger.
I've heard from him. He has made it over there safely. So
that's true. And we're about to set up our second Talk Skeptic to Me episode already. I just have to, I'm waiting, hopefully by Monday. If not, I should just do it old laptop style. And I have Adobe 2015 working, or most of those programs. So why the hell not? But coming soon, more episodes of our brand new show, Talk Skeptic to Me. Thank you so very much, Pat, and getting the whole Skeptic Crew together, just like the Power Rangers and Sailor Moon. So, thank you so much. Thank you, Dale Pastel. This is our Skeptic pose. Excuse me? I don't know.
Again, we won't say what she's got in that pipe.
Yeah, exactly.
We can't say that.
Uh-oh, you can't tell that. Once again, YouTube spot.
Yeah.
No. Exactly.
The GPS, the ground positioning system will catch it.
Yes, the federal government will shoot lasers. The space lasers, the lizards. Anyway, thank you, lizards, overlords, and George Soros. But also, you mean the world to us. Thank you so much, Dave Gar. Remember,
one eye, it looks flat.
One eye. Yeah, it's funny. I'm trying to see. It doesn't look flat.
Well, hold it up to the side.
Oh, yeah, maybe to the side.
There you go.
Oh, maybe they've just, it's been COVID. They've been eating extra brownie or two. I have been doing the same thing.
You have to maybe you lobotomize yourself, and then you talk to one of those psychics, and you channel the spirit of Nathan Thompson into you, and then you'll be able to understand.
All
the science.
Nathan.exe has stopped working.
All this science is just garbage. we have better than science. We have faith. We have faith, which always beats science.
Exactly. With PhDs out. Okay, James, you can't trust these PhD people.
Yeah.
Okay?
Until they can come up with an explanation for the tides without invoking God. Yeah.
Yeah.
Until that, yeah.
You can't make sense of that. But also, dun 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 dun. Thank you to the lead hyena. Thank you so much, Scott Duke.
Thank you, Scott Duke.
That means we have the whole pack here.
Woo-hoo. Pretty much.
Thank you so much, Scott. And thank you, last but certainly not least, to me, my skull and Shakespearean friend here. Thank you so very much, Regos.
Thank you.
That's right. We got the whole Skeptic community sending love to our Patreons. You are make this content possible. With that being said, praise
Jesus.
Manama and jazz hands at the same time. Hello, everyone. Is there good evidence for God? No. Yet we come back to this topic over and over again. Why? Well, in my opinion, this is one of the last vestiges of our old world. Religion was how we explained things before science was around. Where did life come from? Where did the quote-unquote heavens above us come from? And my favorite, why are we conscious at all? Most, and in my opinion, all of those questions now have naturalistic answers. So theists, the ones who believe in a man coming back from the dead, separating tidal waves of water, or cutting the moon in half, have retreated to sorts of approaches for defending deism. However, when pushed on the mechanisms for how this being exists or functions, we get crickets. So sure.
Should have the sound effect.
I can't. I don't know why I just said the word. There we go. So sure, we are presented with plenty of circumstantial, testimonial, and anecdotal evidence. Is there good evidence for a God? No. Thank you. All right. How are you tonight, James? And what do you think? Any good evidence out there for a deity?
Well, I mean, we've been looking at these kind of debates and looking at this topic for a long time, and I kind of feel like if there was good evidence out there, we would have seen it by now, and we certainly didn't hear anything tonight that would count as good evidence. And what we saw tonight in this debate is really, to me, it marks a turning point in Christian apologetics. It's where the elite, the upper class of Christian apologetics, is basically wholesale abandoning evidentialism. They are in full retreat. They want nothing to do with it. And they have basically joined the presupposition bandwagon. They might not call it that, but that basically runs down to what it is. And it does answer a question, why are these Christians, and we see it, why do they look up to, why do they kowtow, why do they bend the knee and kiss the ring of somebody like Darth Dawkins, who's just a middle-aged guy living in his parents' basement running a Discord server? I mean, why would anybody care what he has to say? But he actually is kind of at the cutting edge of modern Christian apologetics, and he's kind of like their groundbreaker for this new brand of Christianity. Now, what we saw tonight was probably about 90% of it is along the line something Darth would say, but it's packaged much nicer and without the insults and the hostility and the aggressive language and just the extreme condescension that you get from somebody like Darth Dawkins. You get it in a much more palatable, more academic, more friendly, fuzzy, open kind of way. But it's really the same thing at the end of the day. And in a way, this brand of Christianity, and you saw it today, how he right off the bat took a swipe at Ken Hovind. Like, people like him, they look down at somebody like Ken Hovind, somebody who comes out and at least tries to defend Christianity from the Bible. They look at him as like, you are an amateur. Look at you. You go out there, you make claims that can be falsified. We, in our ivory towers, we have constructed our claims so that you could never falsify them. They're totally unfalsifiable because it's all word salads and vague philosophical tropes that you can never actually disprove. Therefore, what are you doing out there, Kent? But yeah, they look down at somebody like him and they really think they've because they do embrace science. That is one good thing, but it also makes it incredibly hard to counter, because you can't test it. You can't, and even today we heard that you can't test God. You can't put him in a lab. You can't put him under a microscope. There's nothing you could ever do to verify he's there. Which brings me back to what I think is the best argument against Christianity, kind of like, I think it's the nail in the coffin. It's not the problem of evil, as I've heard other people make that claim, that they think that is the end all be all, the checkmate for Christianity, problem of evil. It's not. The Christian has plenty of arrows in their quiver to bypass that, to get around that. The real problem here is divine hiddenness, the doctrine of divine hiddenness. That the idea that you can't test God through any natural means. Okay? And of course, we know that that's not always true, because there were times in the past where God did give clear, tangible, verifiable evidence to millions of people on the earth that you could not deny he existed if you wanted to. You'd have to be insane to think he wasn't real. But we're told we can't get anything like that now, because that would contradict free will. And then we're told, some of the more extreme ones will even tell you, like, yeah, we agree. Most of the Old Testament, that never happened. That's all metaphor. None of the flood, none of it ever really happened. So even if you falsify it, doesn't matter, because we don't depend on that anyway. But then you have to ask yourself, where do we get doctrines like sin and redemption, all these things that they do support in the New Testament, which are based on things in the Old Testament? If you throw out most of the Old Testament, what do you build up your foundation of belief on? We just know, oh, well, something happened, so therefore we have to believe in Jesus. Man did something went wrong, we have to believe in Jesus. You can't ask too many questions. Just go to church and keep paying your pastor and keep praying. So yeah, I am interested to hear what everybody thinks, but I did not hear any evidence, but maybe some people think that there was good evidence presented. I don't know. What do you think, Amy?
I don't know. We'll see. I thought Matt did pretty good, and I didn't walk away a believer, but you don't know. Someone may be convinced otherwise. I see there may be a theist. There's two in chat, and our atheist and skeptic crew as well. We're about to go into the open mic, but I thought it was a good debate.
I thought Matt did really well. He stayed really well composed in this debate, which sometimes he gets a little flustered. People, trying to mess with him and trigger him. Sometimes he does fall prey to that, but I thought he was very well composed. And Doc, you got to give credit to Dr. Rhodes, because he was very straight down the middle. He was very polite, and he made his points without making lots of ad hominem attacks and things like that, which of course is always appreciated.
Mm-hmm. And all right. Hi, Gizmo. Gizmo's actually running behind the scenes. You can't tell it. But we're about to go into the open mic. The link is in YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. And I see a whole bunch of people already joining.
It's going to be a full house tonight.
A full house tonight, baby.
Without even Bob Saget. I looked. He's not in chat.
Without even Bob Saget. Though we're sending love to Bob Saget, who is another great one. And saying hello to CJ.
We got everybody.
Mark, Leophilia, Stan. We got everybody back here.
All the scoffers.
And trying to even think if I should even, I'm going to say my question now, because like a good old virginity, I asked, it came wet so fast I had to take two times. It was like
a few minutes.
That's it. But my question is: God conscious? If so, why? If you're a fan of my channel here, you'll know that is one of my obsessions. And you see if anyone here tonight can dissect his answer. The principle of I feel like it's pro-initiative causality.
Oh, wow.
Hard to figure out, but when I think of
salad.
consciousness and when I think of why cows need to, munch on grass, I think of the primal pro-causality.
But is the methane they fart out conscious too? Does that have an agent? Is that agent an agent?
It gets foggier and foggier. You would have never even known that gentleman was a Southern Baptist, but he was. You'd think he was a deist.
Sounds like a lot of the stuff you hear on the early stages of thought adventure, when they're baiting you, like the first couple steps along their path to Islam.
Yeah, similar stuff.
Necessary being
very
agent. Similar
to, if not precept, then analogous to what the Catholics and what a lot of the Muslims are doing. Just trying to push it back as far and as fuzzy as possible.
Absolutely.
But if you disagree with us, now is your chance, because is your body ready, James?
No, but let's do it anyway.
Woohoo! And I will be reading comments on the screen. Don't mind them. We're just going to be saying hi to everybody. And if you want to see your specific comment read on the screen, feel free to tag me at Amy Newman so you can tell us about the debate or your thoughts, or just, tacos as the common. But our bodies are ready. We are moving in.
If you want her to sodomize Jesus in effigy, that's not going to happen on camera.
There are people that don't want that. Oh, right. That's our different website. Different website. Yeah. And our bodies are ready into... Woohoo! CJ, we are having fun.
We are
asking, is there good evidence for God? I hope you are doing well. What are your thoughts about the debate, the subject, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Well, I didn't see the debate of Matt. I kind of found out about it just a few minutes ago. Like before this, it was on another channel. They're also talking about it also.
That's okay.
What channel is that, if you don't mind plugging?
Yeah. Either way, but yeah, God exists.
Okay. Do you want to say why or anything more?
Oh, you guys want to know why I believe?
Yep. In fact, I don't want to go entirely ACA, but it may happen. What do you believe and why?
Oh, well, one, there's several reasons. There's many reasons, but I'd have to say the main reason right now that I have is because there's a giant snake circling the earth.
Damn it, I knew it.
It makes sense. That's really the best evidence for God that
I'm not joking.
Oh, I know you're not.
Video.
I believe you. I believe you.
Can I say just one thing about that? Is that I want to go full Joker here. We live in a society, but I can't even tell if you are joking or not. So, hey, who knows?
Okay.
I mean, wait, okay, here you go. You got a 30-second pitch, and then we'll move on to the next person. You can still hang around and have fun. But your 30-second pitch, there is a snake orbiting the Earth, go.
And your 5 seconds.
There's no snake orbiting the Earth. Type this in on YouTube. Matt Dillahunty will be placed in outer darkness. There's a giant snake circling the Earth, and that's where atheists go when they die. And yeah, the pictures are there. You can see it. I left it in the video. My channel is called Why Non-Believers Are Idiots. And that's about it, okay? And I'll let you guys go, okay?
All right,
there we go. Night. Have a wonderful night.
Yeah, either way.
Right, bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Either way, stay by. We love everybody and snake around the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, the best evidence you are ever going to hear for God. You just heard it. Thank you.
I mean, here's the thing, though. Is it any crazier than flesh just like reanimating itself perfectly back to normal and then that person's body ascending into the heaven? Is it any? And I love this apologetic. We used to call it a unicorn. I'm sorry, it's a braka. Excuse me. But the winged creature that Muhammad flew on. Do we have evidence for that, or someone cutting the moon in half? No. Is it any sillier than what that gentleman actually said? That we're all going tee-hee-hee.
What kind of snake do you think it is, Amy?
Equally.
What kind of snake do you think it is? A python, a rattlesnake, a coral snake? I mean, what kind of snake exactly?
I feel like I just want to tie it all together. I want to go full canon. It's the snake from the biblical story.
Genesis? Oh, okay.
And so he lost his legs. And it's not that he lost his legs. He actually is now a snake in space.
Makes sense, right?
That makes sense. Where's
total
my
sense.
pipe? Someone get me a producer.
The winged feathered serpent from the Aztecs.
The winged feathered serpent. I know. Once again, I don't know whether to make fun of it, and the answer is generally yes. And as much as I do the others, mission success. Moving forward, bird is the word. We are having fun.
Maybe bird.
We are midnight ranting. Oh, baby. I hope you are doing well. What are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we've been talking about or apparently heard tonight?
Woohoo! What's up, everybody?
Hey, Bird.
Hey, James. Hey, Amy. Wow, that's a hell of a start to the show here. That's quite interesting. I kind of lost track of anything I wanted to say. But as far as I'm concerned, I watched about 80% of the debate, somewhere in that area. And it was just a bunch of word salad. Like he, if you have to ask what kind of evidence do you need, you're already starting in a bullshit position, in my opinion, because your God is all powerful. Your God is all knowing. Your God would know exactly what we would need to be convinced. I don't see how that is a illogical, thing to come around, because there's no evidence at all. You don't have any, and you're trying to prove it with words. Come up with something different.
No objective evidence. Nothing verifiable. Just vague philosophy.
Right. And what is a pin? The pin has pinness. Like, I was like, really? I could debate better than this guy, and I'm a dummy. The pin has pinness? Seriously?
Bird, when I heard that, I think their moment is a transcendent moment where I was like, did modern day debate just get trolled? Like, did he just say the pen has penis?
God has godness. There you go. That's his property.
Oh my, I'm sorry. That was one of my notes. It was just so funny that I don't know if he meant to be funny or not, and either way, it makes it funnier.
I think Matt just tripped him up, and he didn't even realize what he stepped into with that.
I was absolutely floored. It has pinness, really? So it was a complete waste of time.
Very descriptive.
Yeah. I thought it was a complete waste of time, and as far as I'm concerned, it didn't convince anybody that was listening to it. But hey, what do I know? I'm a dummy. So
it was a waste of time, but it was a waste of time for Jesus, and that's what makes it important. That's what makes it worthwhile.
Yes, I forgot. That is correct.
So, and okay. Thank you so very much, Bird. Moving down the line. Hello, Mark. I hope you are doing well.
Darth Mark, what's up?
Darth.
Yeah. Darth Mark. Yeah, it's actually pretty cold over here, so I'm actually sort of rugged up.
How cold is it down there?
I'm not sure at the moment. Give me a sec. 11 degrees.
Celsius.
Yeah, Celsius. Sorry, I should have. No, it's Kelvin. Sure. No, I did actually enjoy that debate. I know everyone sort of thought it was a waste of time, but sort of the philosophy and stuff was it was kind of interesting in a way. I don't know. I think I disagree slightly with Bird. I see his point that, like, sort of, if you have to define evidence, then you're really not coming at it in an honest way. But I think still evidence means different things to different people, and you have different levels of evidence and stuff like that. But I do agree with Bird in a way that we didn't really see anything that anybody would consider evidence to, which is strange. And much later, when the questions were happening and he started to talk about sort of, his experiences and anecdotes and, sort of this more evidentiary stuff than the mere philosophy and arguments that he was providing, it really seemed like he had this idea. And I'm going to bring up the magic word of the night. The secret word is essence.
Essence.
You'll have to use it at least once. This whole essence thing, at first I thought it was like sort of Plato's cave, that everything has a sort of a thing behind it that's the perfect embodiment of it. But it wasn't. It was sort of more like, that, and Matt touched on it, and he was really pressing at it, this abstract description that is the distilled essence of the thing itself. And
right.
The question kept being asked, well, how do we know that essence actually in fact exists rather than just is a description of the properties that thing has? And that was never explained. And he kept saying, no, I've explained it. But what he really did is just asserted it to be true, sort of expected everybody to agree that this essence thing does exist, and then sort of just happily carried on without sort of addressing why and demonstrating his methodology or even his reasoning as to why that is actually true. And that's where I stumbled. I could not see why this essence thing had to exist, and this sort of multiplicity thing just didn't explain it at all. And I see why people were saying, hey, he's a presuppositionalist. I don't think he was. I think he just sort of presupposed this essence thing and then just went from there. But really weird. He didn't seem to explain that in any way, shape, or form. So I was lost. I didn't get where he was coming from at all. But it was nice to see Matt. He was sort of getting frustrated at one point. It was nice to see him sort of just calm down and say, hey, whatever. But good evidence for God, we didn't get good evidence for God in any stretch of the imagination. We got arguments and claims and assertions and presupposing of sort of these ideas without any evidence to back it up whatsoever, in my opinion. So that was my take on it.
Yep.
Unfalsifiable claims that hey, you can't falsify that. Well, yeah, you made it so that it can't be falsified. There you go. Congratulations.
Yeah, and it was sort of just of course essence exists. Of course. And it's like, well, hang on. Why, of course? Like, why? Can you explain your methodology for determining that this essence thing, rather being an abstract concept, is actually a concrete thing in and of itself? And it's just sort of really, really sort of watery arguments. Nothing sort of, argued very definitively as to how we definitely know that this essence thing is actually a concrete rather than some abstraction. And I think Matt did excellent where he said, these things are set theory. You have a series of properties and whatever has those properties falls into the set and is defined as that set. I think it was brilliant because it didn't cross my mind. Right. But he's absolutely right. Everything that is penness is the... Thank you. Everything that is everything.
Go for it.
Everything that is phallic, falls into the set of what defines a pen, and that set, everything inside that set is a pen, and everything outside is not a pen. Like it's right. Yeah, there's no reason why you have to have some ephemeral, sort of vaguely spiritual, essence thing that sort of defines it, sort of gives it a life of its own. I don't understand why that's necessary or and he certainly didn't demonstrate it to be true. So, nope. And so for me, that was kind of
a dude's just sitting up at the top. Yep.
Yeah, it just sort of this whole thing was just an assertion of this vanilla essence that we all had to put up with the entire time. But that's my take on it. And it's so good to see you all again, Amy, James,
Thank you,
Bird,
Mark.
Good to see
Soldier.
you.
I had been ill for a while. I kind of had to have
Aw.
surgery and stuff, so that's why I've been away. But yeah, I'm feeling way better now. I can talk again,
Yeah.
which is fantastic. So
I was wondering, I hadn't seen you in a couple of weeks.
yeah, it was just my teeth I had problems with my teeth, so I had to go in for
Okay.
surgery. My fault entirely, but just
At
one
least
of
you're
those
all right.
things. And I was asked by James to do the debate on would the ark work kind of thing, and I actually had to cancel it, which I was so upset about. I'd written up everything and I'd gotten prepared, and like about 3 days beforehand, I had to cancel. So I was so upset about that. But no, it was a good debate. I think it was Dr. Stern that did that one.
And Daniel Stern, yeah, he did.
Daniel Stern,
He did a
yes,
good
yeah,
job.
and he was excellent. He took a
Your
totally
side-
different.
Hey, Dan's here in the side chat. There you go.
Oh, hey Dan, really
Woohoo.
enjoyed your debate. It was
He did
fantastic.
a good job too, but I'm sure you would have done.
Absolutely.
I'm sure you would have done very well too. So
Well, my tack was totally different from his. I didn't even I'm not really he obviously has a way better scientific background than I do, so mine was more around everyday stuff rather than the physics. But I loved his take on it. The entire physics of how a world that had water go into it, how that would compress, and how would that even work? I thought it was fantastic. I really enjoyed that one.
yeah,
But wonderful to see you all. I can't stay
to see
long.
ya.
Yeah, it's good to be here. Love you all.
Good to have you back. And
might have got up
see
to 73 at a couple spots, but yeah, 72 degrees. All the water, it was fine. 70,
Yeah.
maybe 73 in a couple places.
And it's good to
Yeah.
see you back and healthy. That's the most important part.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you all.
And okay. Thank you so very much, Mark. And we're moving right along. We have Leophilius, Dan, Church of Entropy, Soldier, and and Amaretto plugging her new website, Subscribe to My OnlyFans. We are bringing in Leophilius. Thank you so very much, Mark.
Did we get a
Leo.
sneak peek?
I know. I don't know.
Holla!
Get a teaser.
Amy, did you say only flans?
That
Did I hear you
did.
say only flans?
Only plan, only Spanish.
Only
Dude.
flan. Flan. I'll tell you what, that's good because I've actually never had
Very
flan.
tarty. Very tarty.
Oh,
I
it's-
am large and small. I'm all over the place here tonight. I don't know what's going on. Bugging out.
Yeah, it's her because she's like, "Ooh, I have buttons." She's like, "Oh, look at this." Hi, Amaretto. But Leophilius, we are having fun. We are midnight ranting. Oh my goddess.
Leo, y'all right
Thank
there?
you. I know. Oh, we are midnight ranting, and we are looking for evidence of God. What is your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
In terms of the debate, I think Matt did well in pressing Dr. Rhodes
Oh,
to
she says it's
provide
not her.
provide
Huh.
evidence for his position. I don't think he did a very good job of that. I think one thing that Matt did was show that Dr. Rhodes himself didn't seem to. He either didn't seem to understand the terminology that he was using, or he wasn't interested enough in the discussion to be willing to explicate on it further than he was. So, I mean, there's really not much to say about the debate. I mean, that we in the way of evidence for God's existence or anything of that sort, we saw nothing. As for the subject of is there good evidence for God, I don't like the term good evidence. I don't think evidence can or should be qualified with good and bad. I think evidence analytically is something that provides sufficient justification for one or potentially a set of potential explanations for something. So I don't like that. It would just be, is there evidence for God's existence? And I would say no. The biggest reason I think the biggest piece of evidence I think that works against the existence of at least a classically theistic God is, give me a second here, is when you examine how it's defined as a being that is immaterial, atemporal. It is spaceless and timeless. It is eternal. It exists metaphysically, externally to, and independently of the natural world, the physical reality. This ultimately is a being that does not exist in space or time, and is not made of mass or energy, does not have mass or energy. So this is a being that, since it doesn't exist in space, doesn't exist at a where. So it exists nowhere. And the same would hold for time. It doesn't exist or endure for any moment in time, so it exists no when. And since it's not constructed of mass or energy, it's made of no thing. And you find that such a category seems entirely indistinguishable from the category of things that don't exist at all. The other thing is that we've only ever had spurious or dubious anecdotal claims for the existence of really anything supernatural. Governments and third-party institutions across the planet have tried to confirm these things, and they failed. The type of reality that we look at, and James even mentioned this, he brought up the concept of divine hiddenness. The type of reality that we see is exactly the type of reality that we would expect to see if there were no supernatural things. Now, one might say, oh, well, supernatural things, they exist, but they just don't interact with our world in any meaningful way that we could measure. Well, sure, I can grant that, but then there's no reason for me to consider their existence at all. They are fundamentally disconnected from reality. We couldn't ever measure them or quantify them in any meaningful manner. And like I said, naturalism as an ideology best comports with what we observe about reality.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so very much, Theophilus. And yeah, don't
Thank
think
you,
you have
Leo.
really
That was,
good explanations
good.
for reality.
So you don't think there's good and bad evidence, Leo? That we shouldn't sort of quantify evidence like that?
No.
I'm just wondering.
Strong and weak, yes. Good and bad, no.
I mean, but it's the
Okay,
same
so
thing.
well, I mean, when I say good and bad, I'm more just talking about in a colloquial sense. I'm not applying sort of a good, bad morality kind of sense to
Well, no,
it.
I understand that, but I think when people say good evidence, what they mean is something like strong evidence, a direct indication of one particular explanation rather than weak or weaker evidence. It indicates a set of explanations, but we don't, there's some roughly equal probability of all of them, where it's evidence, but it's weak evidence. And I think that's what people mean when they say good and bad. If people mean bad evidence as something that's there, but it doesn't really indicate the conclusion, then I would argue that it's not really evidence at all.
Okay. Well, I mean, I just feel like, well, people sort of understand evidence as good and bad, and that's just a colloquialism. And I do get your point that, it's either strong or weak, and it's not really, good and bad have a different spin. But I'm fine with using the colloquialism, to be honest with you. I'm fine with that.
That's fine, and it's not like if I hear good or bad evidence, further that I'm going to make a big deal out of it. I was just sort of explicating my personal take on it, just because I would say that evidence is analytically or by definition good. And if you had something along the lines of bad evidence, it just wouldn't be evidence at all.
Well, I think anecdotal evidence is bad evidence, but I do still see it as evidence. Or weak evidence, I suppose.
Yeah, that's
you don't consider anecdotal evidence as evidence.
Yeah. 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other.
That's why the debate title was, I think, a good choice, even though who knows if he defended it well. I don't think he defended it well. But it wasn't, is there evidence? Because I think anyone can make, there's evidence for my God I just made up. See, look, he signed it right there. There's his signature.
Amy said so.
But is there good evidence? And I don't think that was shown tonight.
No.
But if you disagree, come on the channel. We'll clean up, I guess. But fine.
That's the bottom line, because Amy said so.
Yep, that's right.
But speaking of someone, I'm trying to think if this is a compliment or not, but it's my transition. That who needs no cleanup crew? I think. Okay, Dan, Creationism, we are having fun. I hope you are doing well. And what is your thoughts? Is there good evidence for God? The debate, the subject, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Hey, Dan, good to see you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. First thing I want to say is for Leo, I just noticed that you have a new kind of I guess I'll call it a map in the background. I really like the old Age of Exploration map.
Mhm.
But solar system, I dig that too. I really like that.
It's all
On
fake.
this topic, so full disclosure, I didn't watch the debate. I didn't even realize the debate was happening.
Didn't
But I
need
saw
to.
that this was happening, so I figured why not. But I come at this from kind of a different angle. For those of you that don't know, I'm an evolutionary biologist, so my thing is evolution and creationism. And when it comes to the question of does God exist, it's kind of a follow-on question from the evolution creation question. And there's no good evidence for creationism. Like every argument is bad. And I'm talking like the arguments that you find from the professional creationists, from the PhDs at AIG or Creation Ministries International or the Discovery Institute or Institute for Creation Research, or like you just keep going. There's a bunch of them, and they've come up with all of these kind of attempts to make take the Genesis story and like come up with a scientific basis for it. And to their credit, they've come up with ways to make like a young Earth framework like actually testable. You can have testable predictions and verifiable observations that should be the case if they are correct, and you can test these ideas. And every time you test them, they come out not just wrong, but completely the opposite of what you would expect if that perspective was accurate. And so I come at it from that position rather than the philosophy position. I come at it from the what testable predictions do you make that apply to the real world? And the answer is a bunch, but none of them end up being correct. They're all contradicted. So obviously the answer ends up being, is there good evidence? No.
Can I ask you a question? Because I get all the time that a lot of the theists or the creationists will say, oh, you're using the wrong tool. You're not supposed to be using science. You're using philosophy. I think it's the opposite. I think they are asking scientific questions that maybe have had a base in philosophy, but should now have naturalistic explanations. I think we or you are using the right tool. What do you think?
No, yes, I agree that I'm using the right.
Well,
because the position that the world is 6,000 some odd years old is like there are implications for reality in that position, right? So if you're going to start from that position, then you have to go okay, then how does radioactivity work? How do nuclear power plants still work, right? So there's knock-on effects of that we can test against the world as we can observe it today. And when you test those implications, you end up contradicting the world as we can observe it today rather than being in sync. And to me, as someone with a science background, then that's evidence that the starting point, the hypothesis, is wrong.
And I suppose if they're not using the scientific methods to do it, then the question becomes, what methodology are they using, and how do they demonstrate that methodology is a reliable way to understand reality?
The Bible. That's the answer.
That's not a methodology. It's a story.
I'm not kidding you. They would say the Bible. I'm not kidding you.
The interesting thing is many of them are actually using, if not really super precisely the scientific method, something that approximates it. So you can look at, for example, there's a guy, Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson, who has a PhD from Harvard, which creationists will remind you about every time he comes up. It's a PhD from Harvard. And he wrote a book called Replacing Darwin, 2017, I think is when it was published. And it goes through and it has a bunch of specific predictions. And the problem isn't that he doesn't make predictions based on his hypothesis and then try to evaluate those predictions, is that his methodology for doing so is just wrong at every step. And his interpretation of data is wrong. And the way he does calculations is wrong. It's just bad from top to bottom. And if you do it correctly, the actual answer contradicts everything he says. But he actually does try to apply the scientific method to this question of, okay, starting point, your hypothesis, the world's 6,000 years old, and then XYZ in terms of human genetics and everything, and then go from there. It's just that everything downstream of that is just done wrong.
Yep.
Horribly wrong. And okay.
Boom.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Dan.
Thank you, Dan.
And I agree.
Thank
You did an
you.
awesome job to me.
And
But
you
we
good
will
debate.
go-
Yeah, you did really
yeah.
well in that debate, the ARC debate.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Dan, do you know who Ari Shafir is? Who's a comedian?
It doesn't ring a bell. I'm sorry.
He's friends with Joe Rogan. You look just like Ari Shafir with a beard. Y'all look so similar.
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just the shape of the face. That's all it is.
And all right, we're about halfway through, and then we're going to go into open conversation. Thank you so very much, Dan. We're moving along, going Church of Entropy. I hope you are doing so well. We are Midnight Ranting on Is There Good Evidence for God? We saw a debate today featuring Matt Dillahunty, but we're just talking about the topic in general. Or your thoughts about anything we've been talking about tonight?
Hi, Amy. Nice to meet you. I think you saw me, and also hi to the rest of the panel. I think you saw me in the pantheism debate.
Welcome on.
Oh, that was you.
Oh,
Yep, gotcha.
That was
to meet you.
Okay.
Welcome aboard.
Thanks for hosting the post show. Yeah, I did have a couple notes about the debate itself, which I did tune into because I'm kind of like totally into these maybe hair-splitty seeming philosophical questions.
Oh yeah, we could tell.
It was a bad. Don't give it away. I enjoyed it, but I think overall there was no clear winner, which usually makes it boring unless you're totally like into that particular thing. So I'd say that the essence of
Oh, here we go.
No, I'm just kidding. Let me go on.
Take a shot, Bird.
I just wanted to take a minute to honor the essence of everyone here on the panel,
Okay.
the hosts, and everyone in the chat. So I think Rhodes was trying in standard Christian fashion to repurpose vague Neoplatonism to set up a logical imperative for the truth of his God, which ultimately failed. There is a good argument using those types of constructs, but I think it really only works for the impersonal God. And he couldn't really make that point because he would have had to acknowledge more of the validity of Platonism than he wanted to. Like he even explicitly said at one point, I'm not a Platonist, right? But it's like, well, the arguments you're making are essentially Platonic, right? Because you're distinguishing between the ideal realm and the concrete realm. And he's trying to get the point across that this is necessary, logically necessary for there to be two realms, basically. I don't know that the audience necessarily caught that was what his intention was. It was a bit of a tragedy that he actually kind of made Platonism look kind of lame, which I would have imagined would be impossible. He got to the essence thing where I think things really fell apart because Dillahunty wasn't really buying into the whole thesis, and he did repeat himself quite a few times without any additional clarification. And I think if he'd used the word archetype, he would have made the point in how the essence of the thing and the thing aren't the same. He could have gone way better into that ship of Theseus thing, which you can actually use to prove this sort of dualism concept. And yeah, I think God is real because I identify God as the universe. And I also think that that's a good quote unquote social construct or ideology to espouse because it's not untrue and it has good benefits. And atheists seem to think that they can prove things using science. This is sort of a side gripe. Atheists seem to think that they can prove things using science. I don't disagree in theory, but
New atheists.
well, in theory, you could prove something using a scientific method, but the way science is set up right now, you can really only disprove things. And disproving something and proving something are completely different propositions. So anyway, thanks for listening.
Well,
And I look forward to the convo.
I mean, all
Absolutely.
knowledge is
Thank you for
provisional.
being here.
So,
Exactly.
you know, everything is kind of built on an assumption, but due to most people accept the philosophy of fallibilism, you don't have to have absolute certainty to say that we're pretty sure how things work, but leaving open that caveat that, you know, something could later turn up that we didn't see before. But
And I would disagree about the proof in science because really proofs are only in maths. Like I think that
And
I
logic.
would hope, well, yeah, and logic, and I would hope that most atheists do understand that you know proof isn't something that science deals with at all.
Right.
exactly.
And okay, thank you so much, Church of Entropy. Sending hearts. We're going to go into open conversation in a second. Soldier of Science. We're having fun. We are midnight ranting on is there good evidence? That's, I think, the key of tonight's debate for God. I hope you're doing well. What are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or just anything we've been talking about tonight?
SOS. We're gone down. We need help.
You're on mute, buddy.
Yeah, I think you're muted, mate.
You're on mute.
You're still muted, mate.
Hi, I'm Soldier of Science. How are you doing? No, I'm just
Hi, I'm gonna play
John.
my guitar. Hold on, let me sing.
No, I'm just
Oh.
kidding. Sending hearts. We can hear you now.
We're
I
talking-
think.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, thanks,
Start
guys.
talking. Play the Kumbaya.
So obviously, Mark always says things that I'm gonna say. You know, I mean,
That's
the last
conspiracy.
person,
You should have worn
yeah.
your tinfoil hat, mate.
Steals your thunder.
the last, he does. He steals my thunder. But yeah, obviously, the last person who said, you know, who talked about science is literally trying to disprove what goes on. That literally is science, is trying to find things that aren't true by disproving it. You get more famous by disproving that. So the second thing I'm going to say is, you know, guys, with these debates for me about God, you know, it's like people who believe in God. They use computer science to debate why science is crap, and it amazes me. It amazes me completely. Like, I'm using my computer and I use the internet, I use science, but I'm going to debate why science is just a crappy thing. So then, to Mark, of course, he focused in on pen is penness. That was my first thought about the debate, and the Beavis and Butthead came out in me, and I was like, shut
up, Beavis.
He said he said penis, and Beavis was like, yeah, man, that was like a phallic symbol, right? You know, come on, man. That was my first thought. And then my second thought was, my second thought was, obviously the word essence, like all of us have said, came out in this debate over and over again. And obviously essence is like, it is basically like saying this is a creamy, meshy, sporadic thing that I can give no definition to. And so I'm going to stick this word into the whole freaking debate and make you think that it means something. And it absolutely doesn't. What the fuck is essence? What the fuck is essence? There you go.
Essence is essence.
I can explain it to you.
Well, I wanted to talk to Church of Empathy about it because at first I thought it was neo.
Hold on, Amy.
Well,
Go ahead, Amy.
so
Sorry,
what's
my
going to
bad.
happen is give me just 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4, jazz hands.
Is everybody in?
Thinking no, but I'm just going to give a quick chance because it's on topic to ask, and then we're going to bring in our OnlyFans representative. So
why are you saying OnlyFans? Stop it.
She apparently she changed her name to that now.
It's so funny.
Subscribe
Why
to
not?
my
Why wouldn't
OnlyFans.
you?
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone
Shit.
likes tarts. Yeah.
And so it sounds like there's an interest just to ask back and forth, and then we'll get her in, Amaretto in for her entry.
Woohoo!
Is there a question? Or so you said you could explain essence. I'll take that too. Either one.
Who? Amaretto?
No,
Church of Entropy.
Oh, Church of Entropy. Is she with us? She's on mute.
She might have went mute, and it might have been someone might have called her away. But we actually like differing opinions here.
The Pope of Entropy summoned her.
I can't say you won't also get differing opinions then back, but that being said,
No, we all agree on everything. Right? Everything.
Everything, exactly.
Yeah, this is nothing but a big
circle jerk.
And okay,
well, that too. Yep.
So She may have gone out for a second, and it was
Scientific
supposed to be to
softness,
answer. Oh, no, wait, she's back. Welcome back.
Okay. Did somebody say something when I was gone?
Yep.
Yes.
I'm so
Did
sorry.
you want to explain? We're about to bring
Explain
a few
pinness.
more people in.
Oh, the
but,
pinness
oh
thing.
my god.
Okay, yeah,
No,
I do actually really want to explain it because it's a subtle distinction and it's actually not very self-evident. But does anyone here know the ship of Theseus?
Yes.
Metaphor, I don't know what the heck you want to call it, but it's like a thing. It's a construct, right? So we know what we're talking about. So it's a question of if you have a
It
ship.
was explained in WandaVision.
And they talked about it on the debate too, so it was, or slightly. But go
It
ahead.
was mentioned. Yeah.
The basic premise is with this thought experiment is you have a ship, okay, and over time you end up replacing the bits of the ship with newer parts, the shingles and everything else, right? So at some point, but when you do that, you're always super like you don't change anything. You make the exact same design. You just replace the parts, right? So at some future time, every part's been replaced because so much time has gone by. So the question is it the same ship?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Yep.
The answer is it depends whether you identify the ship by its essence or by its form.
What? Wait, hold on.
So
What?
The
Yeah.
answer depends.
I think you mean matter and form.
Yeah.
And this is the thing that I got from Kenny. Is that it seemed he was making
maybe that's
almost like a hylomorphist argument. This idea that there's a distinction between the matter of an object and then the form that the object takes, and you need both of those to define the identity of the object.
Yeah, that's
and in the ship of Theseus, what would be happening is the matter would be changing, but the form wouldn't. So, at least in one sense, it does retain its identity.
And that is the proof that there's a difference between form and matter.
But couldn't you also apply?
I would agree. I would agree with that.
Essence. But not
I don't.
essence.
I still don't know what the word essence means.
But that
Essence
still
is
doesn't
the
mean
boat
that the
as it
essence is a
exists
concrete.
in theory. The boat, the essence of the boat is the plans and the boat in theory. So if we're going by the essence definition, then yes, it's the same boat. But if we're going by the substance definition or the material definition or whatever you want to call it, the alternate definition, the answer is no.
But that doesn't get you to something concrete. It's
Wait,
still,
hold on. Are you using the philosophical term, the philosophical usage of essence, as in like the properties that make something fundamentally what it is?
Yeah, the Platonic ideal form is what I'm referring to, but you could call it essence. It's the archetype. I think archetype is the most correct word. But basically the Theseus ship thing, that's a thought experiment in order to make you see that you have to distinguish, because whether the answer is yes or no to that question depends on which you choose.
On how you, I got you. Okay, that makes sense.
And he didn't get to he did not make that point on the debate at all. I'm not trying to say he made that point on the debate.
No.
That's the point he could have made, but he sort of tap danced around it. And at some point you could tell he was like, he sort of looked like an angry chicken at some point when he just sort of like sat back and kind of got the vibe it wasn't going anywhere at that point.
But I also agree with what Matt had to say about it too. Even if you change everything, it's still the same ship. In a sense, but you have to look
there's no right answer, because what answer is yes
Right.
depends on your definition, and the point of the exercise is to show you that whether the answer is yes depends on what you define as the identity of the ship. Is the identity of the ship its parts, or is the identity of the ship its shipness?
Oh,
Because
here we
the
go
answer
with
is yes if it's shipness, and it's no if it's parts.
I define it by its penness.
It's just a factual thing. It's not that one is more correct than the other. It's just that you have to acknowledge there's two possible ways to interpret it, because you get different answers depending on the interpretation. Therefore, that's a way you could establish a proof for the Platonic realm existing, though admittedly it's not that strong of a proof.
But that doesn't mean God, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, you don't.
There
The Platonic
is a
realm
third option
existing doesn't mean God does. It's not. I don't think there's
It's
a good
the
argument for
prime
a
mover.
Platonic realm. Anyway,
Platonic
but I'm
realm
also
is
a nominalist.
The Platonic
a
realm
third
is
option
the
in
prime
there?
mover. They're the same thing. The prime mover is the Platonic realm. So it's a proof of God. And if you accept
I don't
Platonism,
know
you
how
accept
that would
God.
make sense, because the objects existing in the Platonic realm wouldn't stand in causal relations with anything concrete.
Well, sure they do. A perfect sphere stands in causal
No, the
relations
number
with
3
the real
doesn't
world.
cause anything.
The
Green
sphere-
doesn't cause anything.
Well,
A sphere
that's
doesn't
a matter of
cause
interpretation.
anything.
Yes, it does. It causes the shape of the sun.
No,
causes many
gravity
things.
causes the shape of the sun, and the sun is
Yeah,
not
it
a
is
perfect
sphere-like.
sphere either.
But it wants to be. So it's being deformed
No,
by
actually,
the sphere.
it doesn't want
How do you know the sun
anything.
wants
It's a
anything?
star.
Yeah.
Because that's just how Platonism understands these things. And
Buckle
it's
up,
not
here we go.
I don't know what you mean. So wait, can you tell me what you understand Platonism to be?
Well, I think my system that I've developed is way beyond Platonism because I can actually tell you what the distinction between the ideal and the concrete realm is, and it's observability.
It's getting hot. Okay. I got to take a
But
I
jacket.
don't know if
I don't think Plato knew that.
observability
Calm down,
would be the
bud.
right
Calm
Can I
down.
introduce
word.
just one? Can I just throw one more wrench into this?
Please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Emergent properties.
Not a thing.
No, emergent properties are 100%
Everything's
a
intrinsic.
thing.
Everything's
I don't know what that means.
There are intrinsic. There are properties of systems that are not to be found in any of the components of those systems. And obviously, because I'm coming at this from a biological perspective. But
Well,
within
even from
biological
physics, it's the same.
Within biological systems, you look at any level of organization in biological systems, you find properties that you cannot reduce to the component
parts
levels.
of yes.
Right. You break down an ecosystem. There are properties in that ecosystem that
that's a pro evidence. That's a pro essence argument, right?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Wait, hold on.
There's things that aren't captured in the material form, therefore they must be captured by the essence.
So first off, the idea of essence.
Leo, if I may, let me just because it's not about because the material form is, I think, being understood too narrowly here to encompass just the tangible objects, but it's ignoring the interactions between those objects, and it's in the interactions where the emergent properties appear. And so, for example, you have, one of my favorite non-biology examples of this is an economy, right? Like, where is the economy among 10 or 100 or a billion people? There's no one or person that has the economy. It's in the interactions between the people that this property of human populations emerges. And in the same way, you get the same thing with biological systems or chemical systems or whatever.
Physical systems.
And it's a physical property of the system, but it is not to be found in any of the components of that system. It's due to those components and their interactions without needing some non-physical component of essence to provide it, right?
I wanted to jump in here really quick because there's a distinction or more of an elucidation that needs to be made. Essence, at least philosophically, doesn't refer to like some sort of non-physical substrate. It is essentially, if you were to look at some object and you examined the set of properties that make that essentially define what that object is, those properties would be essential to that object, so they would be the essence of it. A good example is being unmarried is essential to a bachelor. It is the essence of a bachelor to be unmarried. So all the term essence is referring to are the fundamental properties that make a thing what it is, or that construe the object that it is that is being defined.
I don't think Dr. Kenny was using it in that.
I don't think he was either, but I just wanted to say that in the broad philosophical sense, that's what the term essence means.
And I just wanted to sound.
Go ahead, Amy. Amy, go ahead.
Hold on. So let's Soldier make your point, and I just want to ask Church a question, specifically with emergent properties.
So I'll soundbite onto Church that basically that whole argument of essence is a God of the gap argument. In short.
What's that noise?
I'm sorry, but you got to actually...
Does anyone hear that noise? Hold on. What's that noise?
Sure.
Okay, it was your headphone. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
That's not an argument. That's not an argument. Like, just pointing out an alleged logical fallacy, half the time these logical fallacies aren't actually fallacies, and the other half, they're not convincing because you don't substantiate them. It's like, where's the gap in what I'm saying exactly? This is a completely rational explanation. It's simply Platonism, only actually good.
My question for you would be, what do you think consciousness is? Do you think it is emergent property? I assume no.
To me,
what do you think it is?
To me, it's like, what does emergent property even mean? If everything is just quantum mechanical systems,
I can answer that.
nothing is really emerging from that.
And
Well,
so-
actually, yeah, the entirety of the classical level of reality is what emerges. Everything that we are and experience intuitively is emergent out of the fundamental interactions of really just
do you
fields.
understand? Do you understand that by saying something is emergent, you're not actually saying
Out of the
anything?
ether.
Yeah,
I- so
actually,
I'll-
I am. It's a term that's utilized in philosophy of physics and philosophy of science and metaphysics very, very frequently.
That doesn't prove anything.
give
that's
you-
an
Well,
act of
What it
popular
proves
intelligence.
is that it's a useful term
All right,
that
we
is
gotta move
utilized
on.
by
We gotta move on,
academics.
Leo.
Hold on.
Amy,
Nobody has that
Amy,
option.
I want
Well,
to
obviously,
answer your
there's some
question.
utility
I
in that
really want to
term.
answer
Sure.
Amy's question because it's a super important question. I got railed for like probably at least 40 minutes
That's a
on
personal
this
problem.
exact question by someone
remember.
who is probably the most unpleasant person. Well, I wish I could say it was the most unpleasant person I met. Arguably sane. The most unpleasant, arguably sane person I've ever met. Is it possible for me to share my screen or not?
Sure. Yes.
I don't want to make
ma'am.
I don't
Give
want to
me
make a big
one
problem for you.
second.
If that's a big
Oh
headache,
no,
then it's no problem.
I actually have the solution. I'm excited to use it. So yes,
Okay,
we can.
so-
One, two,
You
three.
got
Just so you
G-jumped.
know, Church of Entropy, we don't get
Yeah.
a lot of pantheists or people on the other side a lot of the time. So all the energy is directed at you, but it's not like we're hating on you. We just have questions.
Yeah, we
Nice.
still heart
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
I heard your guys' take on
I
my
actually
debate.
I actually agree with her on the last point.
I heard your guys' discussion of my debate, and you don't seem like bad people or anything. And to be honest, some of my
We're a
best
little hard on
followers,
you.
so some of my best followers were atheists when I met them. Not suggesting you should become my followers or anything. I'm just saying it's not
Go ahead,
like
Bird,
it's
sign
the
up.
most.
Check
It's
out
not
our
a
channel.
No,
it's not a completely indefensible position, given that religion is so corrupt, right?
No,
So
I was gonna say I agree with you on the fact that having a definition of emergent property is pretty useless. I
if you're
agree
not
with that.
saying if you're not saying how it emerges, like I'm okay, maybe based on the definition I was given it just a minute ago, I could agree with it. But you're still not telling me how it emerges, so it's not a model. It's just a rationalization or explanation, and it's like those are a dime a dozen. You could say it's emergent, or you could say it's squiggly, and so it's
He
like
did-
if you
he did
replace
say
it
how,
with
though.
squiggly,
Well, I thought he
for
said
me,
it was
for
the
me,
incorrect
for me,
claim.
that even if you define something as emergent, it doesn't have anything to do with it as being created or designed or anything like that. So in that
I think it
in
does.
that essence, for me, it doesn't. Emergent doesn't equal. Therefore, it must be created.
Well, of course not.
yeah, that's
my
definitely a logical leap. I'm not sure what your name is, but the person at the very bottom, if you could mute when you're not talking, because there's this occasional
Yeah.
background
loud.
noise that keeps coming
Yeah.
through. So Amy,
that's
after I
soldier,
went
I
on
think.
this show, I did I threw up a bunch of diagrams on my blog there. And one of the questions that has come up a couple times is given that I identify God equals the universe, is God conscious? So in this case, I've just worded it, is the universe conscious? And have like a bit of a closer look here. And the answer depends on the definition, like with the ship of Theseus, right? Whether it's the same ship depends on whether we agree that it's defined by its form or substance. So we got, is the universe conscious? So first step, we have to define the term. And that's where most people get stuck. So you're going to look it up in the dictionary first step, maybe, right? Maybe you go to Wikipedia, read a couple of random articles in some publication, right? You come up against this issue that it's largely self-referential. So I had a conversation where I was like trying to go through it. You could say it's like a semi-Socratic method, but it's more than just a Socratic method. It's like an interrogation by the student of the teacher. And I was like, okay, we got to back up the truck and define the term consciousness. And he's like, okay, I'll grab a dictionary. I'm like, that's not going to work because you got to actually look into your own mind and say, what do I agree with is a reasonable definition of consciousness? And then go out and try to see where do I observe this thing happening that I've identified as consciousness.
Mhm.
So we started with the dictionary and he's all like, well, it's awareness. And I'm like, so consciousness is awareness. Okay, well,
A
what's
part of
awareness?
it.
But
I'm-
Is a plant conscious?
what's awareness, right? And then you
So-
got to define awareness, and then it's like it becomes circular without actually tying it to something else. Go ahead.
This is actually a great subject because this is what I love.
Yeah, I love to hear Amy's take on this.
So awareness is.
Hold on, Soldier. Hold on.
So awareness is more of a gradient or a metric of our ability to be aware and collect information. And so you could put unconscious on this side at like a 0, and then you could slowly build to more aware all the way up to you have a we'll call full awareness. You are fully able to take in all of the information around you, and you are as present and aware as possible.
Okay,
I'm
think of it like
self-aware,
this, okay? Is everything conscious also aware?
Wait, say that one more time.
Just as a logical exercise, is everything conscious also aware?
Don't know.
Is everything conscious also aware? I would say it is to some level, but how aware?
Because a plant can be aware of its surroundings, it can react to certain stimuli, and whether you count that as awareness or not is highly debatable. But I wouldn't call a plant conscious.
Right.
Vegans would. They would completely disagree with you.
What
No,
we're trying to do
maybe.
here is figure out if
I
one is
would-
a subset of the other. Like, is consciousness a subset of awareness, or is awareness a subset of consciousness? So I would argue
Again,
everything.
If we're talking about biological systems, we can actually answer that question empirically. So it depends on your definition of aware. So, like, do you detect
Well, exactly.
and
It
respond to
always
stimuli?
depends.
Is
it always
that
depends.
aware?
It always depends
Well, right,
on
but,
the
like,
on the definition.
Right, but like detecting and responding to stimuli, are you aware of your environment, or are you just doing biochemical like equations? This stimulus
Exactly.
comes in, this response goes out. Is that aware?
Exactly.
Like,
It's too general. Exactly.
well, I'm asking,
So-
is that the like what's the
Well, I
what's
think the
standard?
answer is that consciousness is more fundamental than awareness, because awareness implies that there is a signal coming in from the outside, i.e., a boundary exists. Okay, which consciousness, we still don't even know what the fuck consciousness is, but we know that with awareness, there's a boundary, because the boundary is the separation between the thing being aware and the thing of which it is aware. Awareness is allowing stuff to come in.
Can I ask you another question? And then I promise, I think Amaretta really does.
We still haven't even answered your first one, but you should definitely ask all the questions that you feel are appropriate. Otherwise, you're just going to get stuck
Sure.
at some
Can I
point
just,
and
let me
lose
just, I
trail.
just jump in at this point to say I'm going to
Sure.
vacate and give someone else the space if they want it, because the philosophy stuff for me is just
No,
like,
we have room. We're good,
Okay.
man. We have
And-
room.
That's fine. Yeah.
well, if there's room,
We're all
stick around,
learning
but
here.
I don't
We
want to. I
really-
don't want to take a space from someone else who could actually contribute. But fair enough.
Well, you
Well,
tell-
then I would have to leave
we
first
love
because I'm a
it.
dummy.
Oh, come on, Bird.
It's true.
my question is, and I don't want to I almost would say I don't want to have a philosophical version of consciousness. I think if my theory is correct, there will be beings that are going to touch I'll be able to high five them. And so I always get very, I want to say naturally, I'm naturally skeptical of people version of consciousness, though I'm interested in I'm looking at the actual diagram. My question for you is, what do you think consciousness is here for? Like, do you think there is a reason why we are conscious? 'Cause I do.
Well,
but
that's almost like, well, what's the reason for the universe? And it's like, I don't think there's really an answer to that.
That's a
Well,
little
I can agree
tricky.
with you on that one at least.
I see
Well,
more
there
that
may be a reason. Whether we know it or not is another story.
Yeah.
Man,
you
I
can
really
argue-
cannot get behind the idea that there's a reason for the universe. I just take the universe as existing simpliciter.
You
Well,
could argue
I'll
that
say I
like
don't
living, you could say like living your best life is the point of the universe. So it's like an abstract thing. What does that mean? But it's like, oh, things can always get better. I don't know. You can tart it up, but when you look at the universe,
Jida.
it's a pretty
Donald
non.
Trump. Jida.
Yeah,
It's just
I
sitting
mean,
there.
I mean, just for me looking at your graph of conclusion, consciousness is a non-trivial, self-replicating, entangled photon waveform, has no bearing on whether consciousness is important, whether the universe cares that you're conscious or aware. It has no bearing on any of that at all. And so
I don't even know how you figured out what that means. I don't know at all what that sentence means.
Yeah, I'm still trying. I'm still trying to determine what consciousness is a non-trivial, self-replicating entangled photon waveform. Literally means nothing to
Does it mean that our energy comes from the sun?
It means nothing. It means zero.
Yeah,
zero.
It does mean that's part of what it means, yes. But this formalism will predict what the other theories are missing, which is the centralization. So, like, what is it that makes your personality one thing?
Your brain.
Experiences.
Okay,
your
nature and nurture. It's also behavioral.
Your brain and neuroscience.
The brain one doesn't make predictions, and you can't establish where that centralized potential function is.
Well, this graph
Wait, hold on. Why are we assuming that personality is one thing to begin with?
Zero predictions.
Because you can't meaningfully subdivide a personality. It's integral.
Can you make a prediction with consciousness?
Wait, if it's integral, then that means it's not one thing.
Here we go.
It's something that has a single essence, and that essence is you. And
I don't know what that means. Because that can change.
But yeah, I change. I learn new stuff and I change. Everybody does.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still
that's the whole
centralized
basis of psychology is that we learn behaviors.
The changes are happening to a centralized identity. They're happening to one person, to one personality.
How does centralize have anything to do with your definitions? I don't even.
The point is that we can look at our own consciousness and say, "Oh, it's centralized and it's got all this information." And we
centralized by what?
That's what I'm saying. This entangled photon waveform is what centralizes it.
I don't know what that means.
Okay. Can I just lend like a?
Go ahead.
Absolutely.
I just want to lend a little bit of like brain development and biology to this because you can't centralize a personality to any one part of the brain, and in fact, you could actually do the opposite. And there's a structure. So you have your hemispheres, right? Your left and your right hemisphere of your
split brain.
And they actually do different things. And it's not like the left brain, right brain, artsy versus rational. It's not that. It's more rigorous than that. But there's very specific things that the two sides do. And there's a structure that links them called the corpus callosum. And some people are actually born without that. And in other people, it's actually severed due to injury or certain surgeries. It may get severed for whatever reason. And you can have what are called split brain conditions. And when that happens, you can actually isolate different functions based on whether it's in the right field of view or the left field of view. And it's been way too long since I took intro psychology, so I don't remember the specifics of which functions are which parts. But for example, you could have a situation where if you read words in your right field of view, you could understand them, but you couldn't repeat those words out loud unless they were in your left field of view. And so that's a very specific case where there are specific functions that are tied to specific parts of your brain. And if you sever the connections between the associated parts that are involved in a set of or a chain of functions, for instance, with language processing, then you can kind of cut that pathway and actually isolate the different functions to different parts of the brain. And to a lesser extent, you can do this with in a little more a less rigorous, more fuzzy way with other functions. There's a famous case of a railroad worker who got a pole through his head, and this was in the 1800s. So it anecdotally changed his personality without we don't have good data on it, but my point is that there isn't some single overarching essence that governs a person's personality. It really can be localized to specific parts of the brain and specific connections between parts of the brain. You could look at memory disorders, for example, and connections between the hippocampus and the rest of the brain. So it's not about there is a person that exists separate from the connections between the neurons in your brain. It really is the
Do you actually believe that, though?
Yeah,
do you actually believe that?
Yes.
Yes.
I feel sorry for you.
Why would we not?
100%.
You're literally trying to convince yourself of something that's not true.
This isn't an argument.
This is science. Like we've studied this. Humans.
You literally can look at any brain
this is science right here. Science
Well,
doesn't
yeah.
have an
What does
explanation.
this say? Can you explain this for us?
What does science say the human bioelectromagnetic field comes from? What's the point of that? Science has no answer.
The human
to that.
electromagnetic field comes from the moving electric currents in the human bodies, because
what
the
is
electric
its
current
purpose?
and electric charge and motion creates a
And what is
magnetic
its
field.
purpose? And what is
It doesn't
its
have a
purpose?
purpose.
Okay, so now you're going against
action potential.
science. Science says that nature uses things extremely efficiently.
I'm gonna go make
and
a
now
sandwich.
you're saying
I'll be
there's
right back.
this
No, it
field
doesn't.
that has no purpose.
Science doesn't say that.
Evidence shows
wait,
that
are
life
you
is
referring
extremely,
to the principle of
extremely
least
efficient.
action?
There's a
Life is
number of
extremely efficient.
organic things that are very, very inefficient.
Extremely inefficient.
Yeah.
Photosynthesis?
Have
Whales
you
have
looked at
15 little
angles?
penises, for God's sakes. I mean, come on.
By my son.
What's that? Dan, what's that nerve that goes? The nerve that goes through
the recurrent laryngeal nerve. Yeah,
That's it. Yeah, it goes all the way down the body, then back up again for
it's an
no
artifact.
apparent reason whatsoever.
It's an artifact of our common ancestry with fish, where you had blood vessels that looped around the gills and nerves that looped around each.
Fish
gill
don't
as
have
well.
necks.
And then, fish don't have necks, so it's like whatever, everything's next to each other. In terrestrial vertebrates, it's a little bit weird, but everyone has a nerve that goes down and then loops around a little blood vessel called the ductus arteriosus, and then it loops back up. Now, for most of us, that doesn't matter because, it was going 6 inches because it goes from the bottom
the
of your brain
giraffes, it's like
your neck,
12 feet
and that's
long.
fine.
I was
But
going to
for
say
the giraffe, it goes all the way down,
Oh,
it
my.
loops, and then it goes all the way back up. And the only paradigm under which that stupid giraffe recurrent laryngeal nerve makes sense is that they share common ancestry with fish that have it loop around the gills. And that's the only reason that's the only paradigm that predicts that outcome, right? I mean, you could explain it in terms of, the designer
not a
can do
prediction,
anything, or
that's an
common design or
explanation.
whatever. No,
That's
it's
not a
I guess
prediction,
just
that's
the
an
point,
explanation.
the point is that it's incredibly inefficient, like insanely inefficient. It's not efficient at all.
I had my question.
Show me a source of energy in nature that doesn't make use. Show me energy that life doesn't make use of.
Gamma radiation.
I was just about to say gamma radiation,
right?
So pretty much all of it, except for some
Probably
lethal
microwave
universal
radiation.
cosmic rays.
Radio
I
waves.
mean, there's your purpose.
Actually
There's
really
your purpose
narrow.
for life. There's your purpose for life.
Why?
It's called
Why is
entropy.
it so
Called entropy.
important? Why is it so important that consciousness be only in the brain and that there's nothing else? Even though I can point to this electromagnetic field.
Hold on. What
And
do you
you're
mean
telling me
consciousness
sure.
is only in the brain?
Just think back to what you
Consciousness
just said.
isn't really
Think
only
back
in the
to
brain.
what you just said. You just said you're sure that the electromagnetic field doesn't create consciousness. You're certain of that. How the heck could you be certain of that?
Because the processes occurring in the brain create a magnetic field. You have the electric currents. You have electric charges
Did
in
the
motion.
electromagnetic field come first or the body?
The body.
You can't prove that, right?
Wait, are you asking if the whole of the electromagnetic
I have an
force
answer. Again, there's an
came
answer
first?
for this.
There is not an answer. The answer is pre-existing.
You asked a specific question about an electromagnetic field and what came first. The answer is that all cellular life has an electrical potential across its cell membrane. So, one of the preconditions for cells to actually work is to have an electrical potential.
I'm aware.
Which
I'm
is
aware how it works.
The charge density between the inside and the outside, right? So that's a precondition for cellular life. So what came first? The electrical field or bodies, which is to say multicellular cell like life, then it's the electrical system came first. All cells have an electrical gradient.
So there you go. You just proved reincarnation. Congratulations.
What?
How'd we get to there?
At that point, we should probably let him. That's a natural stopping point to let Amaranth.
Yeah, there's some people listening.
I'm interested in more. We
I think that's
We can go back to Church
consciousness
of
is my
Entropy.
favorite,
Yeah.
and we can go back to your model once we get to 10 again. So
I can take off. I've probably got to go anyway. I've got some stuff to do. So
Well, feel better, Mark.
Okay.
Good to see you again,
thank
man.
you.
yes,
I
Mark,
really appreciate it.
It's great seeing you, bro.
It's
Nice
so
to meet
good
you,
to be
Mark.
here. Nice
I'm
to meet
sorry,
you.
I
Peace out,
stopped
Mark.
screen
Pretty late for
sharing.
me.
Yeah, take it easy, Dan. Be well.
Bye-bye.
We are going to go for
Nice to meet you all that I haven't met before, and good to see you all that I have seen before. Bye, everybody.
Bye,
Great night,
Dan.
Dan.
A pleasure as always, even if twice.
As
twice
always.
is nice. Exactly. We are going to probably go for about another hour. We're having fun.
Awesome.
We're midnight ranting on is there good evidence for a God? And I can't help myself. We'll probably get back to consciousness as always later,
Yeah,
but
she
it's
can't
all
help
related.
herself.
Well, and
Whatever pops up, Amy.
honestly, theism ties itself naturally with consciousness a lot. I won't say I'm not the only one. In fact, shout out to Shannon Q, another fantastic naturalistic view on consciousness out there.
Have a consciousness stream. Yeah.
Yeah, she's just, we all have I want to say obsession because then you're like but similar passions, ladies and gentlemen, similar
Do it to
passions.
me.
You know,
Do it
can
to
I
me.
can I even say, Amy? Can I even say that consciousness is super subjective in what animal you are on the planet? It's super subjective, and so you can be a whale and have a consciousness.
What you say about my mother?
I'm just saying a human can come up with a definition for a whale's consciousness or a crow's consciousness. Or
No,
a
I can
parrot's
come my own consciousness. Thank you.
We come up with definitions for what consciousness is. So when I hear Church of Entropy trying to explain a centralization of consciousness, it means zero to me. It means zero squat to me because I really don't understand that.
That's almost getting us back into it, though.
When you listen to when
Do
you're
it to me,
listening,
baby. Sell me a quality muffler at a reasonable price.
Oh.
When you listen to me talking, do you feel like one person or two or three or four?
So what does that have to do with consciousness?
I'm asking you, do you feel like you're one person?
Are we bringing some people in, or
Do you feel like you're one person?
I feel like
guys.
I have views on it. I can't help it. But then you're right. Let's get and Amaretto might have went away for a second. I don't see Cam on. Amaretto, are you here?
She did say be right back in the chat up there a little bit.
Tell me when you are back, Amaretto. She's
Who's
probably
next?
like bitches. You've been talking forever. But Immutable,
He's been wanting to get in for a while.
Is there good evidence for God? I hope you're doing good as I jazz hands. How are you, and what are your thoughts about tonight's debate or anything we've been talking about?
Oh, I'm doing just good. I didn't see the debate, although I think I can anticipate how it went, and it looks like my anticipations were not too far off based upon the conversation and it dissolving into semantical, just diving into semantics and being a complete mess of a rabbit hole. I don't think there's any good evidence for God because I didn't think for evidence to say that there's evidence for something means that evidence has to correspond to some fact about the world. And to me, there is no fact of the matter pertaining to God existing. So, of course, for me, the answer is no.
Hey, got a question. Have you been on Talk Heathen before?
Me? No.
Yeah, okay. You sound just like one of the hosts on there. All right. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah. I've heard that from a few people, but unfortunately, no.
Carry on with the Borophyll.
Carry on with how quantum mechanics somehow relates to consciousness and all this other interesting fun stuff.
Well, I just want to give my shtick, and we'll wait for Amaretto, and if not, we'll keep on moving down. I can answer that question. I think our consciousness, it feels localized-ish, as in, like, there's a reason why it feels like we're here. There's a reason why when you're moving around, you want to have it, I don't know what you call localized, but I think that's kind of an emulated feeling. I feel like that is our body generating that because you can get rid of it very easily. You can get rid of that by just closing your eyes.
I think ultimately there's good reason to believe that the notion of self is an illusion.
Well, it goes back to that self-emergent thing. The way I look at consciousness is that if we take the mind as an operating system, I view that are conscious and unconscious programs. And some of these programs are running our heart, and they don't need to be conscious. And in fact, if they were conscious, we would probably die because we'd be sitting there trying to like pump blood. But naturally, that has been grinded away, and we're different from plants and fungi. So there are conscious programs, and these conscious programs become an amalgamation of what we call ourself. And when those are all turned on, we go, the lights are on. There we go. That's me. That's our self. And it's important to have a self. The experiments, we're talking with the corpus, I can't even say it, with your brain split, it seems to be there's ways for these different programs to still be working, and then for us to sever the connection and for them to no longer speak properly anymore. And you see both how they work and break down.
Medulla oblongata.
So for me, consciousness is purely what humans have defined as self-awareness. It's our own definition for what self-awareness is. And we would all agree that we cannot define any other animal on the planet's definition of their own self-awareness, or even a plant for that matter. Plants who feel electronic energy around them, anything that they're doing. We have defined the self-awareness equals consciousness, but there is no line in the sand for what that consciousness actually is.
What's
There's none.
electronic
I
energy?
actually think, and this is where I think I have my own model. I have my own, and I think my model explains that. And the difference is that doesn't come from consciousness. So there's a whole range of consciousnesses out there that come mostly from the branch of animals. And we could definitely say a worm is conscious, but we definitely aren't going to say that a worm is going to go to the moon. And so we have to go down. I think Aunt Jer was saying something. I kind of agree with her. I just tweak it a little bit, trying to find it now. But in my opinion, sentience is memory and emotion. I go over my whole spiel, but you can combine that with conscious programs where you're starting to build a world around you, and then you're able to get feedback on your memories. And then I think that final layer, what you were just talking about, self-awareness, I think I can drill that even one more down. It's introspection.
Drill it.
So drill it, baby. It's the ability to really have metadata and think about data of data.
What's electronic energy? I didn't understand that.
Yeah, what you're talking about
so-
there is you're
so-
talking about perspective, Amy.
I think
Meta
that's the
versus
ultimate.
analysis.
I think
Perspective
that's-
is one of the things that really makes us smart, because we're kind of like zooming in, zooming out strategically.
Sure.
Well, I mean, we're doing it for our own purpose, not to say that other animals, the way they zoom in and zoom out, doesn't fit their own rationale.
Well, it's hard to like draw a line in consciousness as in only humans have it, because then
I
it's
know.
like, well, how
Yeah,
do
I don't
I
think only humans
distinguish?
have it.
And I think that's the exact problem with it. I think the way we define consciousness is in such a way that it's very centric to the form of consciousness that humans exhibit, and that I don't think we can detect it in other animals, given like the modern incarnations and definitions of consciousness that we've tried to erect.
I don't know if I would agree with that. I mean, we acknowledge that like there are many other creatures that have an intelligence that is approaching that of the human. I think it's just that we recognize the fact that we are probably one of the most cognitively functional, if not the most cognitively functional living organism on the planet. And so obviously we're going to use that as a standard for determining the functionality cognitively of other species out there. We're just using ourselves more as a standard. Just like we use the sun as a standard for measurements. We use the distance from the Earth and the sun as a measurement, astronomical units. We have to use what we experience around us as conventions for measuring things.
Yeah, you got
Right, but there's
porpoises, dolphins, Kim Kardashian, these types of people.
Elephants.
Elephants.
to me, I think that's wrong for a very elementary and a very specific reason, which is
No one
that
got that one.
Evolution acts within niche groups, right? It acts upon what's already existing, and it acts in order for organisms to kind of exploit their niches more and more. And there's no reason, for instance, like why some like aquatic mammals, like dolphins, for instance, even though they are highly, highly intelligent, right? And they do exhibit some degree of consciousness.
A very,
But there's
very high degree
no-
of consciousness?
Huh?
A very, very high degree of consciousness, approaching that of the level of humans?
I'm not sure I'd go that far, but
Well,
the
I mean,
point-
it is. Same with octopodes. Same with elephants. The level of cognitive functionality they have is approaching that of humans.
I think the point is that, like, given like the nature of evolution, I don't know why you would predict that there should be some type of convergence within how consciousness behaves and operates within different types of organisms.
I don't know what that means.
So for me, I would think that humans have a natural thought of that the goal of the entire world or the universe is to be the top functioning predator, the top functioning evolved creature, and therefore you can propagate more.
Some, not all, but yeah.
Yeah, some, but not all. But if you can look at consciousness is responsible for this, well, then you also have to say, like, is COVID-19 a really conscious, thing that happens that kills a bunch of people, or polio, or malaria, for example?
Well, I would say viruses aren't.
I'm just saying, like, what does consciousness have to do with you being the most evolved creature on the planet, so to speak? Or are you evolved enough to use the most resources in the world and develop nuclear weapons and destroy the planet to where humans no longer exist, and we again have to evolve from bacteria? So what does consciousness have to do with any of that? Zero.
Well,
Zero.
Here's the thing,
Zero.
and I think you make a very good point, because to me, I don't see, and in fact, I see it like ever more being the case where consciousness and awareness at some point just seem to converge as being, like, at some point are they the same type of thing. Because I wouldn't say viruses are necessarily aware, right, or have like a degree of consciousness, but I would say bacteria.
They're not self-replicating.
I would say awareness consists in.
Yes, they are self-replicating. That's what a virus is.
They require a non-virus.
They're not self-replicating, but they do replicate.
They're replicants, but they're not self-replicants. And if you want it to make sense, you got to say life has got to be self-replicating.
So I mean, I think for me, right, like a really interesting example of organisms that do like exhibit maybe not consciousness, but like facets that are very similar to consciousness is like microbial colonies, or microbial colonies, for instance. Like some microbial colonies have literally, various groups of microbes that do different functions based upon the needs of the colony. Some will be predatory in behavior. Some will essentially be at the base of the colony in order to kind of supply the rest with energy and form a very efficient dissipative structure and things of that nature. And when the environment changes, so does the behavior and proportion of microbial species that are performing some specific function. Like it's responding in a way that that we would to some extent call sentient. It is aware in some sense of its environment, and it is responding to stimuli in a very sophisticated manner.
Doesn't the flagellum sort of prove that point pretty succinctly?
Never heard that word. So I have no idea.
The flagella of like bacteria?
It's super simple, but it still has this appendage that is clearly reacting to the environment.
The little motor?
And it's responding to thermal noise in the environment.
So I guess my entire point of this whole argument is that your definition of consciousness and how smart you are as a creature is pretty much defunct across the entire spectrum of which creatures can survive in the universe. It's pretty much what I'm getting to is your conscious definition of, hey, we have a brain that we can now define things that are existing in the universe is more superior than a whale who does not have thumbs to build tools, but still lives
Well,
100 years
sounds-
in the ocean.
Well, I think it does something stronger. I think it demonstrates, like, if you accept my account of my form of arguing and saying that certain microbial colonies kind of behave or exhibit behaviors akin to consciousness, then what you end up concluding is that consciousness isn't some special special thing that relates to brains or any kind of neural process at all. It relates to something far more basic.
Right.
As an activity of organisms.
And okay, guys, I'm gonna interrupt so we can get more people in. Amaretta, are you back?
I hope so.
All right, we're moving on. Bible Burner. We are having fun. I hope you are. How are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we're talking about tonight?
Hey, I want to say hi to everybody. Thanks, Amy, for having me on. James, how you doing? Hi, all the other guests here tonight. I want to say that I was sorely disappointed in the debate tonight. I thought that you know what? To be honest, I don't think that I was expecting too much. I can't say that I was expecting good evidence for God tonight. I never expect that I'm going to get that because it never comes. I'm always sorely disappointed, and so as far as this interlocutor tonight, as far as essence of this and essence of that, why the fuck? Why talk about essence of this and that? Why not just talk like normal fucking people talk and talk about the proofs and the evidence? If you got evidence, fucking prove the evidence. Say you fucking have it. If you have it, you got it. Fucking say it, right? Don't keep saying the evidence of this and that and fucking beat around the bush. And what the fuck was he even talking about, right?
Good question. What makes a pen is the essence of a pen.
The essence of a pen. What the fuck, dude? You have the inside fucking track to the fucking knowledge, right? You have the fucking truth to fucking God and everything else, man. You can prove it to the fucking rest of us, dude. So why talk about essence and this and that? Why not just say, hey, look at fucking this or look at fucking that, and you can get and here's the evidence, right?
Unfortunately,
it wasn't forthcoming in my book.
He just should have said, look at the fucking trees.
Yeah, right. Would have been a more coherent.
He did kind of at a certain point.
Just to clarify, it's the prime mover. It's the prime mover argument he was trying to make.
Yeah, and it's a terrible argument.
Prime mover. Yeah.
And he substituted with the word essence.
Prime mover. What does that mean? Prime mover, right?
It's the same as the Holy Spirit.
No, it's the same as the Big Bang.
Oh God.
No, look, you got scientists that go out and all they do is spend all their time trying to figure the fuck out all these questions, right? And they look at the evidence and they say, okay, look, as far as we know, this is what we see, right? And then they say it, and theists say, "Well, no, you're wrong. You're not seeing everything." And they're like, "Well, look, this is the evidence. This is all we can fucking figure out so far." And theists say, "No, there's more to it than that. You're not fucking you're not seeing every fucking thing." And
so everybody was basically a pagan before Christianity. Are you saying they're all just clueless?
Not everybody was a Christian.
Not everybody was a pagan either. There's been
everybody
not by a long shot.
For a long time.
They were religious by today's standards. They all had cultic affiliations. However you want to define it.
I don't even know what you're talking about, right? Like these scientists the scientists go out and they get all the information they can get, and
No,
they say,
they
"Look,
take
this is what we
materialist
got."
observations. They have a
They say,
paradigm
"This
of
is what we
materialism.
got, and this is it."
No, they don't.
No, they have a materialist paradigm.
No, they don't.
Whatever,
Yes, they
dude.
do.
I
No, they
don't know
don't.
what it
What does
means.
a materialist paradigm mean? What does it mean?
The idea that everything has a material representation that could be the model for how it works. And that is
Yeah,
simply not how the
we
universe
already know
works.
that's false.
That there's something other,
All right, give me an
other
example.
than materialism.
Quantum
All you
field
gotta do is
theory.
prove that there's something other than materialism, and then
So
you're
are you
good to go.
seriously
dude.
telling me you're not familiar with any of Plato's arguments?
Yeah,
Whatever.
Plato's arguments are kind
Whatever.
of dumb.
Whatever.
Prove that there's something supernatural. That's all you got to do, right?
Well, there is nothing supernatural, but what is natural is not well understood necessarily. Take consciousness.
That's pretty well understood.
Oh, so now we're going to
Whatever.
redefine what natural means. Okay. We're
Yeah,
gonna play this game.
So now we're going to
I
go
mean-
into
I
all
mean-
this fucking bullshit.
It's exactly any definition of the word essence, anything like that, is a substitute for something that you can't explain, which is science, which
Yes.
is the word and method we've all agreed upon to use to describe reality. And if you don't agree with that word and method, give us another word besides fucking essence, right? I mean,
Right.
If there's something
Literally-
better than
literally,
science,
in
please
your
come up
life-
with it.
in your life, you use 99% of your life that you walk through, you use reality, you use science, you use that
99.
method.
Yes.
You never substitute. You know what? I just walked through that elevator and I smelled it. I smelled a fart, but no one was there. Was that essence? You know,
Yeah.
maybe that was essence.
Great
Okay,
analogy.
archetype.
Most
Maybe,
of
no,
it
it
is-
wasn't. It
most
wasn't.
of
It
it
wasn't
is
someone who
bullshit.
farted in the elevator
It was
and
rancid
walked out
pixie
of
dust.
the elevator. It was fucking essence,
And
and that's what
pixie
I'm
dust.
focusing on, and that's what you're focusing on as well. Give it up. Give it up.
Farts
Yeah,
in
that
an
fucking
elevator. Yep.
Let's stick to what we know, what we can prove.
That's
and
Science can't
let's
prove
go with
anything.
that, okay? Not with
It
what
can
Science
prove
can't
things
prove
in the same
anything.
sense
and
that a
all this
person.
other bullshit woo.
Science can't prove anything.
I think a
It
better
can,
way to word
it
it
can
is
prove
science
within a
doesn't
reasonable
prove things.
doubt.
Well, prove isn't the right word. Science demonstrates that things are accurate and consistent.
It can
Yes.
prove things in a legal
Science
sense.
can't tell us
Right.
everything.
If you're
Religion
gonna,
can't
if you're
tell
going
us
to use the
anything.
word prove, then what you
completely
should
wrong.
say is that science effectively proves things.
That
If you
would be
wanna
a
demonstrate
logical
things-
fallacy, actually, because
If you want
science
to
Which one?
is
introduce
basically
something
saying
supernatural, then let's hear it. Then say there's something other than natural that I would like to propose, and it's super fucking natural. Let's hear it.
And even if you came to the conclusion that there was something supernatural, you could then no longer say, well, this was the thing that is supernatural, because every fucking religion in the world that defines something as supernatural is different than your version of supernatural. So if you all have different versions of what supernatural is, give up the fucking supernatural, because
so-
that's why it's called supernatural.
I don't
Go
think
for it,
anyone
Amy.
here is
Fucking
advocating
easy.
for
Go for
that.
it, Amy.
Well, okay, so we'll go back into open conversation. I want her to have the last word, but she just did. And I wanted to say, get Bible Burner to have his last word on his opener. And with that, thank you so very much, Bible Burner. We're going to bring in, we just have a few more people left. Thank you so very much. I see
Easy,
he's looking,
Oz.
he's biting at the chomp. Oz, welcome aboard. We have been Midnight Ranting on Is There Good
Save us,
Evidence?
Help us.
Help me, Oz.
Help.
Woo. So, what are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we've been talking about so far?
Well, where should I start? I mean, the debate, that topic usually goes one way or the other, depending on what personalities we have involved in the argument. That being said, then in the follow-up conversations like this, to hear, listen, and observe the way the conversations go, sometimes I'm disappointed. If I can be honest, I'm disappointed in the way they go, because as skeptics, we should be willing to listen have a posture of listening and absorbing and wanting to not attack the person, but the belief or the position. I don't know who has music on in the background, like video games, but my ADHD brain is super distracted. But whoever it was that was talking from, it sounded like from the theist side. I want to be the atheist that stands up and says, "I apologize for all the over talking and aggressiveness," because I don't think that's needed to have a healthier, productive, or efficient conversation. And as we go out not even an intro, but what I would love to ask is, supernatural was the last thing that was brought up. To just try to continue and not start all the way the fuck over, just to continue that conversation. Do we have any examples in our current form, our current status that we can account, or I'm sorry, that the supernatural can account for fixing something, solving something, answering questions? Do we have any evidence that would support any claims like that?
Okay, and no one was attacking her. We're just talking.
We were just trying to understand her position better because
she's still here.
Okay, well,
yeah, I think she's muted.
Hold on. Before you, and I'm not one. Before you try to pile on me, if you guys go back and listen.
What are you talking about?
Hold up.
I agree with us.
Hold up. Stop. Why are you on attack? And I haven't even finished what I'm saying yet.
Who's attacking? What are you talking about, Oz? No one's attacking you.
Nobody's attacking you, Oz.
No, I'm not saying the tone and everything is exactly what I'm talking about.
You know what, Oz? I semi agree with you. Hold on. Let me say something. I semi agree with you, but all of us were responding to exact questions or anything that the theist was bringing up. Or I don't even know she's a theist, to be honest with you.
She's a pantheist.
Yeah,
she's a pantheist.
But we were just responding to those arguments. But I agree with you on a politically correct spectrum of atheism. Any streamer here, anybody, whether you're the Matt Dillahunty or the Amy Newman, or the Anthony Magnabasco, you obviously have to make a choice as to whether you just question people and try to convince them that their beliefs are not true, or whether you get into some kind of heated debate based on the questions that they bring up. Ultimately, what you have to decide is you have to just be true to yourself. And whether this is the Matt Dillahunty that's done it for years, and so he doesn't probably have the temperament enough to deal with people, and when he's heard the argument 1,000 times, just tells people off. I kind of can understand that. Whether you're the Oz coming on Amy Newman's show and saying, you know what, we have to be smarter than this. I respect your views, and I guess that's all I can say.
I'll say this, and I'll peace out. There's a time and a place for everything. So there's a time to be assertive and be demanding, but when it's for whatever it was, 301, 401, whatever, and people going at it, there's nothing productive. Like there was nothing productive being happening or being had. So that's why that's okay. Well, then I was listening to nothing. That means I was listening to nothing.
Okay.
And I heart everybody.
Love you all.
Is Church
Love
of
you all.
Entropy still here?
I'm
Love you
still
all.
here.
Yeah.
I don't
awesome.
have a problem with atheists.
Okay.
They make a
See,
lot
there you
more
go.
sense. They make a lot more sense than a lot of theists out there. So, again,
Well, thank you. Hey, we don't mean we're not trying to offend you. We're not trying to offend you at all.
Do you feel attacked in
appreciate
any
you coming
way,
into
or
the
anyone's been an
lion's
asshole
den.
to you?
Oh, I don't feel like you guys have been rude. I think
Perfect.
you're just very passionate about
that's
about
it.
your opinions.
Okay.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
And if you do, please let us know, and
Okay,
everyone will back
I
down. I
will.
promise you.
Yeah, I
No,
mean,
no, no.
We're not a
to
bunch of
me at
assholes in
least-
here. I promise.
Yeah, I don't want to be an asshole. I don't want to chase anybody off. You know what? It's rare to get people who have an antithetical view. So I love that. I love it.
And to
I love
me,
it.
like, she was expressing very interesting views, and I'm, look, if I'm of the wrong persuasion, I want to know more about the view that's, like the view that's more promising and, more likely to be correct. However, like, if you're saying things like, oh, consciousness is at the core of everything, and claims that are, what we as, non-believers would consider very just kind of coming out of left field.
I did that on purpose because
Yeah,
I figured,
I know.
I figured there's no way in hell this is going to go well because he's not going to change his mind, and so I figured I'm just going to I'm going to go into the mud first because he's eventually going to drag it there, or it's going to get there eventually because I've been down this road before. So I figured right off the bat, I just said, yeah, well, you can't disprove that the universe is conscious, which is really contentious. So I acknowledge that it wasn't a very teachable moment. It was more just me saying, I will put it out there, maybe change some mind.
Yeah.
People are entitled to whatever beliefs they want to have, and I'm not going to be, the person who says, no, you can't believe the universe is conscious, or, no, the Rastafarian creature didn't create the universe. Look, you can have whatever belief you have, but more so I'm interested in the rationale for why people hold the position, why they hold the positions they do. And, to some extent, I think, some people are more rational in how they're able to defend beliefs that they hold than others. And I think so far, you've done a good job of,
That's why I jumped in and I said what I did. Because for those that jumped in, maybe it was halfway through or 3/4 of the way through or what have you, what it sounded like from the tone from the either deist or theist, whatever, and atheist was there was a there wasn't the person being bombarded, and that's why I was like, what is going on? What is happening? That's why I jumped in. So whether you agree or not, if you go back and listen to it tomorrow, and you go back and view it, you can see why not just myself, but anybody else that came in at that point, but would have been like what the fuck are we doing? Like so, if the deist or the theist is cool, then I'll shut my fucking mouth. But when I jumped in, it was like this shit's a circus.
No, I appreciate your take on that, Oz, and trying to come in and lower the temperature a little bit, make everybody speaking on an even level. That's definitely good. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you watch like parts of the stream beforehand, it might help clarify why things got a little bit hot and why some of us were a little bit irked about some of the things or some of the claims that are being made.
Yeah, and I don't think any of us attacked anybody personally. We were just attacking the arguments.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it all just boils down to claims, like theist claims that, their God works in people's lives, on the daily, and they answer prayers and perform miracles and things like that. And I just say, hey, if that's true, then you should definitely be able to prove something like that, right? And they never can, so what's the deal?
In fact, thank you so very much, Bible Burner. Oz, what do you think? You've been doing this for a little while. It's easy to bring evidence before someone, but is there good evidence for a God?
Well, the key word is good. Is there good evidence? And I will. I'll even go a step further. I don't think there's good evidence for a God, and then for the Christians, I don't think there's good evidence to even believe that Jesus existed. So, hashtag Jesus is a myth.
Woohoo! Well, thank you so very much, Oz. I'm just asking for a body. That's all I'm asking for, not to magically
He
disappear.
could just change his name to his middle name to Jesus is a myth.
Hashtag Jesus is a myth.
You know, there's an important point I think that Oz kind of almost made, but that's like really specific. That's really important to kind of epistemology as a general statement, and that is like when we try to make statements about what evidence is good or not. Hopefully, we all adopt a framework of like some form of like Bayesian reasoning. Like, hopefully, we have in mind like that when we're given a proposition, we have ideas about like what the proposition is trying to communicate, what's entailed by that proposition. So, for instance, if the idea of a God existing were true, how would that affect certain other beliefs that I have? But also more importantly, for instance, like based on the nature of the claim, what would I expect? Like, what should I require in terms of evidence for that claim to be accepted as true or not, or to be likely true or not?
Good point.
Like if I make the claim, for instance, like that I have a dog, okay, well, I mean the evidence for that, you know, like the reason somebody may accept that is the evidence that dogs are something we know exist. Dogs are kept as pets. You know, it's a fairly mundane occurrence, and it's not something that's like that doesn't that really falls outside of anybody's rationale, and it's something that's consistent.
No reason
with
to lie
they
about
observe.
it usually either. No reason to make it up. For
precisely.
Most people.
Precisely, right? Like it's something that is consistent, like with the natural state of affairs that we observe and that what we understand of our universe. But to say, like particularly with Christian claims that that pertain to like the omni form of God, you know, this God is, you know, transcendent, exists beyond space time, is all powerful, all knowing, all these other things.
15-foot penis.
Yeah. 15-foot
math.
penis. To me, I haven't. There's nothing I've observed about the universe or like any state of affairs within the universe that would be consistent with that God existing. There's nothing about the universe that seems to have a signature of was made by God.
What about a snowflake?
Yeah. What about a snowflake?
I mean, if
Every
I look at a
snowflake is
snowflake, I think that's proof of perfect God right there.
When I look at a
how?
snowflake, I think
we being
of
trolled here? Is this-
intrinsic
No.
chemical
Trolled.
processes.
No, I'm not trolling you. That's
It sounds
how
like
I
a look
honestly
of this
feel.
shit.
I just look at that as being the beauty of randomness because that's
Right.
all it is.
It's stochastic.
But it's not random. It's
Yeah,
not
that's-
random.
Let me
Yeah,
ask
it
you this.
is. Yes, it
It
really
always has
entropy.
6 sides. It's not random at all.
Oh my
Wait,
god!
what are you talking about?
Regular
God.
crystal.
Entropy. Does the symmetrical universe and the symmetrical galaxy, which created the symmetrical Earth, allow for a symmetrical tsunami to kill 250,000 people in Southeast Asia?
I mean,
Whoa, this took a dark turn.
Wow.
All,
Okay.
all which look
Great
like
segue.
designed things. All those things look designed,
Well,
right?
it just
I
depends
mean,
what
just
you
as
mean by
perfect as a
intelligence.
snowflake.
It just depends what you mean by intelligence,
Well,
really.
I'm
If you mean,
still confused. I think it depends on what you mean by designed.
God damn it, Leo.
well, a designer has to have a form of intelligence. So ultimately, it's where does intelligence start
I don't think
versus
that's relevant.
subjectivity. It's the clock. What is it? The watchmaker, the blind
The watchmaker
fallacy.
argument.
So a snowflake has designed a typhoon, a tsunami that kills 250,000
I didn't say a
people,
snowflake
not
was
necessarily
designed. I didn't say a snowflake was designed. I did not say that. I said it's a proof of the perfection of God because it's completely symmetrical. It always has 6 sides. There's something intrinsically, there's an essence of all snowflakes that's identical. And it's a crystal.
How does symmetry equate to
called an emergent property due to crystallization.
You can't just say emergent property and think that means anything. It's like everything's emergent
it
property.
does
It's
mean
chronological.
Guys,
Here's the fun thing, because I've heard this before, and there actually is a well-defined notion of what exactly emergence means, and I don't think you're familiar with what it states.
It seems like you're trying to dismiss what I'm saying on the basis of it being emergent. It's like I don't think it works like that.
I'm dismissing what you're saying based on the basis that you don't understand how the term is used by professionals in the field that describe macroscopic.
If a word means nothing, why would I use it?
But it doesn't mean nothing.
It doesn't mean nothing. It means something very specific, and you're mischaracterizing its use.
I would even say more so that if your entire reality was that things were not symmetrical, like if your face was perfect here and the other half was not symmetrical, that you would think that that's perfect in the definition of reality. If that's the way reality was. So even defining something as being symmetrical is ridiculous. To equate it with something being perfect as a designer.
I mean, would I say something like, for instance, say the Mandelbrot set, right? It's a set that's very simply defined by complex functions. It's highly, highly symmetric, and it's also highly, highly random. It's not a designed structure, though. It's a property of it's a very basic property of a function. And
why does symmetrical equate to design?
Yeah, that's a good point.
It doesn't. It relates to intelligence, which is what we're trying to drill down. The whole time we've been trying to drill down. We've been trying to drill down to consciousness. And we're just taking different ways.
If we're really going to commit to this argument, a sphere has infinite degrees of symmetry. So is a sphere intelligent?
This is exactly the question we need to ask ourselves, because we eventually need to agree on definitions.
Okay.
And the answer will be, quote, emergent from those definitions. But if we can't commit to the definitions first, our answers won't make any sense because we have no basis for what's true and what's not true.
Right. But so if you're saying that there's a proportionality between symmetry and intelligence.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying we need to acknowledge these ideas, and then we need to go out and look in nature to figure out which one came first.
Okay, but is the claim that you're making that there's a relationship between symmetry and intelligence such that the more symmetry an object has, the more intelligent that object?
That would be a hindsight is 2020 argument in David speak.
And then that would depend on
depends on how you define intelligence. So
is there intelligence
in
the periodic table? Is there intelligence in the periodic table? Yes, because it always knows.
No, there's
not. The elements always know how to react.
The elements don't know
have
anything.
Any intention of how to react.
They may not have intentionality to react, but once they get undergoing in a reaction, it always goes the same way. So I'm not saying I agree with
that's
it.
because of the laws of physics. There's
So
nothing to do with
You
intentionality.
argue that is intelligence. I'm not saying I agree. I'm saying acknowledge that some people feel this way. You don't have to agree, but it is a valid position to take.
Jennifer,
I don't need intelligence to explain that. All I need is basic quantum mechanics and a few fairly basic principles from chemistry, such as Vesper theory.
Not the point. That's not the point. The point is to understand the argument, whether or not you agree with it.
Jennifer, would you
I understand
mind
the argument. I just don't see it as. I don't understand why
it's a good argument.
Though. I can assign intelligence.
It's not really an argument. It's more an assertion.
All right. Would you mind going into later on talking about the periodic table, because you mentioned a 3D periodic table in the debate and you really didn't get into that? If you would mind just taking a minute to explain that, and everybody just let her get her explanation out. And
I appreciate you asking. It's probably better if I could show a picture. Otherwise, it's just going to sound like a person who
gobbledygook
run off their meds.
And thank you so very much, Oz.
Thank you, Oz.
And everyone from the Atheist Round Table and the Tang, the Atheist Network Group. You should check out all of their content. And why not just sending love to Pasta and Mike? So sending out
Pasta.
It's Pasta Mike, not Pasta and Mike.
She loves them both. She loves
Pasta and Nate. Pasta and Nate. Pasta, Mike,
there we
and
go.
Nate. Thank you. My brain just went like that. That's what you didn't know is that's his secret form. That's how he fights crime.
Yep. Your brain had a fart in the elevator. Is that what happened?
Yes. And okay. We're gonna move down the line. Amaretto, are you still here? And I see Bubble just joined.
We can get back to church later on that when we're back.
We're gonna bring back to church. I'm gonna do something. I was going back and forth, but if we do it backstage, it has no representation to the viewers. So P Mars, I asked Amaretto. I think Amaretto's gone AFK. P Mars, I'm gonna bring you in. I have to ask.
Let Amy get her thing out first, please. Nobody try and interject. Let her do her thing, please.
Well,
first.
we want to ask this because I have to bring the elephant in the room because of my mods are bringing it up and telling me. So I'm bringing in, but let me just ask. I don't know you well enough, but people are saying there is things. They say I shouldn't let you in here.
He's been on before.
I let him on. I did let him on once. But and I'm okay with very trolly as long as
Sunflower's been in here.
But people are my mods have been telling me more race related stuff. And so I am open minded. I just want to make sure I have to call it out because I've had mods say stuff and so there. So we're going to segue, unfortunately, for that and let you say whatever you want. And then we'll segue it back into, hopefully, Midnight Ranting on is there evidence for God? I guess my question is, what are the rumors or whatever that they're talking about that we should dispel here so we can get on to intellectual conversation?
You mean like that I'm racist or something like that?
I don't know.
Just that you troll by getting on alts and typing racist stuff in people's chats. That doesn't mean you're a racist. It just means you use racism to troll.
I don't believe in race, I guess. I think it's just one human race. And so I don't believe in race. I don't believe in that crap. And I don't know. I listened to a lot of rap music growing up, and so the N-word isn't like a big deal to me.
Does this have to do with?
And so like I guess I'm really like pro free speech, so I freely use the N-word if I want, right? So
I listened to mariachi music growing up. I can use the B-word.
It's not about racism. It's just
we don't use that word in here, so.
But I haven't used that word here.
I'm just saying we don't. Don't do it.
Right.
Let's try to avoid racy words.
I wasn't planning on it. But
get it? Racy words?
A lot of people think I'm like worse than Hitler if Hitler was a pedophile because I use that word. But I don't think it's a big deal. So it's like, I guess it's, I don't know. I don't think.
But you know how people react to that. So you know what you're getting yourself into when you do that.
Yes, I think Hitler using racially charged terms is like the least of his problems.
Yeah.
I feel like racists are the most persecuted people on the planet right now, and I
don't know what that means.
Probably because they're racist.
Yeah, like everyone hates racists. Like it's okay to hate racists, but I don't.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Why do so many people hate the Ku Klux Klan? They've done nothing wrong at all ever.
It's absolutely okay to hate racists.
All right, back to God. What's up?
Hold on. Let me just interject here to this gentleman here. If fucking Jewish people in World War II interjected with the racists in Germany, 6 million of them would not have been killed.
Okay,
yeah.
But I had something to say about like evidence for God.
Yep, and so I'm sorry, it had to be. We were gonna do it backstage, but then if we did it backstage, I feel like I'd get the same responses back again. And so there we go. We'll save race for race
to discuss the response later.
Well, exactly. And I'm still learning my bearings too. So sending love to my mods who are my guides out there.
Good job.
I am definitely following their things because they keep me TSO safe. And so sending love, RIP Mars, we're going back on topic. We have been midnight ranting. Is there good evidence for God? What are your thoughts about the debate, the subject, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
So the question about is there good evidence for God? I think like if you're looking for scientific evidence for God, you're not gonna find it, right? And so the answer is gonna be no, because science looks for like natural explanations in general, right? And so God is a supernatural being. You're not going to really find. I don't think science is the right tool to look for like supernatural beings, I guess. And so when
What
it comes
is?
down, well, I guess philosophy, like I would say there's philosophical arguments that would be logical arguments would be the evidence that we have for God. And then it just comes down to whether you think the logical arguments are good or not. And I guess,
I want to ask one question because I'm genuinely curious about your response to this. Do you think that if I were to grant all philosophical arguments that are purported to be evidence for the existence of God, do you think it's evidence for a particular God, or do you think it just gets you to
deist,
some general form of deism? Or
yeah, I'm like amateur at philosophy, so like as far as I understand it, yeah, it's just general theism. I don't. I know there's like probably other people who could answer that better and like.
No, it's okay. I mean, I've heard people give really diverse options on opinions on that, and just kind of curious where you fell on it.
Yeah, and that's a great response. But even if you respond that philosophy can only get you to deism, what is your personal thought of what gets you beyond deism to a personal deity?
Right. It becomes a question of what's the
the
gap between deism and theism?
Yeah,
because there is a difference.
Like, don't be a professional philosopher. Don't be any of that. What's the bridge for you personally?
Well, I'm a Christian basically because, like, I just think love should be the most important thing in our lives. Like, I'm not so much like into the classical theism because, like, as the person mentioned, that a lot of that comes from Platonism and Aristotle, and they're not Christian.
Sure.
But then Christians adopted a lot of this like classical theism, and then they use the omnis and stuff to describe God. But I think they make an error when they try and turn the Bible into a philosophy. It's because it's like a history book.
Right.
So I don't know. I like to find God personally for me is love. So it's like, do you believe in love? Hold on. Kind of a thing.
What? Yeah, I define God as being horny.
I mean, but I'm talking about this isn't a trolley question, but I mean, like multiple religions, like Greek religions, for instance, like in their pantheon had gods exactly for that thing, like gods of love, gods of like affection. Take for instance, like Aphrodite, like in Greek mythology, for instance.
Goddess
anthropomorphic archetypes.
Yeah. I mean, so people can say God is love. That's true. I mean, but there's also, like, obviously, you're not going to accept polytheism being a Christian. But various, like, polytheistic pantheons also have claims of gods that are the embodiments of various attributes, such as love or war or, elements like the sea and sky.
That embody the essence of certain transcendent
Here we
ideas.
go with the essence.
That embody the essence.
I knew you guys
certain
would like
things.
that one.
I would even go.
We're being
further.
trolled here on multiple levels.
Yeah. No, I would even go further in saying that you define God as love is really a cherry picking of what God is to you, while having cognitive dissonance about the actual words of the Bible, where it's not love versus the words of the Bible, which is love to you, and so you've kind of come up with your own God of what is love while rejecting all the not love parts.
Don't hurt me. Okay.
I think the response he might give, and obviously I'll let PMARS give his response, but a classical response I've heard to that is that the type of love of God is righteous love. It's perfect love.
And how would someone define a righteous, perfect love?
Well, you could do it by saying that God is necessary and that God is the ultimate standard for things, but
sure,
that's a very niche.
So we're going to the Darth Dawkins argument. Awesome.
What?
Awesome.
A lot of times that's how that gets resolved, but maybe.
Yes. Okay.
Maybe not.
Well, like, I don't think of it as this like emotional type of love. I think it transcends emotions to it's where it's like unconditional love. I would describe it where you want the best for other people,
Sure.
Even if you treat me like crap, I will still love you and want the best for you. So, shit, where was I going with that? But it's like I sort of tested it for myself. Like I used to have hate and be angry and hate people.
Sure.
And I decided like that was self-destructive and it didn't do me any good. So I just started to love my enemies, like Jesus says, and just filled my heart with love. And it's just my life is way better. So it's like I tested it that way, right? Like I made love, unconditional love, the highest priority in my life, and my life is better than it was when I was like angry and hateful. So, and that
do you think that people throughout the entire world right now, of nearly 8 billion people, can find love through humanity without attributing it to a text of Jesus?
Yes.
So, and do you think that probably happens more often than not?
Well, yeah, I think a lot of Christians aren't very loving, right? Like a lot of Christians.
It's a great point. They're not.
Use like the Crusades was really bad.
I mean, just looking from like a mathematical viewpoint, not the viewpoint of growing up in your own religion where you believe this to be true. If you like really took the satellite viewpoint of the world of 8 billion people, and you said that there's a bunch of us that believe in this exact same philosophy that you're professing to Soldier of Science right now, and you would agree that most of them probably believe that, even if you're one of the 1 billion people in India who don't believe in Jesus Christ, even if you're the 1.2 billion Muslims who don't believe in Jesus Christ. If you get to the mathematical standpoint that as a Christian, you're at the best maybe 1/5 of the world's beliefs, you kind of have to question it at that point, right?
Yeah, well, like I don't think it's about just saying like I believe in Jesus Christ, because a lot of people say that, but then they don't have love in their hearts. So like even if an atheist had love in their heart and they didn't believe in Jesus Christ, like I would consider them a brother, because to me, I just focus on the love. That's the most important thing. Like Amy, I think I'm impressed by her because I think it was very loving, like how she probably felt a lot of pressure from her community to not even let me speak, right? And then, but she actually gave me a chance. And like,
oh man, we love people like you, brother. We love people like you, brother.
Well, I'm going to interject here. I understand you all about love and everything, but you understand saying the N-word is not okay, or do you think it's like totally okay for you?
I think it's okay. I think that's like a worldly standard that all of a sudden we've arbitrarily decided that it's bad to say this word, where like before it wasn't really a big deal.
No, it's always been a big deal.
I don't think so. I mean, I listen to rap music and the rappers use the word frequently. So
yeah, they're black.
Yeah, but I don't believe in race. So they're human beings. I'm a human being. They use the word. I can use the word.
But as a human being who cares about other humans, you do know that word hurts a lot of people. And just because you don't want them to be hurt by it, that's not going to change their reaction to it and the history associated with it and the memories of oppression and discrimination that brings up.
But anyone could be hurt by anything, so I could never have a standard be like, oh,
that's not true.
You.
No,
that's not true.
Guys, you need to learn to not take the bait with this stuff, because it's obviously a troll argument. Like, just stick about the argument.
No, I don't think he's being a troll. I don't think he's being a troll, but I'll
he
be
doesn't
honest
think
with
race is real, therefore he can say the N-word, and that's not that's good logic in your opinion.
I mean, no, he's right. He's right. Race is a human construct.
Oh yeah,
we
totally logically unassailable.
We are all humans. We all are human beings. But the reality of life is that people who view themselves as a different race grow up in a different society where your actions and your causes have different effects on them. And you as a smart being, intelligent being, putting yourself in your own box and saying, you know what? Everybody else should understand that what I believe is a human construct. They should all understand that as well. When as a smart person, they don't.
Can I take a different approach?
I'm reading
different
this,
approach from.
It says this in this book that race is a myth that propagandists take advantage of.
Yeah, but is that an academic textbook?
Yeah, it's by Jacques Ellul. He's a sociologist at the University of.
Wait,
Bordeaux
this is a published book? This is published by an academic press?
It was a bestseller. It was
but was it published by an academic press?
I don't know what the hell an academic press is.
Like Oxford University Press, Stanford University Press,
Let's let
like
Amy
something
get
like
in
that.
here, guys. She wants to take a different take
I think
on it.
I have just a different take. Because I view myself as politically incorrect. It is the one slang word I don't use, and the reason I don't use it is because I think it causes pain. And so when I use a lot of my political incorrectness focuses around not using fancy language, just saying how I mean. Like I understand. I don't think you should be told what to do, but I also think taking that you should be able to say anything. I think that word specifically, especially here, it causes so much pain from its usage. I can't find a good usage of it except for I understand there's like a movement to reclaim, but that is almost their way of just trying to end the pain, and hopefully that word will disappear forever one day. That's my point on it. I don't know if we should probably segue. We'll have more times to talk about it. But people, I had to at least. People are like, it's very off topic. We're the Skeptic and Ranting community here. I do want to send love to everyone in our community and our mods at Tangling Through Deep Issues. And I want to send love to everyone. We're going to actually move forward because I see more people backstage. And so thank you so very much, P. Mars. We're going to move into Bubble. I think you have been waiting. Nice to bring you on board. I hope you are doing well. What are your thoughts? We're Midnight Ranting on is there good evidence, the key point, for God?
All right, so then take it from there, Richard.
Getting a lot of background
I
noise
think
there.
somebody is playing the stream back. I think.
Can you guys hear me right?
Yeah, can you turn your music off?
It's got a bit of a delay too.
See somebody? No. I thought I heard in the background somebody was playing the stream back. Maybe that was just me.
Nah, someone was playing music.
Or our stream.
Hmm.
We were able to hear you. Yep.
Yeah, there you are.
There you go.
Okay, I'll try to figure it out. And I'm not getting any audio.
We can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead. We can hear you.
I'm trying to get audio from the stream, though.
It should be in your headphones.
You should be able to hear us from your headphones.
And wait, you responded to us. That means
Yeah, that means that means we're good. Yay, green lights.
Wait, where's this coming from? Oh, shoot.
That's okay. I'll do jazz hands.
Is that Star Wars music there?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out the audio.
So I'm gonna do that. Let me see if I have the ability to bring. So
there you go.
Bubble, want
There we
to
go.
figure that out, or did you just figure that out?
Okay.
That's Will.
I'm gonna bring in Will unless I'll give Bubble a second to figure it out. But Will, we are
well,
midnight.
I'm getting. I can't figure if I'm getting audio from like the
I think you're getting audio from us. I don't think if you don't have a stream playing, then the only audio you could be getting from is us, I think.
I thought he could hear the YouTube and he has like StreamYard muted or something.
Sounds like something else, actually. It doesn't sound like the actual stream itself. It sounds like additional YouTube audio coming in from a different source.
Yeah, it sounded like radio of some sort.
Okay, I think I figured it out.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
So
Anybody?
okay, we'll just let we'll let him chill in here with us. But Bubble,
Yeah.
What is your thoughts? Is there any good evidence for God? The debate of the subject or topics.
Okay, I'm not lagging behind, am I?
Nope, no, you're good.
Good, man.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I heard you guys were talking about the snowflake earlier. Is that right? Okay, yeah. It wasn't just a symmetry. It was because it followed the Fibonacci, the phi ratio, the golden ratio. And that's what
that's a particular type of symmetry, isn't it? In a way.
Yeah.
It's a ratio. If you sort of loosen the definition a little bit, a ratio is a type of symmetry if it's a repeating ratio. Because the thing that's symmetric is the ratio. It's repeating all the time, right? It just keeps getting smaller.
So therefore, God.
The idea is about consciousness, symmetry, and order. Because order is at the fundamental level. And then symmetry arises from order, and then intelligence arises from that mixed with consciousness. So that's why I got on that tangent before. I just wanted to resolve that from earlier.
I mean, it's well known, for instance, that flowers, the spacing between petals on flowers, also tends towards the golden ratio as well. But I don't think I would attribute that to.
The argument is that since a lot of living things, a lot of things that we presume to be created use the golden ratio, we can kind of assume somebody is using some sort of ruler. I
would agree, and it's called human beings.
Well, no.
Humans have constructed mathematics for the purpose of observing the world and of quantifying the world around them.
The flower had the Fibonacci sequence in it. We discovered the Fibonacci sequence in the flower. We didn't invent it.
Yeah, correct. We didn't invent it. You can find it in nature in a lot of areas, which means somebody was using some sort of type of ruler.
It doesn't imply it was a person, but it implies that there's some type of order to the universe. Basically, that's what it implies. There's a natural order to the universe. The universe is founded on order.
Yeah, like a ruler is to measure some sort of order behind it.
Exactly. So that's I think we can agree on that. It's just then where does the consciousness come in is where you start to have the theological discussions, and then the atheist positions can come in as metaphysical ideas too.
And and for good evidence for God, I think you can use ghosts as evidence for God.
Come on.
I'd like to see a ghost first, but sure, I'll play that game.
It sounds like phrase I am that I am.
Well, no, you can. Because it has to provide evidence, it has to be testable and repeatable.
Correct.
And you can do that in a haunted area. You can do a testable and repeatable experiment to get a ghost interaction.
So you've done that on video?
The thing is, too, like it's not just ghosts, because people have also claimed to see the Loch Ness Monster. Now, I'm not dismissing out of hand.
Well, that's the thing. You can't repeat the Loch Ness Monster, so we can.
You can't repeat ghosts either.
No, here's the fun thing, though.
No, you can't. Nobody's ever generated a ghost in the lab.
Hold on. Hundreds, if not thousands.
Exactly.
Hundreds, if not thousands, of people have claimed to see the Loch Ness Monster, and give quantifiable descriptions of what they think the Loch Ness Monster is and is not. Although there's better explanations as to why they observed what they've described. And the same thing applies to ghosts. So I'm not dismissing ghosts out of hand, but I'm saying there's a better explanation for why people have claimed to see ghosts instead of ghosts actually existing.
We have video evidence for ghosts. We don't have video evidence.
No, we don't.
What we have is we have very well-known camera effects that are causing a lot of times distortion, and combining that with things like lighting effects gives the illusion and gives the image of what you would call a ghost, but it isn't a ghost.
Here?
Yeah, you could say you could easily manipulate and make a fake ghost video, but I mean,
I'm not saying I could do it.
I'm not even saying it's a ghost. I'm not even saying people are deliberately trying to be deceptive. What I'm saying, though, is that there are effects within certain environments, like
but it falls under the same realm.
Well, no, it doesn't. What Immutable is
I'm-
trying to say is the fact that we have video recordings of anomalies that we can't immediately explain does not somehow mean that there is some sort of supernatural phenomenon behind this.
Well,
what
you
it
can't-
means is there's some sort of anomaly that we can't immediately explain, and that's about as far as we can go.
No, because
what I'm
like
trying to
the
say-
anomaly can easily be deducted to being a ghost.
Well,
No, buddy, what I'm trying to-
Because
hold on,
the phenomenon
hold
can
on.
show intelligence, and it shows intelligence, and means it came from a human.
Hold on. But what I'm trying to explain is this, right? All ghost sightings come from very similar environments. They all happen to be very
Natural?
dark. They all happen to occur in situations that are very weak and very
It's only-
not very good sources of light. And
Well, that's only
unfortunately,
natural.
High emotion, high
right?
tension.
Okay, but here's the other thing. When you combine that with the fact that the areas like morgues and other places people visit to claim ghosts, and you combine that with the types of video quality you would anticipate from people, especially not having a professional camera setup to observe those things in a proper light,
Well, we
you would
didn't have
actually
4K,
hold on.
yeah.
I let you talk. You would actually predict that there are certain phenomenon that might be artifacts of producing these types of projects that are going to occur systematically. And that's the exact thing you find when people claim ghosts or when people claim other types of extraterrestrial, or not extraterrestrial, but things that are supernatural, quote unquote.
Mhm.
So to me, it's more so evidence of a systematic error. It's more evidence that these are things that people are construing in their minds
Well,
rather than
that's-
being something that's actually manifesting.
Well, no, because you can when there's multiple people seeing the same thing, it's no longer a mental disorder.
Yes, it is.
There's multiple people
Yes.
that have claimed to see Santa
Are you
Claus.
kidding?
Santa Claus.
We
real?
have case studies of thousands of people all mass hallucinating the same phenomenon. This has been
Well,
reported several times.
Mass hallucinating the same phenomenon? I wouldn't.
Yes.
I
Where
wouldn't
we
say
have
they're
people-
hallucinating.
yes.
Sure, they
Where
could
we
be
have
hallucinating, but it's the
people-
same phenomenon.
yes.
That's not possible.
Yes,
Yeah,
no.
it is.
To
It's
say
been
the
recorded.
chemicals to say chemicals in the
what-
brain are
what we
projecting the
have-
same image,
Here,
it's
let me explain it to you.
statistically impossible.
No, it isn't.
Yes,
What
it
we
is.
have
It's
is-
more statistically
no,
impossible than evolution.
No,
Well,
what we
evolution
have,
isn't
I can
statistically
explain it to you
impossible
because
at
it's
all.
actually, I can explain it because it's actually recorded data. What we have is we have instances where people, and granted, this is hundreds and thousands of people at a time.
Can we go back to
claim
the
see a
regular stream,
particular
by the way?
event.
Well, there are more people to actually bring in. I
okay.
wanted to ask Bubble a question before we moved on, which is, say there are ghosts. My question is, what is the reason for existing? Is it just a mistake?
You can't.
Like they should have not be existing, but in death something
There is
happened?
no meaning to existence.
I agree with you with that
Okay,
one.
but
there we go. Nihilism plus.
But I mean, like, why
I like
a
it.
ghost?
If
As in,
they
like,
w-
was it someone's consciousness that when they died, it's still around? Have they always been a ghost around?
Apparently, well, some of them they say they're trapped. Some of them say there's a hell. Some
What?
of them say they can't see anything.
Who's
You get a
saying
bunch
what
of-
now?
Yeah,
The
who's
ghosts.
saying this?
The ghosts are saying this.
Wait,
No,
so
we're
now
not.
ghosts can
Come
talk.
on.
Well, yeah,
Wait,
they
no,
can
hold on.
communicate.
Important
You
question. Important question. Through what mechanisms do these ghosts communicate?
You can use dowsing rods to get yes or no.
Dowsing rods don't work.
Are you,
We've actually ran experimental tests on things like dowsing rods and psychic powers and whatever. It doesn't work.
You can actually you can also hear their voice if you want to hear their voice.
Wait, but how do you hear their voice
voices
when
too if
ghosts
I'm in a
wouldn't have
silent area
vocal
long
cords?
enough.
There's certain recorders that can pick up. I guess I'm not sure what kind of frequency of sound there is, but you can hear a disembodied voice answer
Hey,
you.
yeah.
After
How do you have a
know the
voice
voice
without
is
a body?
disembodied?
Because a voice needs
You can
vocal
have
cords
it.
in
You
order
can
to be made.
you can have a radio signal without a radio.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but radio waves are not sound waves.
Yeah, but my point, you don't have to have a radio for a radio
So
signal.
what's
man.
generating the radio
are
waves?
you? By the way, Bubbles, are you aware that you can have inaudible sound waves be transmitted, but people will interpret it to have a sound?
Yep.
Yeah, but when it's a clear sentence,
It's not a clear sentence.
Bubbles, what I'm
when it's a
asking,
clear sentence, you're just denying the evidence.
Bubbles, what I'm asking is, given, for instance, that the instances that ghosts have been purported to be found in, which are very psychologically impacting areas, and also that these are areas. Hold on.
Yeah.
And also that these are areas which human beings already find distress in. And these are factors confounding to normal sensory perception. Is it not unreasonable to expect that people may mishear things and or may misperceive things for what they actually are?
You're going to have the last... Yes, no. I just have to preamble it. I can't help it. So you're going to have a response, and then after your response, we can go back to that subject if it happens naturally, because we should do a whole podcast on ghosts if I actually think about it. Amazing. But have your last response, and then we're going to move over to Will, and then I see Marshall backstage too. So you had a thought on your mind, and then we're going to Will.
Well, many. But to reply to the whole hallucination thing, well, hallucination really just happens when the body is stressed, like dehydration. You're in the sun or in the desert, not where you're like in a comfy, slightly cold room. And the same hallucination shouldn't be the same in everybody's mind.
It's not.
For everybody to imagine like a Santa Claus in front of them, that's statistically impossible. If you have five people, if you have, let me finish. If you have 5 people in the same room, and they all hallucinate the same thing, what are they, psychic? You can't be hallucinating while your buddy's next to you. You can probably hallucinate something different.
Well, you can if consciousness is a light form.
I can actually give you a rationale as to why people would mass hallucinate the same thing, and that would be because when people are under duress or a situation that is stressful, the brain responds to certain stimuli and interprets it in a specific way that corresponds to something they already think may exist, like a ghost or a goblin. Or some type of other thing that's spurious.
They can all picture a ghost or a goblin, but for them to picture the same ghost with the same clothes, same features,
you don't know
that's impossible.
Not impossible.
No.
You would have to be psychic to do that.
No.
We can talk about this more.
You're
switching off unless... And Bubble, if you have to say more, I feel bad. But we can actually go back to this topic, or we'll create a whole podcast on it, because I'm actually interested in that type of phenomenon, because close to consciousness, or maybe not. We'll find out. But thank you so very much. And Will, we are having fun. We are midnight ranting on, is there good evidence for God?
What's going on?
How are you?
I'm good. If there's something strange in the neighborhood, who are you going to call?
Ghostbusters.
There you go.
Ghosts exist. Checkmate atheist.
We're going to call Will's God.
That would work too.
Well, get him on the phone. Invite him right now. Come on.
I've actually done a lot of research
he doesn't
into
have
ghosts,
hands.
and I find there are a lot of it is not credible, right? A lot of people are just trying to get famous or whatever, but I think I found some credible stories where like police witnessed things, and they wrote in police reports like witnessing objects moving and stuff, and I kind of led credibility to that, because I think the police, they don't really have a reason to lie, whereas
I don't think so. I don't think a lot of people.
I thought this was my intro here, and then people are like talking about ghosts.
That's true. How are you, Will? And once again, we are debating: is there good evidence for God? Nope. Yeah. What is your thought on the debate, the topic, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Or ghosts?
I guess I brought that upon myself with the joke for the song. But no, I watched the first hour of the debate. I didn't get to finish it because I had a stream of my own tonight.
Soccer sex.
Yeah, it's football. But thank you.
I love you, Will.
I love you too, Bert. The debate I thought came from an interesting angle. It's kind of one of the first times that I've heard a theist kind of go from that angle. Granted, I don't listen to a lot of theists on YouTube, so
look at the
maybe
trees
it's not.
argument.
maybe it's not something new. No, I'm not necessarily from the trees argument, but from the fact that you know, from the, I guess you could say the essence or the first hour of the debate, kind of the. Well, no, I mean, I thought he kind of had, to be honest with you, if you're going to be fair, or
I'm fair,
equitable.
I'm charitable. Yep, very much
equitable to the first hour of the debate when Matt kind of used the analogy of the burnt wood and saying that there's a lot of evidence for why wood is burnt. Well, if you were to apply that same logic to the fact that there's a lot of living creatures, therefore that's empirical evidence for a living being or a living thing that
not the same.
They created it. The
Why?
logic is
No, it's
analogous.
I don't see how.
I don't understand
That's a
that.
false analogy.
It's not a false analysis. It's
Yes, it is.
analogous.
No,
Because
it's not.
if-
because there's nothing
if-
about
if-
life that appears designed or that it resulted from intentions.
Yoshi,
Whereas
says
with
you.
burnt, and there isn't even with
says
burnt
you.
wood. We could see a pile of burnt wood and it could
says
be
you.
burnt
So-
because it was struck by lightning. It doesn't even have to require intention.
So by Will's logic, I can also pull off.
Yeah, sorry, Will, go for it, buddy.
It says you, Leo. But I mean, that's from that viewpoint. I felt that the logic was analogous if you're going to be equitable to the application of it. You can dismiss the fact that the essence or that beings exist doesn't need an equal experience to a pile of burnt wood. But if everything else that we experience and that we test also has a cause, I don't think the logic stands to say that because beings and life exist, that there isn't something else as well. You can call that whatever you want, whether it be God or whatever. And I have my own personal beliefs, but from a logical standpoint, if you have it wouldn't be outside of the logical sphere to say that because you have the evidence for this, that therefore, not necessarily saying that it's the God of the Bible or anything like that, but if you can assume or presume or have reasonable justification for being able to describe what happened to a pile of burnt wood, you could use that same logic to describe that there being something outside of the physical world to create life as well. So that's it.
Woohoo! Thank you so very much, Will. And
being done
all
with that
right.
one.
I don't see how the logic follows there. We infer that
Analogous.
wood is
Go for it,
burnt.
Amy. Go for
We
it, Amy. I don't
infer
see it either, 'cause
that
here's
wood is
another one I
burnt
can-
from
Go for it, Amy.
our prior experiences,
Go for
our
it,
prior
Amy.
knowledge. We don't have any prior knowledge of life
for it,
being
Amy.
designed or there being
You have
any intention in
prior
life.
evidence of life existing.
Go for it,
Yeah,
Amy.
but that doesn't mean it. We have
being
prior
put out
evidence.
there.
I have
That's
prior
just an
evidence of
indication of
stars
life existing,
existing.
not
I
that
also know
anything
how
designed
stars form, and it's entirely natural.
Go for it, Amy.
No, well, we just
Not
have
acco-
one more
Not according
person.
to Otangelo.
Oh,
We have-
okay. Damn you, James. That's enough.
We have one more person to bring in. We have Marshall. I know that eventually, I think Church of Entropy, she wants to share another slide, so I'll be waiting for
3D
that.
periodic table,
the
yeah.
3D periodic table.
I want
And
her.
we'll
Will
do
and
this.
Will and her have a chat. That'd be interesting.
Oh my!
By the way, I'm a chemistry major, so I'm very familiar with chemistry, and I've never heard of that before.
And this periodic, I think you will enjoy this periodic table. I saw this in the debate.
Oh, I will.
And so now she'll be able to go into detail. But Marshall, I am going to add you in, and then we're going to have another fun for like 20, 30 minutes. And that will be the fun, folks. We have been midnight ranting on is there good evidence for God. I hope you are doing well. What are your thoughts about the debate, the subject, or anything we have been talking about tonight?
Hugging the mercy seat.
All right, I'm gonna be honest. I'm funky drunk right now because.
Oh yeah, we can tell.
Because of the laws passed by the religious right, the only legal intoxicant is ethanol, which is a very damaging to your physiology. So I don't have any option other than to drink alcohol, which I recognize as my personal responsibility to choose whether or not to drink alcohol, but it sucks. You should drink alcohol.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
I'm sorry.
All right.
Looks like someone needs
Intoxicants that are
Jesus.
better.
Get him off the street.
Oh boy.
And shut him down. Here we go. Shut him down. I can't do that. Oh, God damn it.
Handle your alcohol, kids. This is what happens.
Yeah, weed.
Hanover's
Cannabis.
never had a beer in his life.
Cannabis.
Thank you, Scotty.
Psilocybin. Anything that changes your consciousness is better than alcohol.
Man, you need to go to
Do you
sleep,
believe
man.
in God yet?
Eat a sandwich and go to sleep,
Oh, my
buddy.
God.
Yeah, man.
Where
go to
is
sleep.
Amy?
You got some other problems besides trying to handle
She
the
had to
loss.
jump off in order to put him on.
I did have a lot I wanted to say though.
I'm sure you do, but you need to
Kenny
go
Rhodes
to
is
sleep.
just basically spewing psychobabble. He didn't really have anything substantial to say. Legalize other intoxicants because alcohol is poison. That's all I have to say.
Okay, we
All
love
right.
you. Go get some sleep.
We love you, buddy. Go get some
Okay,
sleep.
love you
Go get a
guys.
sandwich. We love you.
Keep praying to the porcelain god, buddy.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
You're gonna need it.
What is going on
Put
here?
that mercy seat.
This is great. I love it.
Well, that was a thing.
Wow.
Need to clean the mess
Oh,
off
that
your
threw me
floor.
back to my freshman year really quick there.
Yeah, I do not regret those days. Jesus.
He's just
Nope.
needs a moment. He's just clearing
The bottle
out
of
his
Hawkeye
restroom.
vodka and laying in the middle of a cornfield in the middle of August. Just like thinking like I'm not gonna wake up tomorrow. I'm dead. This is how I'm gonna fucking die. Drunk as shit in the middle of a field.
Damn, look at Will looking fly as fuck, son, with them glasses on.
Thank you,
Jesus hell.
Damn, boy.
Who the fuck turned on the lights?
I'm telling you, man. Damn.
Yeah, you know, it's a tough act to follow.
Will,
I
what are you
know,
doing,
man.
lady?
I wish I was that fly. Holy fuck.
Telling you.
Thank you. Pretty fly from the
Will,
white
Will.
guy.
By the way, we have a young lady in here. Her name is Church of Entropy.
Hello,
and
Church
she
of
is
Entropy.
she is a pantheist. Go.
Welcome.
Thank you for that.
Pantheist.
introduction, Bert.
Yep.
She also said something really interesting.
She
Oh,
said
yeah.
a lot of interesting things.
She said many interesting things. I don't even know where to begin with them.
I think she's entitled to her views.
Well, of
yeah.
course. I don't think anybody's
I don't
gonna
agree with
not.
them, but yeah.
I want her to keep espousing her views because, boy, they're
It's
something.
interesting. Yeah.
They're the reason that I
wanna-
do what I do.
See, Amy should be back momentarily.
Oh
There she
Do you
is.
man.
want to gaze
Right.
upon the beauteous countenance of God Almighty?
I don't think I could.
I don't think I could.
Wait, one more time?
I said, do we all want to gaze upon the beauteous countenance of the Lord Almighty?
Is it ice
Yeah,
cream?
turn your camera back on.
I do want to
Amy.
see ice cream. So
Amy.
yeah.
All right, there you go,
Don't
Amy. Now
you
we can
ever
see the
leave a
God
stream
Almighty.
again. Damn you for leaving the stream.
Was Amy off when?
Yeah, she
Yeah.
had to go to the bathroom. I'm
She was
guessing.
off.
Oh
no,
my God.
No. What it normally is when you fill, I feel bad. Normally, James and I, when it fills up, we kind of volunteer to
One of
take
us.
Right, but
ourselves
usually
back.
sitting in the back, and you
And
can easily
so-
remove somebody from the stream who's.
Yeah, that was the thing.
Oh, man,
I'm gonna
that's
be
funny.
honest with you. I was gone for that 30 seconds, so
I know
did
you
not
were, that's
see
why.
it.
Yeah, probably a good thing.
Oh shit!
It gave us
Literally pick the worst possible
Look at that
time
mercy
that you
seat.
could have
Poor
left that
Marshall. I like
stream
Marshall.
right
He's a
there.
good guy. He's going to be embarrassed
No,
about that
he
tomorrow.
is a good guy, but that was
He's a good
fucking
guy, but holy
hilarious.
hell.
Well, this will live on YouTube for the rest of his life.
I'm just glad I could be a part of it.
Yep.
Thank
Gave
you.
us gave us a few too realistic flashbacks of our own lives, and yeah, did not like that. Did not like that.
Well, guys, I learned something tonight. So if I see vomit in real life, I'm a sympathetic vomiter. This one did not bother me because I did not see it. So that's
good.
interesting.
It was dark
I'm
enough.
glad I did not see it.
It was dark
I'm
enough, and
very
his
glad.
mouth was off frame, so you were good to go.
That's what she said.
Okay.
There we go.
You're killing me. I'm putting James is
Rewind
gonna.
it later, Amy. You'll
Move me
be
to
all
the
right.
back. I'll go to the back.
He's gonna sell timeshares in hell. Are you okay? You okay there? Sending hearts out. You still here?
He's on mute. He's
all,
on mute.
all of them.
You're muted, Marshall.
Marshall.
I can't
Yeah,
believe you would
I know
say
I'm
something
muted.
so daring.
I left
yet
myself
so
muted
brave.
in case I have to throw up again. So
That's
you
beautiful.
guys don't
Thank
have
you
to
so
hear
much.
Thanks for
How's
that,
the
Mark.
porcelain throne, Marshall?
It's actually a trash can at the moment.
Oh
Okay.
God, good.
Again, legalized physiologically safer intoxicants than ethanol. Ethanol is poison, but unfortunately, it's the only intoxicant that our government allows. You should be able to experiment with your own consciousness.
Why are you saying
Why are you drinking
ethanol?
alcohol for?
You shouldn't drink ethanol, dude.
Dude, what else is in rum or whiskey?
Alcohol.
Ethanol is the only active ingredient in all alcohols.
Called beer,
The
man.
idea that different alcohols present
alcohol.
a different effect is bogus. It's all ethanol.
It's not ethanol. I can assure you, it's not ethanol.
I have a
because
bottle.
there are
Look it up,
ethanol
it's
plants. It's not ethanol because there are ethanol plants here in Iowa, and while that can intoxicate you because
is
ethanol
ethanol.
contains ethyl alcohol, there is not ethanol in alcohol. It's ethyl alcohol.
That they're the same thing.
Which is why it's well, they're not really the same
Ethanol,
thing.
they just add they add denaturing. They add denaturing chemicals to prevent you from drinking it, so they can get your tax money. That's the only difference.
proper. Okay,
They're the same thing.
No,
let
they're
me
not.
Leo,
They
let
are
me
the same
clarify.
thing, Leo.
No, they're not.
There are two names given to ethanol. One is called ethyl alcohol, and the other is called ethanol. One is the chemical name for it, and the other is called the IUPAC name. They refer to the same chemical structure.
No, they don't. Just talk to anybody that works in an ethanol plant. They're not the same thing. They're similar.
Chemically,
but they're
they
not
refer to
same
the
thing.
same
only
structure.
difference
No,
is
they don't.
that they
are similar in the way that methamphetamine and dextroamphetamine are similar, but those two things aren't the same thing, and neither is ethyl alcohol and ethanol. Those are not the same thing.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Yes,
Hayes
they
Rock
are.
does the same thing.
Basic organic chemistry.
Well, I don't really care about organic chemistry. I care about the people that actually work.
This isn't important to the conversation.
Johnson actually knows this because they've been doing it for decades, longer than you've been alive. No, I'm sorry. They're not fucking wrong. You are. They are not the same thing. They are
Jesus Christ, calm the fuck down, man.
But
It's
no,
alcohol.
they are not the same thing. There
Yes,
is
they
not
are.
an identity relation between ethyl alcohol and ethanol. They are very similar, but no, they are not the same thing. Please fly your happy ass to Iowa, and I will prove to you that they're not.
We need to go
What-
less
what might
controversial
be-
topics like ghosts.
No
What may be occurring here is a standard of purity, where people will refer to ethyl alcohol as a certain level of purity of ethanol, or something like that. But chemically, in terms of like the active ingredient, ethyl alcohol and ethanol are the same.
Oh, they're
So is this like a literal purity spiral?
That's probably a
I'm
literal
more
purity
interested
spiral.
in the beautimousness of God.
It doesn't matter. My point is if you have the choice between consuming something that's a literal poison and consuming something that is shown to be a natural product that will affect your brain and enhance it, then choose the latter. But our society and our laws preclude that. So.
Yeah,
Depends on where you live, man.
You should be
Dare
sober.
to overcome drugs.
So I'm on Wiki, and this says ethanol, also known as ethyl alcohol, drinking alcohol or grain alcohol, is a flammable, colorless, slightly toxic chemical compound.
Yes,
So-
I just edited.
I don't
Wikis
really
to prove
care what
Leo wrong.
Wikipedia says. I care what people who actually work
Oh
with
my
ethanol
goodness.
every day of their
Oh,
life
the
for decades
people-
have to say. People who have
the
degrees
people-
in this and run the chemical
Oh
purity
my
tests
God.
on it that say no, they're not the same thing.
So you
What
guys
is
are
rolling
from
out of an
Cal
ethanol
State.
plant? What is rolling? I don't give a shit, dude. Come
This is
to
from
Iowa and
Cal
actually
State.
go to a place where they make
Oh my
it
God.
and talk to the chemists that work there.
Okay.
I'd be confused
I
as to
have.
what chemists.
Okay,
I
we
would-
all agree you're super smart. Okay,
I didn't
Can we
say
move
anything
on,
about
please?
me. I didn't even refer to me. I referred to people who actually understand this.
Who
because
aren't
I
here
don't.
to make that claim themselves?
I
Why are you
guarantee
making it
you
for
the
them?
people you're talking to are probably referring to a purity standard and not a chemical standard.
So I'm never gonna have a better transition. So speaking of alcohol, speaking of alcohol,
Amaretto.
Amaretto. We
Jesus
have been
fucking
talking
Christ.
about Midnight Ranting. Not just is there evidence for God, but is there good evidence for God? All right, everyone. I'm
care what
hoping
scientists say.
the adults have to play nicely now. But
No, we
Amaretto.
don't. No, we don't.
No, we don't.
No.
We're still arguing about ethyl alcohol and ethanol.
Yeah.
Screw that noise.
Look, whether God exists turns entirely on whether ethyl
Kahlua.
alcohol and ethanol are the same thing.
Damn right, it's Kahlua. Listen,
We're listening.
I had some
Don't
divine
spill it on yourself.
inspiration.
There you go. Ethyl alcohol, folks.
So, listen, I am a bartender by trade. So, yeah, what the heck did I miss? I went off to go play League of Legends with a honey, and I come back, and Leo's like lighting up. I've got Marshall like, what is going on here? It's
We
a
don't know.
Saturday night. This got really deep.
That's what she said.
I was gonna say, there's a reason my name
I've
is
never heard that before, Bert.
subscribe to my OnlyFans for the chillest in pudding action.
Flan is
so-
actually gross. Don't eat it.
Not true.
It's good if you lick the caramel.
Oh,
disgusting.
she's talking about
I don't
language.
like flan.
Anyways, as far as evidence for God, you know, me being a theist,
Ish.
I'm the of the non specifically Christian crazy variety. I mean, listen, like,
Why am I
no,
crazy?
No, Bubble, that's not a root beer. So this is let's have a moment of silence for everybody that is not in Florida or the Pennsylvania, Delaware, East Coast area and does not have Wawa, because Wawa Mocha Mint iced coffee plus the Mocha Mint Kahlua. Oh my gosh.
You don't have anything harder than that? Come on.
Oh, I do. Are you kidding me?
That's what she said.
I mean, I haven't even tried to find the tequila.
Is it Patron?
Yes, and I have the
Okay, good.
Patron.
Patron's not even good tequila, dude.
Yes, it is.
I have other. Well,
Yes, it is.
Patron is
highest
the
selling
best.
tequila in the world.
You don't
But
know.
no, you're right.
Yes,
It's
hold on,
absolutely
hold on.
gross.
Mainstream, dude.
Let
It's
the
not even good
bartender
tequila.
speak. Patron is not terrible tequila. Is it a little
Not
bit
good
overhyped?
tequila.
Possibly, yes. It's kind of like the way I describe it is Grey Goose is not necessarily the best vodka ever, but it's just the brand. It's branding.
Bud Light is the number one
that's what it
selling
is.
beer in the world. Doesn't mean it's good.
Right.
Well, I mean, that's like saying that, a certain product is the number one selling product in the world, and then somebody says, yeah, nobody likes that product. That
No one
sucks.
said nobody
Right,
liked
that's
it.
why
No one
everybody's
said that.
buying it.
Not what I said, dude. Bud
Yeah, that
Light
literally is what you said. But no,
beer
it's fine.
piss.
You can backpedal on your claims like you do every time we talk.
I never pedal on my claims, man. I said it's not good tequila is what I said.
Leo getting spicy on me. Okay, I see how it
Something.
is. Oh,
First arguing about chemistry, now arguing about this.
all right,
Here we
hold
go.
on. This is my intro. Y'all need to take a seat. I've been nice. Listen, I went away. I even gave you guys some time to like talk and get this shit out of your system.
I know.
Now I'm gonna have to like beat you over the head with the kinky bottle. But as far as like evidence for God, like this is something that I definitely struggle with because it's along the same lines as like, the frickin' Noah's Ark and why I think the Bible is more akin to Aesop's fables. For me personally. Do I think there is evidence? Sure, but then there's the good versus, is there a good versus bad evidence thing that we kind of got into, within the past couple of weeks, which, I guess, yeah, I would say good evidence versus bad evidence does exist, because if it doesn't prove your point, then of course it's not good evidence for that claim. But the thing we struggle with is that there are, for some people, the standards are different. Do I think we need to have more research into it? Sure. They used to think that my gosh, I was looking at sources earlier and then I let y'all talk and I lost my train of thought and what I was going to say about an hour ago. But it's basically, people used to think that things that Newton just brought to light were proof and evidence of God. There's people who will say that the fact that we are, as of right now, the only planet with verifiable life, actively living on it. I would say, well, is there bacteria? Did they find bacteria on some of the moons in our solar system?
So far,
not
some of the
yet.
Experiments that are
Big deal if they did.
But either way,
the most recent one I think was on Venus, and the detection of phosphine has not yet been determined to be from bacteria. They think it's probably some kind of geochemical process.
Okay. I had to double check because I was like, wait a second, I don't want to say definitely if I'm not 100% sure. But
it's very contentious data, to be fair.
Yes. But that's the thing, there are people who say that because we are the most advanced beings and life is here on Earth, and we haven't found life anywhere else, that's proof. But that's proof of God existing. Now, do I necessarily think that there are I think there are other beings. Maybe there are other beings in the universe that have visited our planets, and that's what we call God. That's what our forefathers hundreds of thousands of years ago and stuff would say was God. Sci-fi and other forms of fiction have tackled these certain concepts. There's a sci-fi author by the name of Sharon Shin who I really enjoy. She has a series called the first novel is Archangel, and it basically deals with a colony of people who were basically, they immigrated over on a spaceship, and it kind of deals with some of these things that the people have lost their history from before they were colonized and almost have kind of gone backwards. And I kind of enjoy whether it's dystopian things or things of this kind of nature where it's, lost civilizations, lost history, we're from another advanced planet. I kind of enjoy stories like that. So do I think there may be a realm of possibility that something like that happened? I can't rule it out, but I think that we should be using science and learning more about the world around us and learning as much as possible about the space around our Earth that we can. Mind you, we know that, space is moving farther and farther apart. There are some stars where we will never be able to interact with at some point because they're moving so far away. The galaxy and the universe is all expanding. Which that was really neat. If anybody hasn't watched, I think it's Kurzgesagt is how you pronounce it on YouTube.
Bless you.
That's some good shit.
Kurzgesagt?
Yes. I love those people. Yes, I love them. I think that my 6-year-old loves them too. This is a thing. They can break some of these kinds of, not necessarily religious concepts, but some of the scientific concepts that play into these questions we ask, down into smaller concepts, and I like it a lot.
And their animations are just fucking adorable.
Yeah. It's a lot of work that they put into these videos and stuff too. And
a lot of the science research questions they ask are actually given to experts too, so they're given feedback and make sure that the answers are accurate.
They're one of the, I said, I think they're a great channel to watch if anybody hasn't checked them out here. I think that that's something might be something worthwhile to look into. The debate that spurred this stream, I tuned in for a little bit, and I can outright say, like, from my perusing on YouTube, like, Dillahunty's probably not my favorite person to listen to, but I didn't really think that the other person did a super great job either. I know it like kind of broke down into philosophy at one point. It was just to the point where I had to actually step away. I had something else going on, so I have to go back over it when I have time.
No, you don't.
But but the question is, it's something that I think is kind of like at the root of why we're here. This is one of those things, for our team atheists,
easy to answer.
But, well, not even just that. It's, you've come to your conclusions as to why. Team theists have their beliefs, and then you have like Team Theist Light, where I don't know. Maybe I'm not Theist Light. I'm just kind of like, well, like, listen. We all know. I'm like.
Oh,
damn
it! We're not on full screen. We're pulling out wands. Too bad we're not all on screen because I'm.
You're a vanilla atheist, is what you are.
Mine's cooler than yours.
I'm diet skeptic. I mean, listen.
Oh, there we go.
I believe in the paranormal. I've had a paranormal experience that I am not able to explain. I have seen things I have not been able to explain that other people have not been able to explain. But do I think that we need to do more research? Of course. That's, when I was considering doing paranormal exploration and activity hunting and stuff like that, like, I'm into the science of it. Like, I've years ago, I told a mutual friend of Amy's and mine that I was like, you know what, I would love to be able to prove the existence of a soul, or even just do research into it. But then, you know what, I feel it's like a lot of like the hardcore theists would latch onto that as a way to say, yes, then everything I say is right, and just use it to oppress people. So maybe I don't. But
I wish you could. I think it'd be cool.
I think it would be too. I have my own like concept of what the soul is. I feel it's like, related to the electrical pulse of the human body. Because I mean, we do have electrical pulses in our body. And to me, I feel it's like the soul is kind of like the battery. But again, I would love to be able to do more research and, into it. Amy has her theories on consciousness as well. And I think like these are all, great questions. I think, we can have great conversations on this kind of stuff. I was listening a little bit earlier to what Entropy was saying about, the, explaining the essence, and that's a really great question. If you replace all the parts of something, is it still the same? And I think those are some questions we actually go into and that people deal with when they're dealing with like loss of limbs, and like as we go into like the ever nearing future of are we eventually going to be like Ghost in the Shell? Like, are we going to be able to transplant a consciousness into a fully mechanical body, and is it still going to be that person? So I think that there's some really awesome questions and discussions that can be had on this topic. And that's just kind of like, I'm just kind of here along for the ride. I have ideas, it's not necessarily like my full frontal wheelhouse as
full frontal. Go on.
But I mean, I think a lot of the regulars, know that I'm more of a socio-political, like that's kind of where I feel I do best. But, I mean, these are some questions I've struggled with myself, and, I continually ask myself, and I like engaging with people on these topics that, it gets me to think on it, and it puts it in my mind. And, that's something as, for me, raising a child, what am I going to want to impress upon them, and what can I do better? And Marshall, don't make me worry about it. I'm reading the side. YouTube can't see the private chat.
You'll be fine, Marshall. Don't worry.
Tell
You'll
him,
be fine.
Marshall, drink some water.
And eat some bread.
And
go to
go to
sleep.
sleep
Well, no.
in the recovery position so you don't choke
Bread's
on
actually
your own vomit.
that's before you drink. Carbs are before you start drinking. But yeah, definitely drink some water.
Lots of water.
Man, Marshall.
And then go to sleep. Can't find water.
Call your sink.
Oh my
Sink fella.
goodness.
Drink
No,
it out of the hose.
drink
Drink
mouthwash.
tap water.
No, we should not be drinking mouthwash.
Yeah,
You
it'll
should
get
be-
you more drunk.
You should be drinking iced coffee and fine.
Busted, Bubble. Busted.
Also,
What
it's
about
funny.
mouthwash?
Will, I was thinking about you the other day because apparently another
Thank you.
acquaintance of mine is a Tottenham fan, and I was like, "Oh my goodness! Like, what is this? Like, now I'm suddenly finding Tottenham fans in like my wider circles."
It's not a bad fan to be. If you're gonna be a fan, it's a good fan to be.
What do you think about the Mexico soccer fans not being able to be in the stands?
Well, I mean,
Have
they're
you heard about
chucking water bottles at people last time. So
Well, it was apparently they were banning the fans from the next two matches because of homophobic slurs, and then now there's like some debate because apparently the word that the chant they were using, it's not necessary. It has multiple meanings, but I was just curious
no,
as a
it's
soccer fan.
homophobic.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like I feel
Like the
it's like
F word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm telling you what, man. I love
It's
soccer
historical.
culture.
They've been doing it for the last 20 years. Like, I mean, it's not new.
That's the thing. It's surprising to me because it's just like, yo, it's like I love soccer culture, but then it's like as an LGBT person, I'm finding out like, man, there's a lot of really nasty soccer
It
fans
starts with
out
an
there.
M. So people who speak Spanish or know Mexican slang know what I'm talking about. It starts with an M and ends in the word cone.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's
Just be glad you're not into hockey.
that's the F.
I
F
am
word in
in.
English.
Well, I'm
yeah.
casually into hockey, but
Yeah, hockey has some pretty violent resolutions. Let's call it that.
see, so I'm Philadelphia regional, so it's like, and let me tell you. So I haven't had a chance to go to an Eagles game, but my older sister.
Marshall, just go to bed, man. Why are you even on there still? Just go drink some water. Go to bed, fella.
I love you, Marshall. You
We
can
all
do
love
it.
you, Marshall.
I believe
We're all
you.
giant teddy bears that you need to go to sleep and
He's
Eat a
like,
sandwich and go to
he's like,
sleep.
no.
Keep your right. Keep,
I have
keep one
to-
of your
he's like,
legs
I
on the floor. Lay on the bed, or hang one leg off the bed. Touch the floor. It'll keep your head from spinning as much. Drink some water. You'll be good in the morning.
Bible burner, who do you think Will is?
You might be getting him mixed up with his cousin.
Maybe.
Will Stewart, are you who I think you are? I think so. Maybe. I'm Will Stewart. That's who I am.
Will motherfucking Stewart.
Oh my goodness.
Do you mean like the same person who debated with Randolph Richardson and Skylar Fiction? Yes, that's me.
You debated Randolph?
Yeah.
When?
On MDD, dude. Where you been?
I feel like that
What
must
was
have been
the
the most
topic?
cordial debate.
What was the topic?
When
I think
was
it? Morality, maybe?
Well, are you technically a conservative Christian?
I'm not. I'm libertarian. I'm not really conservative. I'm fiscally conservative, but socially liberal.
I feel
More
like
throwing up. Oh God.
Just waiting to hear Bird do it too.
No, I'm not looking. Not looking.
The screen's black now. You can't see anything. I think his phone's on the floor. I think he's passed out. But
man, let me tell you what. Feels like a furry convention already.
Hey.
Listen,
We don't bring up those communities. No.
Why not?
Furry
Amy,
communities
just
are
take
top.
them off the stream.
No, they're
man.
not. I'm a
Why-
furry.
Yeah,
I'm a furry. Amy's been to furry events. Amy's
they always end
Amy's-
one
Amy
way
was
and
like-
one way only.
No.
Well,
They always end one way.
With
No.
fingers and butts. Oh, what?
Well, That and other things.
And Marshall, I'm sending you love. That is probably good big brother, big sister advice, not the bad kind of big brother. But
Go to bed, buddy.
But the
go to
leg on the
bed.
floor really does work, Marshall. It really does.
Marshall, just don't sleep on your back. We don't want you to pull a Jimi Hendrix.
No.
And I still, if not carbs, I still stand by food. Food absorbs, and then drink water, get hydrated, and that will make that headache.
Well, you're
after
supposed to, but you're supposed to eat before, Amy. Like you're not supposed. You eat.
But that's also why people go to Waffle House when they're inebriated. They're like, "What do we need to do?"
It fucking helps. I'll tell you what.
Greasy food actually does help, though. Greasy food, anything greasy.
Yeah, I've eaten slices of pizza when I've been fucked up, and 20 minutes later, I'm like,
Greasy
all right,
help.
yeah, I'm doing okay.
I mean, wait. Now we
The
have
oil-
to
the oil
specify
helps break
fucked up
down-
on what, because weed munchies
Alcohol?
are different than drunks munchies.
Alcohol?
We're going right to bath salts. Different stream.
We're going right to
Well, if
Florida,
you're on
man.
bath salts, you got a few different issues on your hands.
We'll end up in the Deepak Chopra realm.
I mean, listen. Listen. Cocaine used to be everywhere. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
Why do I look like the guy
That's
from
probably how you
Judas
became a
Priest?
furry.
Do I look like the guy from Judas Priest?
Two fairies on
Judas Priest.
But
I don't-
no,
I don't-
listen.
I'm not a big fan of that band. so.
All of you freaking furry shamers, let me tell you what.
I'm not a furry
There's a
We
reason
throw a
furries
fucking
are looked
party.
down upon, okay? There's a reason it's a pejorative.
Wait, no, here's the thing. The people who tend to look down on the furries are the people who are like used to be on our incels, or like people who are just like,
no.
Matt, let me tell you what.
If you want to dress up like an animal and do dirty things, that's cool with me. I don't care.
No,
You do you.
it's not bestiality is not that. All
I
furry
didn't say
fan-
bestiality. I said if you want to dress up like
Oh.
an animal and do
It is
dirty
the
things.
road.
No, well that's not
It's
that's
just
not
It's just a
everybody
stepping
either.
stone to bestiality, right? Like,
No, it's not. No.
There's a reason left.
That's like
is
90% of the furry community.
Y'all are just fucking dumb. Like this is like I'm actually like unironically this is borderline almost like xenophobia.
Oh
like
my
I'm
God.
Xenophobic.
unironically, like unironically
It might be
this is-
furry phobic, but it's not xenophobic.
Well,
How
yes,
is it
technically,
xenophobic? Oh
yes.
my
Can
God.
I say?
Wait, hold
can I
on.
say
So
that-
xenophobic is a
wait,
term utilized
is
to
this
describe people who are opposed to differing cultures or views. It doesn't matter. It's just some culture that is different from you. That's why the prefix here is xeno.
Am I as a white person now?
Yeah, they're
like, can I
furry culture.
say that I'm oppressed in a way that other than I'm
It has,
LGBT?
it has to do with people from other countries, not other groups.
Furries are a culture.
Well,
Okay.
It literally
Well,
says
that's
countries.
fashion.
Dislike or prejudice against people from another country.
Yes,
that's just not what xenophobia means.
Amy's
I'm
just
reading
like,
the
this
definition.
is
Why
why my
are you
channel has
arguing?
devolved into at 2
It
a.m.
doesn't
on a
matter
Saturday
what
I don't
night.
know where
Fucking
you're getting.
Christ,
I
man.
don't know where you're
Listen.
getting the
definition. Whatever
from.
Leo says the
Definition
definition is.
from-
Listen,
Apparently, furries are a
I don't
culture.
care.
Leo's greater than
Amy will put the
Oxford
cat
and-
ears on. That's all I'm saying. Amy will put the cat ears on.
Webster.
Yo,
There's a difference between cat ears and a full-blown person.
There's a between cat ears and a full-blown furry.
so
I don't know,
let me
you
tell you,
mean
as somebody who's
xenomorphs?
made those costumes, and I do repairs on those costumes, like, yo, listen, the best thing ever about COVID was when the meme was going around to all the anti-maskers that you are openly admitting that you are a bigger bitch than furries, because like that's wearing a full fucking carpet. That is a commitment. And let me tell you what.
And not xenophobic at all.
It's not xenophobic to point out
I
flaws in
wouldn't-
the furry community.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's definitely borderline bigotry
How?
Oh my
because
god.
it's utter intolerance for differing views, opinions, or
Bigotry,
ideologies.
yes, but not xenophobia.
So if I don't
I
like
would still argue it's
It's not
xenophobic.
intolerant.
but-
Look,
if I'm
not
intolerant
all
of
parts
everyone
of this
else,
furry community are horrible. Just 99%.
May
yeah,
I
that's
just
literally
say,
bigotry. Like by definition,
y'all
that's
can
bigotry,
think what you want
unironically.
that's negative about the furry community, but let me tell you what, the
Bigotry's
city
not
of
bad according to
Pittsburgh,
Jingles.
we give the city of Pittsburgh a shit ton of money every
There you
goddamn
go.
year, and yes, we do. Anthrocon.
No,
And
I said that's awesome. There you go.
Oh, I thought you said no,
No.
you don't.
No,
Oh,
no,
like-
no. I said there you go.
But yeah, like we help keep the city of Pittsburgh alive. We also actually raise a shit ton of money every year. Like, And I'm telling you.
Well,
y'all
this
need
is
to
the thing. The whole Mexico economy is just taco stands. The whole American economy is just furries now. That's not a very good economy.
I
mean, listen. How do you think many independent artists are actually able to make a living when they don't have contracts for, like, film and media?
Look,
and
all
game
I ever
design?
said was if you want to dress
Bible
up like
Burner,
an
you're
animal
muted.
and do whatever, that's your thing.
Bible
You do it.
Burner, you are
be you.
muted. He's
You're
been
muted,
trying to
Bible Burner.
talk.
We can't hear a word you're saying,
muted,
man.
You're muted.
Can you guys hear me?
You got to unmute yourself.
No, Bible Burner is muted. He's been yelling at
You
the
are
screen.
muted.
On your screen at the bottom.
It's not me either. I'm not doing anything.
That entire, you're still muted, bud, and now you're typing on the computer. We cannot hear you.
Hold on, wait.
Look,
and I know you're talking,
I'm
but I
fucking
still
around
can't
with
hear
So
that.
I can't even, Amy. I can't even. It's you have to
at the
hit the
bottom right screen.
yeah bottom left. Bottom left.
It says mute.
Look, to
It'll
some
probably
extent,
say it'll say unmute for them because
And
you're muted.
it says I can't unmute because it was a self mute.
Same. I have this because I have the control panel too. Because
It says it right there. Leave studio, share, cam mic, start cam, mute. It's right on the bottom of your screen, buddy.
There you
There
go.
you go.
Now you're unmuted.
That a baby.
I'm not as dumb as you think.
Well, no.
I'm still trying to figure out
I don't
why
know,
I'm
man.
mutable
You
is
just
such a
typed in the
bigot.
chat that you're so not muted when
Oh
you were
my
definitely
God.
muted.
I'm not
to
letting
some
that go unmutable. I'm not
Look,
letting
to
that
some
go.
extent, I'm fucking around with the furry community.
I know
but
you are. I'm
Look,
fucking with
I'm just saying, okay? There's a reason that when you search furries on Google or Bing, you get the results you do, okay? Okay.
Hey, don't hit.
Listen,
don't knock it
don't
unless you
I'm
try.
just saying.
It's like I am against the Britbongers, bunch of fucking weird. I don't even know those people. There's something about those people.
Oh,
I
now
don't know
who's a
what it
bigot?
is, but those people are a little different. Now that would be xenophobia.
Yeah,
Goddamn Britbongers
So now that I'm not muted,
with their stanky ass breath.
Will Stewart, what's up, man? What's happening?
Not much. How you doing?
Man,
For
here
those
we
of you
go.
that might be asking, for
Doing
those
good,
of you
man.
that might be asking the question, "What is a furry?" Don't ask the question, and you'll be a lot happier with your life.
Yeah.
Not true. It's really fun.
There's a lot of questions
no,
you really
it's
should
Will.
know.
Yes,
furry
sir.
is
Man.
great.
Uh huh. Yeah. Okay.
Will.
You guys
Yes,
have to deal with
sir, I'm
Christian.
here.
Just remember that.
Man, listen.
I'm
So
just saying.
does the furry community have some really bad people in it? Sure. However, let me tell you what, as somebody who's been in
This
multiple
stream
fandoms,
is
a
off
lot
the
of
rails.
people.
I'm
Listen,
just saying.
The
you know
rails.
what? Listen.
Yeah, can we talk about the fact that there's absolutely no evidence for God's existence?
I'm enjoying this way more.
Listen, well, wait, furry plays into that because there's people on the internet who say that furries are the reason there is no God. So.
Hey,
I was
not wrong.
just thinking.
I would not disagree with that sentiment.
They're not
at all.
entirely off on that
I
point.
agree with that sentence.
See, the podcast can agree on something.
Bible Burner, what's up, man?
Hey,
God
Will.
has forsaken
How's it
us
going, Will?
because of
Oh, good.
furries.
You had a question for me or something?
I don't. I just want to say what's up.
Oh, what's up, man? I'm doing good.
What's up? How's it going?
And they
What you
call
doing?
it puppy love.
You're one to talk, bird.
That wasn't bad though.
Bible
Not going there.
Burner looks smitten with Will right now.
Can you blame him?
I've
No,
been.
I can't. Trust me.
I've been smitten. I've been smitten with Will for days now.
Wow. Okay.
Day?
I got it.
I like
Every
where
time I
this is
see
going.
him, I gotta say, "What's up, man?" My
Oh.
man.
Like months, right? Not days.
Yeah.
man.
It's been months. Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
There was one thing I did want to mention. It just popped into my head. I wanted to mention it. It was something that Amaretto brought up. The idea that it's possible that humans could have be the result of some previous race that came from some other planet or something. Well, I think she was speaking more in terms of like the kind of fantasy she likes to read. But there are some people that take that idea and run with it as a serious idea.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I like to. I mean, do I think it's an interesting possibility? Sure. I would love us to be able, like, here's the thing. I don't think we're going to be able to answer these kind of questions without doing scientific research and learning more about the world around us. I think there's possibilities for sure, as far as like, why we're the only planet that we know of with life on it, as we've begun to explore, I mean,
as we know now, yeah.
But with the point that I wanted to get at is that I would argue that there is, while it is possible that life, any particular form of life on Earth, may not have originated on Earth, that this isn't a very likely scenario given the fossil record and the genomic record, and the further back in the past we look, the simpler life got. We can trace actual groups of different living forms to other ones, and we have this biological picture which seems to indicate very, very strongly that all forms of life present on Earth originated on the Earth.
Yep, it's a little stronger than that, but yep.
I mean, like I said, I just think it's an interesting concept. Like,
for sure.
Do I think it's 100% fact? No. Do I think maybe it could happen? Sure.
Yeah, it could have.
At the end of the day, like, my whole point is, like, as someone who tries to maintain some sense of skepticism, and still identifies as a theist, I think the big thing is, like, I still.
I personally just want to know why Will Stewart looks like Rob Halford from Judas Priest.
Can we get you in a leather jacket, Will?
And
a hat? Like, I'll give you some of my leather daddy gear, and
What kind of hat do we need?
Leather daddy gear, huh? Oh, shit. Breaking out the toys.
I got a black hat.
For this one too.
I just got some new toys in today. That's my.
Uh-oh.
Are we just breaking the law? Breaking the law?
Furry discovered a butt plug.
Wow, you really do look like Rob Halford, like a motherfucker, dude.
I'm trying to look him up.
I don't know who that is, so I can't comment or speculate.
Oh my gosh, Leo, look it up. Like, seriously.
He does look pretty rad, though. I'm not gonna lie. I like the striped shirt. It adds a lot to the vibe. It really does.
Dude, this picture looks just like you do.
No, I'm way better looking than this guy.
Easy. I'm sending you to this picture. Check it out.
Oh my goodness.
So what's this with the 3D periodic table?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Oh, by the way, a quick clarification for people in chat from forever ago.
No. Look at this picture I sent you.
The periodic table of the elements is thoroughly the result of quantum mechanics, a particular aspect of it called the Pauli exclusion principle, which dictates how electrons behave in their orbitals, in their shells. And I personally don't know a part of the periodic table that's not described by quantum mechanics.
Every part of the periodic table is explained by two things, which is number one, the Pauli exclusion principle, like Leo just mentioned, and also by what chemists will call atomic orbitals, which are
right.
Structure.
The exclusion principle in 3D, right? So we have to get down to what do we mean by quantum? So what does it mean for somebody to be quantized?
It only comes in discrete integer or half integer measurements.
It's discretized is the key thing. It's a stair step, so that nothing between hydrogens. Whoever's tapping on the computer, if they could mute.
It's Amaretto.
Sorry.
More loud ass conehead than I did.
Yeah. I had to lovingly discipline a child in the chat. Sorry.
Oh no!
Not so pointed.
She's got one of them Cherry MX gamer keyboards that are loud as fuck.
Actually, I have a GMMK. Thank you very much.
Oh wow! Excuse the fuck out of me.
Well, basically, we just need the theist in the room to, convince the rest of us that we're all wrong.
I don't convince you.
Not my job to convince you.
Well, here's the thing, though.
We got
Listen, I think that we need to we're looking at it wrong, because this is the thing.
Here we go.
No, what I'm saying is I don't think anybody here is necessarily going to be 100% convinced to change their positions. I think we all feel very strongly about some of the things we do. May we be flexible on some certain things? Possibly, but I think our overall position is not going to change. But that's part of why we have these discussions. And, part of this community is we go ahead and have these chats and we think about these things. And our viewers, the people who are tuning into Amy's stream, Amy told me something years ago, and I think she got it from somebody else. Correct me if I'm wrong, Amy, but, when you debate people, you're not necessarily out to convince the person you're debating. You are you're necessarily reaching out to the people who are watching.
Yeah.
Communication.
So,
outreach.
and this is the thing. Like, we're all here to exchange ideas and think about it. And honestly, I don't think we necessarily need to convince, the other team that it's not a pissing match of you're right, or I'm right, you're wrong.
I think it is.
I agree.
I think it is a pissing match. If you're a theist, if you're a Christian, I think it's your job, it's your duty to convince the rest of us that we're wrong.
Well, yeah,
right?
but I also think the
believe
atheist
the way that you
has an onus
believe.
too. The atheist
I
has
think
an
it's a
onus
mutual
to give a
onus.
reason for why people should be atheists.
The burden of proof is on the person who wants to convince someone of their position, I would say.
It's on the person who's making
It's
a
on the
claim.
person making the positive claim.
Yeah.
And in this case,
this is why when I come on here, I say, I don't necessarily say, oh, it's definitely this, and this, and get dunked, atheist. You know what I'm saying? No, and in general, I gel with y'all pretty well. I'm not out to change anybody's mind. I'm out to have a good conversation. And, I think at the end of the day, we all get stimulation from it. And that's why we're here.
Oh, yeah.
So
what kind of stimulation you talking about?
I think it has to do with who goes to hell and who doesn't. So I think it's your job to convince
not my job. Nope, not my job.
No,
not my job. I don't believe I'm not a Christian, so
I'm currently going to hell. So I need whoever is convinced of Christianity to convince me to not go to hell.
Bible burner, may I make a point?
I don't believe in hell.
Not in here.
Not all Christians actually would believe you're going to hell, and this is the thing.
I believe you could be.
There's a lot of Christian. I'm having discussions with Christian family members recently who are like, "Yeah, no, I don't believe you're going to hell if you're LGBT, and I don't believe you're going to hell." They don't believe you're going to hell even if you don't believe.
You don't go
and
to
that's
hell because you're LGBT. That's not the reason. Yeah.
Will Stewart.
There's a lot of debate on that individually, but I'm just saying,
Mr. Will Stewart, I currently do not believe in anything regarding Christianity.
Okay.
Am I going to go to hell if I die tonight? Will Stewart, will you help me? Am I going to die and going to hell?
The only way I can help you is I say that you need to confess with your mouth that Jesus Christ is Lord, dude, and you'll be all right.
Yeah, man, help me out, dude. Am I going to die and go to hell?
I can't tell you if you're going to die. I can't tell you if you're going to go to hell, but what I can tell you is
before you start rambling with a selfish thing that should go in your diary, not on a live stream on the internet.
Well, I'm willing to help him out. Like, if he's sincerely asking me.
This is super important to me.
There's somebody else on the show who asked me a question, and I was about 3 words into it when you started blathering. So you're setting an absolutely terrible example.
I might die tonight. This is important to me.
Oh,
Will
I'm sure
Stewart,
it is.
Help me out.
Okay, so what you need to do is you need to look up at the sky and you just say, Lord, what do you want from me? What do you need from me? Just let him speak to you, man. He'll be all right.
I've said that before, dude. I've heard nothing. I've heard nothing, dude.
Keep doing it, man. Keep
How
praying on it
how long do I need to do it?
until it happens. If that's,
day,
if that's
every
a sincere
fucking
fear
day?
for you, yeah.
So
It
at
happened to me.
that point, this
Yeah.
is an important question, though. How do you know that once you do get a response, that it is from God and not just something that you've heard as a out of desperation of your own desire to hear it?
Yep, great question.
We don't fucking
And
know.
that's
the point.
And this is
Right,
the
so,
thing
do you
where
really want to know, or are you just asking me to ask me? Like,
Well,
right,
I'm just asking. I mean, because
Will, you're my man. You're my man, and
You're my man
push
too,
you, man.
Bible
That's
burner.
what I want to know from you, because you have the answers.
I don't have the answer.
Can-
Me
can-
personally, no. I'm the same
Well,
as everyone here.
I
on
don't
the
think we're
panel.
going to get much on
Yeah.
this line of question. Can we let Entropy answer?
Please.
Yeah.
You know?
that would be
And in
great.
fact,
All
what we're
right.
gonna do is we're gonna let her explain her model, and we're gonna have a little conversation about it, and then we're gonna move into outros.
All right.
Thanks, I appreciate it. So we started off asking about like what does quantized mean, and it comes to this idea of the irreducibility that you hear sometimes. Like a quantum is something that is irreducible and that has a boundary, and that is indivisible essentially. So quantum mechanics is a coordinate system. More so than it is an actual theory. It's a metaphysical architecture in which to understand things. A theory is a model that tells you this is how we're going to say reality works, and it makes a prediction that lines up with reality, so we're going to go with it's close enough to reality.
Yeah, that's what quantum
Versus
theory
metaphysical aesthetic is about axioms and what you accept in terms of what's the first cause, and then the second cause, and then the third cause. And the problem is that all these causes are basically imminent. They're all happening at the same time. So how can we take apart things that don't have any causal separation if they all arise at the exact same time? Well, the answer is you come up with mnemonic devices that help you to slow things down so that you can actually see all the different parts of what make up the continuum of causality or whatever's going on out there and in there and everything else. And one of these things is this Platonic idealism, which I was a bit shocked when people didn't really seem on board with it, that it wasn't self-evident as a valid reasoning tool, but why it was invented is because it allowed these people to see more deeply into matter and make better predictions about the outcome. And granted, they weren't right on everything, and they took some very bad advice at a lot of times in history and became very degenerate. So I think the thread of what they were doing was lost, but clearly if the history of Western philosophy is described as footnotes to Plato, clearly he knew something. It's just a question of what. And so this idea of like ideal versus concrete is that the concrete is controlled by the ideal. So when you're breaking down causality, you're breaking it down in the ideal realm rather than the material realm. Because the material realm is necessarily imperfect because it's the ideal realm that's perfect. So it's an argument from mathematical precision that it's easier to estimate things in a perfect form than in an imperfect form.
What do you mean by
that? I don't understand a word you just said.
It's okay. You're not meant to. It's okay.
Okay.
It's an argument for why, even if God's not real, it still makes sense to believe in God because it's a better way to think.
Wow. I think it's a better way to think about what?
Just thinking in general.
I disagree. I think a lot of philosophers.
Well, you're not in a position to agree or disagree because you have no idea to how to qualify.
Well,
the
he is because you presented a framework which can be critiqued and will be critiqued based upon what you presented.
But the result speaks for itself. So to immediately jump to criticism is to sort of miss the point.
What result?
It's on the
it's
screen right
self-evident
now.
to you because
Yeah,
of the
I don't know what this is.
presuppositions
This
you've
is a
used.
picture of a bunch of circles.
Right, it's the quantum mechanical periodic table. So the
I
periodic
don't know
table
what
is
the
one
periodic
thing.
table is quantum mechanical.
And that's the three-dimensional depiction of it.
No.
That's all the
not
elements.
a
So again,
general
it's like you
periodic
got to
table.
stop jumping to the conclusion of like, I'm wrong and I'm going to defeat
I didn't
your
say
argument.
anything
You're
about
not
you being
gonna
wrong.
defeat my argument. You
I
can't
didn't-
defeat
I
my
didn't-
argument on a logical basis because
I
my
don't recall
structure,
saying you were wrong.
my structure makes more predictions scientifically.
Such as?
What like?
It's a unified field model, so technically makes all predictions. I don't want to go into that right now.
Wait, hold
I
on.
just
Whoa, whoa,
wanna
whoa.
explain
Can you
why.
tell me? Can you tell me how you coupled gravity with the SU3 cross SU2 cross U1 gauge field theory? I mean, if it's unified, I would be very much interested in knowing how gravity plays into the standard model of elementary particles, at least under your model.
There are no particles. You can't establish that particles exist.
Well, of course not.
It's a
just
mental
fields.
construct. It doesn't line up with reality. It presents severe issues to integrate it with the concept of the Pauli exclusion principle.
Wait, what are you talking about?
And therefore, your particle-based
What?
model
I don't
can be
have a
demonstrated-
particle-based model. The standard model of elementary particles is a field-based model.
Particle-based model.
No, it's a field-based model. No, no. Do you know what Yukawa couplings are? Do you know what gauge field theory is? These form the basis of the standard model. They are field theories.
I just got done telling you that attacking me like a rabid dog is not the way to go about this.
I didn't attack you. I asked you a question.
Correction to what you said.
You are not in a position to criticize what I'm saying because you have no clue what I'm even saying. But you want to jump on it.
Why are you explaining something at the same time that you're admitting that you're explaining it in a way that I can't understand it?
Pattern recognition. You can't.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
All the way to the end.
If your model cannot,
you're not even responding to anything that I said.
Okay, if your model,
okay, here's one that even a kindergartner can understand. If we all talk over each other, nobody can hear anything.
Okay.
Theists claim that God works in people's lives on the daily and answers prayers and performs miracles. You would think that this would be fucking obvious and this would be able to be proven, but it's fucking not.
Yep.
Okay, Immutable, what were you going to say?
Yeah, what I was going to say is if you're going to take such a hostile attitude towards people trying to address your theory, if your theory is not able to be
you can't let
me
get to the end of the explanation before interjecting.
Wait, you finished.
Well,
you've already let me finish.
You've already made a statement that your theory, and no matter what form it's presented in, will not be able to be critiqued in any way, shape, or form. And in that case, it has no value.
Your critiques all have no value because the model makes scientific predictions, and therefore
the
predictions are being made offer a better model. You cannot offer a better model because mine makes all the predictions.
Yes, we can actually, except for you have already determined that your model is superior by some arbitrary metric.
Yeah, you haven't explained what predictions it makes.
It's called science.
What novel prediction does this model
I think I need to explain the model first, and then we can get into predictions. And try not to immediately critique it.
How does this tie into polytheism?
It's not actually going to prove anything.
How can I critique something which you're not allowing to be critiqued?
You're not entitled to just jump on every last thing. You have to hear the whole thing out and examine it in its entirety.
When a person presents a logical framework, I am allowed to critique it based upon what they've used to construct it. That's how this works.
If you don't want the conversation to go anywhere and you want to derail it and have everyone get
present
annoyed,
it, although do not say that your model cannot be critiqued because otherwise it won't have any value.
I just wanted to say my problem was
if you don't understand something, you're not in a position to criticize it. Does that make sense to you, or is that just a foreign concept?
Why aren't you making an attempt to help people understand it better?
I am making an attempt, but when people derail
are challenging your model, instead of saying
it's not that you got derailed, it's that you made straightforwardly incorrect statements about the concordance model in particle physics.
We've had back and forth.
Expert on particle field theory.
When did I say I was an expert? When did I say I was an expert?
When you are making statements that are blanketly false to the body of scientific knowledge.
What did I say that was false exactly? Let's point out what I said.
You said it was a particle-based model. It's not. It's a field-based model.
It's called.
Amy, go ahead.
I have no idea what that was.
Amy wants to say something. Let Amy talk.
So, we just had some good back and forth. Church of Entropy hinted that she wasn't done completely with the model. We're going to continue forward, and then once she's done, we'll have more conversation about it, and then we'll wrap it up and put a bow on it.
Fucking James.
Church of Entropy.
That was me, by the way.
Calm down, James.
Church of Entropy, go.
The point of my minor digression there was that even if you, quote, don't believe in God, believing in God as the universe is a mental tool to help you think better.
Okay.
So even if you don't think it's true, if you think it's true, it makes you think better.
What do you mean? When you say think better, what do you mean by that?
Okay. Are we going to let me get through the explanation, or are we going to be interjecting?
I got to know what you mean by certain terms that you're using. Otherwise, when you explain,
talk.
Oh my Lord, how can I understand what she's saying if I don't understand the terms? How can I understand what she's saying when I don't understand the terms?
Don't interrupt. It's rude.
How can I understand what she's saying if I don't
Leo,
understand the
check
terms that
yourself.
she's
You're
using?
being rude. Just let her finish. Then ask the
Well,
question.
no, I'm not. I'm trying to figure out what
Just
it
be
is that
quiet.
she's
Mute
talking
yourself.
about so that I can understand
Just
what's
mute
being
yourself.
said.
Let her talk, and then you
So
can ask
you're
her
saying that I
question.
shouldn't make an attempt
because
to
you're being
honestly.
fucking rude,
So
Leo.
yeah, so you're saying that I shouldn't make an attempt to genuinely understand what she's saying.
Yes,
Because
wait.
somehow that's rude. No, you
Wait.
just don't understand
Hold
how
on,
language
may I
works.
make a suggestion, Leo? If you have questions, maybe
Wait.
the best thing to do would be to like write them or type them down and let her finish, so, just
The
so that we
problem
can
is,
move things.
if I
Leo.
wait till the end to ask the question, then she's going to have to explain everything she just explained over again.
No, she's
because
not.
I
Doesn't
didn't,
matter, because we can never get to the end of her point if you keep interrupting her every time she speaks.
Yes,
Shut
but
your
when she was
mouth.
explaining what it was that she was
if I may
trying to
make-
explain.
like,
And now I
Leah-
can't even explain why I was asking
No,
her
because you're being rude and you're interrupting people and over-talking people all the time, and it's freaking childish, dude. Just
and then you're
stop.
sitting here calling me rude when all you've done
you
is
are being rude.
Jump down
Amy
my
just
fucking
said, let's
throat.
talk, and we'll wrap it up and tie
Every
it in a
single
bow.
time I try to
Let
talk
Amy
about something,
decide.
how about you shut the fuck up and
You
let
do.
somebody
Everybody.
All right,
Seriously,
kids.
Shut up and let
your
Amy
fucking
decide what
mouth.
this
Amy,
For
I'm
once,
mute.
next course of
Amy.
action.
No, I
a
am.
fucking
I am
clown.
about to mute everybody. So we're just gonna come. So I don't have to do that.
I love
There
you
we
both.
go.
I muted you both.
No, okay.
He's
Oh,
fucking
Amy.
clown. He needs to sit the fuck down.
No, okay. We're gonna.
Guys, chill out.
I
Guys.
am taking my new favorite saying, oldie but goodie. I'm gonna be Switzerland, and we're gonna keep on moving forward. We're just gonna clear the air, keep on moving forward.
Guys, we love you, but you gotta take it down a notch.
All I did was ask for clarification, and I was jumped on like I was the worst fucking person in the world.
No,
And I
but
ain't gonna fucking tolerate that
Leo,
bullshit.
Leo, hold on. May I make a point though?
But wait.
Yeah,
So
and
hold on.
May
I have an idea.
Well,
No,
Amy,
no, no,
hold
no,
on,
no.
hold on. Amy, I was gonna say, listen, Leo, if this was a like in the middle of a classroom, if entropy was like a professor or a teacher, would you interrupt the
Yes.
lecture?
I've done it.
Yeah, he
Ask
would.
questions. I've seen it done
would.
in the MIT lectures I've watched,
Okay.
the Stanford lectures I watched. Sir, when you use such, can you explain I mean such and such, and then they continue. Because how am I going to understand what you're explaining if I don't know what the fuck you're even saying?
So
continuing
my
Let
Switzerland.
Amy
I'm gonna write it
decide.
down. Okay. What was the question? What was the question?
She said, think better. I don't know what she means by that. And if I don't know what she means by
Think
that, she
better?
continues to use the term. I'm not going to have any idea what she's talking about.
Better. Okay, we're gonna come back to that. What is she mean?
And to be fair, entropy, like when you say things like think better, that's actually not great in the sense that, you know,
It's vacuous.
there are people. Well,
Okay,
there's
no,
no. Hold on, Leo.
Vague. That's a better word, vague.
Let me
I'll
explain.
give an example.
Hold
How about I
on.
give an example?
Let me explain
I had a
why.
plan,
The
folks.
reason,
I had a plan.
the reason I say that is because neuroatypical people don't necessarily think the same way. It's people in general think differently. So it's not that any one way of thinking is better than another. And that's why that gets problematic. So I understand you're frustrated. And I'm not saying that anybody is 100% completely right or wrong in this kind of situation.
I am.
But, well,
I actually wasn't
I'll
frustrated
try to clean
until
it up.
somebody
I'll
jumped on
try
my
to
throat.
clear it up. Okay, so would you agree that it's better to be able to solve a math problem quickly or get stumped a bunch of times and really slowly?
That's
better to solve
subjective
it.
to me.
It's better to
So
solve
that
it
would be an
correctly.
example. That would be an example of more clarity in your thinking if you can solve math problems better. But then if you
see, what do you mean by better?
Can you
Not the
let me
same.
finish, please? This is getting ridiculous.
Leo, let her talk.
Well, okay, I'll let her
finish
talk,
the Leo.
and I won't understand a single fucking word that she's saying, and I'll stop trying to genuinely understand what she's saying
So
by asking for clarification when I don't understand.
Amy,
what
where's
part
that?
about it
Who
being
has
preferable? If your job is to solve math problems, would it be preferable to solve them quickly and effortlessly, or with a lot of grunt work and frustratingly and making a bunch of mistakes?
I think it depends. Which
Oh,
one's
it
going to get you? Which one's going to get you to the correct answer?
Well, assuming that they both get to the right answer, but it's a different methodology.
Well, if they're both getting to the right answer, then I think most people would agree that the methodologies that are more efficient one ought use those methodologies.
So the more efficient methodology is preferable when all else is held equal. So we can agree
Yes.
that in that situation, it's possible to think better relative to that situation, right? And coming back to the point, sorry, it's hard for me to see your name.
Just call me Leo.
Leo, yeah. I actually meant I'm not sure if she's identifies as pagan, but she just joined
Amaretto.
Starbucks. Oh, Amaretto, yeah. As she was.
Yeah.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought there.
It's okay. Unitarian Universalist. Pagan and all sorts of different things are encompassed in that. Even atheists and agnostics are welcome in Unitarian Universalist congregations. So it's it's like church light. It's like, people who are embracing science and skepticism of all different walks of life. It's being able to find inspiration in different faiths. I don't believe anybody has 100% right, but I kind of have a basis in paganism, yes, like Wicca, so that's kind of how my path has kind of come along. So, yeah.
So back to the point here is that if you have a choice between those two, you go with the one that's better relative to the situation, right? But then we don't want to go to the full off the wall stage of saying that it's universally better to be doing math problems, right? Those are two different statements. It's situation dependent. There's a better way to do things, and the way to know what that way is through wisdom. And the question is, how do you get wisdom? And I'm saying through believing in God this way is part of it. It's not the only thing, but it's part of it. If you don't believe that, your whole worldview will never quite be self-consistent. Now, that's pretty hard to prove, but I'm just stating it as an opinion, and you can take it for what you will.
Can I have you repeat that one more time, about the worldview and the self-consistent?
Sorry?
What you said about worldviews and not being self-consistent, I was wondering if you could repeat that one more time.
I'm saying if you don't believe that, you're going to run out into problems conceptualizing in your worldview, and therefore won't be able to hack your consciousness to get a better experience.
So I have a question. It's kind of related to this. Do you accept the result that Gödel proved in
No, I don't.
The 1930s?
And I can disprove it right now, and I'm sure that you don't want to hear that.
We got a field medal coming to somebody
First
immutable.
of all,
I would love for you to disprove the incompleteness
nobody
theorem.
should have accepted Gödel's theorem because asserting a negative is extremely imprudent. So I'll bet nobody here knows why. Yes, he was. He was saying that there are unknowable truth statements. That's a negative. Is negative.
Do you know the precise statement of the incompleteness theorem?
I know that it has an in the title, and therefore is asserting a negative, and therefore is not a serious proposal.
It's a statement about general axiomatic
This is what I want to know. Why is it whenever I start to tell people about this stuff, they immediately jump to Gödel?
So when you tell me that you don't, understand the precise statement,
to you?
Okay, excuse me.
It's his theorem.
When you excuse me, I'm talking.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
I wasn't done, but excuse me.
I wasn't done either.
Oh my God, I'm gonna.
When you claim you don't understand what the incompleteness theorem states and then go on to critique it, it feels like I should explain it to you so that you know what you're attacking properly.
Does your ability to disprove what I'm saying rest entirely on the Gödel incompleteness theorem? Because if it does, you should wonder why that is.
My ability to critique your understanding of the Gödelian incompleteness theorem rests upon your understanding of the Gödelian incompleteness theorem.
Go ahead and prove why I should care about the Gödel incompleteness theorem.
So first of all, the incompleteness theorem isn't a statement about negative.
Yes,
mathematical proofs don't mean anything.
Yes,
I'm sorry, but mathematical proofs don't mean a thing.
Yes, they do.
I'm sorry, but numbers are metaphysical constructs, and what you create out of something based on something that's proven not to exist. The real number line can be proven not to exist. All these constructs rely on the real number line. They are not in any way analogous to reality.
What we're dealing with in this case is a branch of mathematics.
Look, I don't want to have this conversation for the 50 millionth time, okay? The
well, then why are you here if you don't want to have these discussions?
I don't want to get derailed from the point of what I was coming on to say with something about the Gödel. Do you have any idea how many people have brought up the Gödel incompleteness theorem to me?
I've never heard of it.
Why do I care how many people have brought it
About
up?
500 people. It's like
Cool.
you're
I don't care.
asserting a negative. You don't seem to understand why asserting a negative is bad. It's
No,
not
it's
acceptable.
not bad.
You seem to not understand why that's not correct.
I can say there
It's
is no gold on the
incorrect
moon.
to
There's
assert a
nothing wrong
negative
with
because
no, it's not.
you have tacit metaphysics when you say that something can be negated
What?
in the first place.
No,
Something
that's
can
not what
be
I'm
negated.
referring to.
You accept tacit metaphysics when you
What is that?
state tacit metaphysics is axioms that are there, intrinsic, that you can't help but them be there, which accept more than one interpretation, that you're shoehorning into a single axiom without saying it.
Are you Canadian?
That
Yes.
doesn't make.
Okay, I thought so. You said without. I love that.
So your disproof of the incompleteness theorem is what exactly?
Well, the point is, it's not a proof. Okay,
Yes,
it's
it
not
is.
anything. It's a mathematical hallucination on a construct that has no analog in reality. So you're saying
Wait.
this thing we hallucinated in our minds
So
is somehow
mathematics
indicative of reality, and I'm just like, no, it's not.
Mathematics is a hallucination, is it?
Mathematics has no analog to reality. That's false.
The real number line does not exist in reality. You can't prove that it has any
Mathematics
analog
is
in reality.
conventional, yes, I agree.
Mathematics is based
As a
upon the
nominalist.
Cartesian plane, which axiomatizes the real number line.
No, we have
Yes.
Riemannian manifolds. We have Minkowski spacetimes. We have
You know, you
Hilbert
think you
spaces.
can just say this
All of
word
them
salad
are
and that you're going to
not.
back
Wait,
me with
you
word
see,
salad
people
that you
people
don't
who use the
understand?
phrase "word salad" use it because they don't know how to respond to what the person just said because they didn't understand it. We
You
don't
just said a
use
bunch of
purely.
stuff to do with people
We don't use.
misunderstanding
We
quantum
don't use
mechanics.
purely.
Their
We don't use.
misunderstandings are not
We
my
don't.
problem.
We don't
Who's
use purely.
we?
We don't.
It's
We don't use purely
amazing to me that a
Cartesian
person who's already
mathematics.
claimed ignorance is claiming other people are ignorant.
It's like
And then
you don't
bitches
know
when
what these
people
things
interrupt her,
mean.
but then talks over everybody.
Have you evaluated these things you've accepted in quantum mechanics as rigorously as what you're inquiring
Yes.
into my now? Because maybe if you had, you would agree
Can you
with me
make my
by now.
screen big, Amy, so everybody can see this that I'm holding up here?
Sure. Give me 1 second, and then
Amaretto, I've been naughty. What are you doing? God.
Do you know who Leonard Susskind
I'm not
is?
doing much. I'm just I told Amy, I was like, I think we need a talking stick. I think that's gonna solve all this.
And so we're gonna do this, but then everyone's gonna have their final word because we're moving into outros.
So just quickly, Entropy, do you know who Leonard Susskind is?
Like, you do realize that you putting a book in my face doesn't actually substantiate
That's not answering my
the position
question.
at
Do you know
all.
who Leonard Susskind is?
I've heard the name. I am not interested.
I didn't
in you
ask if
starting
you
to
heard the
read
name. I
some
asked if
quote
you knew
from a
who he
book
was.
at this time.
I'm not going to read a quote from a book. I was just asking if you knew who he was.
All right, and there we go. We have a good book recommendation for everyone out there listening.
Yeah, if you want to learn what
And
actual quantum mechanics is,
I know
read
what
that.
quantum mechanics is, okay? Does
No,
Leonard
you
Susskind
really
know
don't.
what quantum mechanics is? On
Yes,
what
I do.
basis does he assert a mastery of quantum mechanics? Let's see.
When
the
did I
proof.
say
I've
that
got
I
proof.
mastered it?
See,
When did
When
I
did
say
he
I'd
say?
mastered it?
When
of
did
it.
anybody
I've
say
got the
that?
quantum periodic table. These people, what do they
What
have? They
does
have a
that
book
even mean?
that makes no sense. Have fun with your book that makes no
Wait,
sense.
a
Have
book
lot of
written
fun
by
with
one
your
of the
particle
world's
theory.
most prominent theoretical physicists on a
Enjoy
topic
your
of theoretical
non-existent
physics
particles.
is
Have fun
Wait,
hallucinating
what do
your
you mean
particles that don't
non-existent
exist.
particles?
What do you
What
mean
are you talking
non-existent
about?
particles?
Like you're
Particles
telling me
don't
I don't
exist.
understand quantum mechanics and
like
you don't even
peanut
understand the field
butter.
theoretical foundations of the
like
standard
toast
model
and
of elementary
jam.
particles. This is laughably funny.
Yeah, I mean,
use the
it's
quantum
interesting
collider
too
to prove a
because
certain
quantum mechanics
particle.
itself states there's a duality between particles and waves, both of which are described by the Schrödinger equation.
I think she's referring to the Hadron Collider, which has been trying to prove a particle which they haven't got proof
Wait,
of
what are you
yet.
talking about? Like the Higgs
You
boson?
can't
Yeah, no, we
prove
proved
a
that back in
particle,
2012.
period. You
Yeah, we
can't
can. We
prove
already
a
have.
particle, period.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
Can I
we-
ask you a quick question? Hold on. I want to ask her a question. Do you know what a condensate is?
I'm aware of what a Bose-Einstein condensate is.
I didn't ask
General
about a
condensate,
Bose-Einstein condensate. I asked
well,
you
I'm
if you knew
sure
what a
everyone on the
condensate is.
panel knows what it is. If all they have to do is
I
breathe
don't.
on a mirror.
I don't. I'm a complete dummy, so y'all are
Okay,
talking
well,
I didn't
breathe
say
on a mirror,
condensation.
and then
I
that'll
asked
be
condensate.
condensation.
The fact that I
Fancy
asked
word.
you this question and you didn't know what I was referring to, yet you're claiming to understand quantum mechanics is somewhat troubling.
The funny thing is that you think you understand quantum mechanics to think you can push
I
back on
understand
what
it
He never
say
claimed
fairly.
such a thing.
when I'm
I
showing
understand it
you
fairly.
proof that I understand it, and you're denying
Yeah,
the
but you
proof
okay? So
because
what's a
you're not open
condensate?
to it.
What's a
Look,
condensate?
this
Like
is
if I
not a
said
test.
Higgs condensate, what would I be talking about?
I'm not under any obligation
You're right. You're right. You're
You're
right.
not under
You're
any
right, you're not,
obligation
but then
if
there's
you
no reason for me
understand
to
it.
take you
Here's what I
seriously.
want to know.
That
Here's
claim.
what I want to know. Where is their proof of their knowledge? Because they didn't figure out that the periodic table is three-dimensional. It's pretty obvious now in retrospect, but they
I
didn't
mean, this
figure
is
it
a
out
book
because.
written by one of the world's most prominent theoretical physicists.
And did he figure out the periodic table was three-dimensional and looks really cool? Because I don't think he did. Because I think that was me.
The statement that the periodic table is three-dimensional is like saying the sky is blue because cows exist. It doesn't make any sense.
And I also just
But
want to say,
I
sending
gotta-
love for Bible Burner. Thank you so very much for being on.
He's
and
out.
we're about to go into outros, guys.
Can I didn't need to respond to something, a comment in the YouTube section, because it's just, this won't be long. Because I have to address this all the time. No, it's not from Sunflower. It's from Farone Salas. If you think you understand quantum mechanics, you don't understand quantum mechanics, which is a quote from Richard Feynman back when we didn't understand nearly what we do now. Also, they were not referring to the epistemic knowledge of quantum mechanics, the understanding of the equations and what they tell us and how to use them to make predictions about reality and all that stuff that we do every day. They were referring more to understanding quantum mechanics ontologically. Why is the nature of quantum mechanics the way that it is? Nobody understands that, and that's birthed an entirely new field in the philosophy of physics called foundations of quantum mechanics. But the epistemic notions of understanding quantum mechanics and the ontological notions of understanding quantum mechanics are not the same thing.
Cool.
Okay, and I just want to say, they do still want to see if there is any rest, I'm getting from chat, about your model church eventually. So what we're going to do is, because the outros should be uninterrupted, we can still share screen if you want to share it again or say whatever you want about it, because we are doing it. I hope you all had fun. We've had a lively conversation back and forth. Woohoo! But I love you all, and with that, we are moving into our woohoo! All right, Amaretto, you're one of the first or the last to join us, so you're starting first. We're handing it over to you. I hope you had fun. We have been midnight ranting about, is there good evidence for God? I hope you had a fun
Among other
time.
things.
Among other
Furries.
things. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts for the night?
Probably at the furry con.
OnlyFans.com.
Yeah, man, listen. I'm
listening.
I'm kind of excited. There is a furry con that's
You
actually
got
going
Will's
on.
Oh boy.
Bird's attention.
Listen,
Well,
listen, man, listen, I might drag Amy to this. This John's in our area. So
Where's this at? I'm asking for a friend.
well, I mean, if anybody wants to come party with me in King of Prussia this August, you are more than welcome to join me, and I will probably reform your poor opinions on furries if you have a poor opinion of furries. But
Us uneducated snobs on furry culture. There we go.
basically.
Yep.
But no, yeah, so Amaretto Kitten on Twitter. Hi, that's me. You can see me basically being social justice trash and arguing with TERFs on Twitter.
TERFs, man.
Fucking TERFs.
So you feel like I do about Britbongers, huh? Because it seems most TERFs are fucking Britbongers.
I don't even know what a Britbonger is, but
British
yes.
person.
Okay. So, yeah, Britain's got a big problem with TERFs.
Yeah.
And let's just say I cannot
Not my woman,
stomach...
though. Mm-mm.
I'm going to steal your girl.
Right.
So...
Right.
I mean, at least, so anybody who doesn't know, it's Amelia Clark. So, fucking Daenerys. I love her.
Nope, not Daenerys. Amelia Clarke. That's
super
what I meant.
straight though.
Well, I'm not a woman, so A. But yeah, all things.
Say
joking
what?
No. Yeah. Anyways, fuck TERFs. Yeah, fuck TERFs. I think that. Also, I love all of y'all. I think we need a talking stick. We are going to have a talking stick. I love you all. Children get along.
Well,
So that's That's basically my TLDR. Get along. Like, let's not be yelling at each other and talking over each other and just being. Let's be good members of this community. Let's not give people the wrong impression. So,
as Amy says, don't be a dick.
Yeah, let's listen, and I'll just say this, y'all. Like, Amy is extremely nice. Like, you know, she's incredibly patient, and I'm not singling anybody out. I think all of y'all have
laying down the hammer.
Oh yeah.
I'm being a parent. Listen, I got the real world experience. James, you gonna join me? Come on, let's go. Let's show them that parental love and guidance. But
biblical style, like we read about yesterday in Genesis.
no.
Amy, get your rock.
No.
Get your rock, Amy.
Why?
I'm definitely ready. Come on.
Get the rock, Amy.
Not
your
biblical
grandpa out.
No. Yeah, so I heart you all. I heart coming on here and listening to y'all. And even if I don't necessarily, even if these topics aren't necessarily like my forte, I still think I like getting something out of this and having my brain meats engaged, and you know, hopefully everybody watching does, even though I know we are very passionate about certain topics and beliefs. So yeah, that being said, you know, hopefully Amy and I will start having some content for my channel within the next couple of months. And
OnlyFans,
you know,
before Jesus comes back.
Listen, I told Amy, I was like, listen, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm like, we need to do a parody video where it's like, basically, I'm not kink shaming you, but it's like I'm making you go into a church. I'm like, oh, look at you dirty little atheist. Like,
Amaretto.
Go on. I'm listening.
I know some people would get off to that.
Go on. I'm listening. You have my attention.
Are you gonna like? You need to repent for your sins, you
Yes,
dirty
ma'am.
little atheist.
Yes, ma'am.
But
you need to take the cross, put it somewhere.
Because listen, let me tell you what. At the end of the day, if we can't have fun and joke about this kind of stuff, we're here on this world. No matter what we believe, we gotta have fun with it.
That's right. No kink shaming.
Let's not. You know what? Like, I understand that there are, there were comments earlier, like, to my replies to my comment, like, I think in chat and stuff like that, like, it shouldn't be a pissing contest, and like, unfortunately, to some
dick measuring contest.
To some people, it is, and at the end of the day, I'm like, well, if you're gonna be like, listen, I think that there are good theists. I think there are good atheists, and I think there are toxic people in every community, that exists, every social group. So let's be the good ones. Let's try and treat each other with respect and understanding. And, if we have disagreements, let's try and find ways to work with with each other and different people and different discussion styles and different ways of thinking. Because at the end of the day, that's how we're all going to learn and grow as people, right?
That's right.
Yep. So I love you all. Be safe, be well.
Did you know there are people that scoff at the Bible? I love you too, my long lost sister.
And also, I want to plug this. So I don't know. I got to see if Atheist Junior replied to me, but apparently Atheist Junior is going to be doing an interview with Kent's ex-wife. So
Really?
Which one?
I don't have.
Number two.
I
Mary
have to.
Toko, Cindy Lincoln, Joe Hogan.
Cindy Lincoln. I think he said it was
Cindy Lincoln. His last one, really.
It will be pre-recorded,
Wow.
he said, but he because I asked him, I was like, holy live, and he's like, so 5 hours ago, he said, I'm doing a phone interview with Kent Hovind's ex-wife Cindy Lincoln tomorrow. Seriously.
Wow.
So
What the fuck?
let's give Atheist Junior. I know he's not here tonight, but let's give Atheist Junior.
That is amazing.
Because I think he's a good person for the community.
He's a great guy.
And let's
really is a good
also,
guy.
whether or not you're a theist or atheist, let's give our prayers and or good thoughts towards Marshall. I love you. Let's recover.
Yep.
And Bible burner.
And Bible burner as well.
Yeah, he was frunk as druck.
But yes, be well, be safe. I heart you all, and On to the
Yeah,
next
but you
one.
heart me the most. No, I'm just
Lies.
fucking around.
She loves me the most.
Listen,
Let's be honest, she hearts Amy the
let,
most.
let me tell you what. Atheist Junior messaged me after I said on the last stream. It's like all my cuties are here. How can I not join? You're gonna have to fight him. He's claiming dibs on first cutie.
Lies.
So,
I don't really care.
Atheist Junior.
The fact that you just called me cute, it was
Get
enough.
Atheist
I
Junior
don't care
one
what
of your
the
furry
ranking is.
outfits. Get him. Get him in one.
listen, you know what?
Get one for Leo too. He wants a furry outfit.
Leo's my favorite
No, I don't.
furry.
Oh, he's okay.
I'm not
You
dressing up
drafted
as
him.
an animal. I don't need to.
I'm
not attracted to that.
Well, and you know what?
Dress up as an animal
not everybody in the
on
furry
another
community
planet,
does,
not
so.
an Earth animal.
But I love you all, and if anybody wants me to dispel any actual furry knowledge, you can feel free to poke me. That's my specialty.
Oh,
and
is that
you know what? Who knows?
Okay.
Maybe we'll get Amy to do a live from
I'll take you up on that one.
our furry con this August. Let's
Poke
do
her,
that.
Bird.
Yeah,
Bird's ready to poke.
Amaretto.
Let's go. Let's party. Listen, man, furries. If there's one thing we do, we throw one hell of a party. So
They do throw good after parties.
We do.
And on that note,
Keep
we
drinking,
are
Will.
moving down.
Will,
Will, another person who I know likes to rant because it's in the name. You got to sell that branding. So, Will, we have been
And he likes
having a
furries,
fun
too.
time. Oh my goddess. Only Christian fairies, Calvinist fairies. But
You're muted, Will. You're muted.
It looks like you're always saying hot things to us
You're
right
still
now.
muted.
Maybe you muted me earlier. That's why.
There you are. Yeah.
But where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts of the night after we've been midnight ranting on is there good evidence for God, among some other lovely things?
I always enjoy a good rant, and people need to take my my spiritedness not super seriously. I just don't like it when people interrupt people mid sentence. I think it's rude, and
Will,
just
can I ask you a question?
Sure,
Sorry.
man.
Sorry, I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah, exactly. Also, too, I don't like people who act condescending. I think it's a lot better when we can just talk, and whether we disagree with each other or not. Like I don't agree with anything that Church of Empathy said at all. But it doesn't mean I need to interrupt her and belittle her for her views. I can just say,
"Good thing nobody did that."
See, there you
All
go.
right,
again.
all right. Let's stop.
Or talk down to them like they don't know what they're talking about, because I just let them do what they want to do, and I say what I want to say, and we can all be friends that way. That's what I say. Do I need to rhyme some more all day?
Cue Darth singing "Kumbaya," everybody.
Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya. Yeah, but
See,
anyway,
that was a lot better than Dark's.
yeah,
But okay.
I can actually sing though, so that's
Good. I'll give you that. That was a hell of a lot better than Darth.
But look, let's all be friends. Let's be nice to each other. Let's not interrupt each other, and let's just talk. And then this stream was a lot better. I mean, we had Bible Burner. I'm sorry that you jumped off, that you got upset, and much love to you, ma'am. Good night.
And we're sending love to Bible Burner, who we heart very much. And it was good having you on the stream. And it was good having you, Will, on. As always, you're always a mensch. And okay, we are moving right along. With those cool glasses, too. We gotta get some good aviators myself.
Let's say those glasses fuck, son.
And all right. Bubble, we have been having fun. I'm trying to now. I normally record the order, but the order is going to be a bit jumbled tonight.
Yeah,
Bubble,
surprise us.
Surprise us, baby. We have been having fun. I hope you had a good time. We've been talking. Is there good evidence for God? Where can people find you? What are your final thoughts?
Well, you can find me on YouTube. I have a YouTube channel, but it doesn't really upload anything. I'm just there. I kind of agree with the last guy. It wasn't as productive as it could have been. A lot of talking over, a lot of subject talking. Yeah, I think he was right. Just let people finish their argument and complete. Then you can, start asking those questions, minute questions. Of course, don't make it too long, because then so many questions you can't ask. Also, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the furries, they party so hard they got kicked out like a lot of venues. They're like literally banned because a lot of disgusting stuff happened. So those are my final words. And ciao.
I will counter and say rainforest does not describe everybody. I think I know some of what you're talking about.
If the companies collectively ban you, I don't even think the Nazis got collectively banned yet. I mean, outside of YouTube.
What about Nazi furries?
Oh man!
All right, we've hit that point of the internet, and moving along.
Wasn't that Prince Harry?
Yeah, probably. Thank you so much, Bubble, and we are eventually. Oh, he popped up. We are eventually. It was like a bubble. We are eventually going to be doing a podcast on ghosts, and I want to be doing. I think Catholic traditionalists.
Lord
wants to talk about it. So
boo.
We got it. I know all those.
Wait, hold on.
Well,
Speaking
my
of him,
thing
Amy,
is supposed to be put up or shut up with those type of things. So I need to get what was
Amy,
that?
do you host debates on your Discord?
We're about kinda Discord and or channel. Yes.
Because I know CT's been like itching to debate somebody on there. I didn't know if he was still open for that.
Well, he said he was. I think Atheist Jr. was the first to raise his hand.
Right on.
But
Yeah.
I think he should definitely come on, Kinky, and debate any of those subjects he's been posting about.
Come on, Dave.
And oh, baby, as hard as he can. But speaking not of that, transitions, baby. P. Mars, we've been having fun. We have been midnight ranting on is there good, specifically evidence for God. I hope you had an awesome time tonight. Where can people find you? What are your final thoughts?
Yeah, I'm on YouTube at PMars. Yeah, a lot of this conversation went way over my head. But yeah, the topic is there evidence for God? My view is that the God's unconditional love. And that one thing I would say, like, I don't think you should just like accept things, right? You should test them. So what I did is like I tested for myself. Like the Bible says to love your enemies, so I tested it and I tried living like that, and I preferred it better than when I used to be angry and hateful towards people. So maybe like I don't know if anyone is interested, test that out, see how maybe you like your life better or what, so yeah, that's basically all I had to say. So thank you, Amy. I really appreciate you, and thanks everyone for letting me talk.
Sweet.
Thank
you, P.
Thank
Mars.
you so very much. And all right, thank you, P. Mars. And we are moving along. Immutable Destiny. We have been. Did he just poke out? I thought he was here. Immutable, I don't see you, which means we're moving down the line. Bird.
Hey.
Bird is the word. I hope you've been having fun. We have been looking for good evidence of God. I'm not sure if I found it, if you found it tonight. But that being said, I hope you had a good time. And what are your final thoughts? Where can people find you? What are your final thoughts?
People can find me at None of Your Damn Business, and I've always had fun. This is a great time. Thank you, everybody. Will, looking like a boss. Definitely be back. So life is back to normal. I was on vacation for a while. I was out of work, so it's been really fun.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
All I gotta say is ELE. Everybody love everybody.
I agree.
And Emergent Holler. What's up?
And all right, thank you so very much, Bird. Just a few more levels.
Not just any bird. He is the bird from the Book of Revelation,
the word.
the
That's right.
unclean and hateful bird that the Bible mentions.
Yep.
the evil big bird that has been going around and haunting Yahweh.
Unclean and hateful bird, from
That's me.
Babylon.
That is me.
Leophilius, we have been having a good time. We have been midnight ranting on, is there specifically good evidence for a God? I hope you had a good time. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
People can find me at my YouTube channel. I don't have the link for it right now because I have one already copy pasted and ready to go in the chat there, and I'll get to that shortly. You can also find me on Twitter at Leophilius. I don't really do any shit posting on Twitter, but occasionally I do. Yeah, in terms of the debate, like I said in my intro, it was more of just a nice discussion. I don't think that there was any evidence for God provided at all, nor do I think there was in the discussion that we had here tonight in the after show. I don't really think that there is evidence for a God. I think that there is at best a bunch of spurious and dubious claims and propositions that can't really be sufficiently warranted. I do, however, have a debate on The Raging Atheist on Nakasuchi's channel tomorrow at 8:00 p.m. Central Standard Time, so that would be 9:00 p.m.
Who's your opponent?
9:00 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm debating Sky Out. I don't know how many people will know that name on Does God Exist?
Ooh. And there you go.
And I am gonna head. I'm gonna head to bed because I'm fucking really tired.
Get to bed, Leo.
Peace out, everybody.
Leo,
Much love.
Good
Be
luck
well.
on the debate.
Thank you.
Get to bed. You need it.
Mm-hmm.
And all right, just
some rest.
two more.
Oh, hey, that's me. What up?
Hi. We're moving on to hello. Bird is the word, but we're also moving on to Church of Entropy. I hope you had a good time, or at least a lively time. I think it was a lot of fun. We've been midnight ranting, in fact, is there good evidence for God? Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
Well, yeah, I just wanted to start by saying, thanks, Amy. It's awesome for you to hold the space to have this combo. And I think it's super important, just obvious based off how people were so passionate about their opinions. It's great. And
what do you mean by passionate? No,
the essence of passion.
Yeah. All right, I had to. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I never got to the point of my theory, which is the measurement limit, which is 3 + 1. So if you look at that diagram again, 3 + 1 is the principle there, and it's the same principle as us existing in a 3-dimensional space and 1-dimensional time universe. So anyway, overall, it was really great to meet everybody. I won't rattle off. Show called Week in Review.
Did we lose you, Jennifer?
She's back
cut
now.
out for about 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, guys. Am I coming through okay now?
Yeah, you're good.
We hear you now.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I was just going to say, if anyone is interested to come to my channel, Church of Entropy, and check out my weekly show that I do with Duvid, who's an interesting character with lots of great opinions that are always worth a listen. And we talk about various things, but we also have people come on the show and discuss their advances in streaming. So Duvid likes to help people sort of make their streaming more professional and networking and things like that. And our main subjects of discussion are consciousness, science, and theology. We do go super deep into it. So if that's of interest to you, you're more than welcome to check us out. And otherwise, if you're going to do this type of stuff in the future for these kinds of conversations, I'm more than happy to pop back in and hopefully get a chance to talk to all you cool people.
Pop in anytime.
Thank you. Nice to meet everybody.
In fact, if I could just do a shout out from the people watching, all the viewers out there, she is close to getting monetized. So just like we were trying to get Nate his name last night, you guys could be the 1,000th subscriber. It could be you. So go head over there and get her monetized.
And I wanted to thank you for coming on and being willing to share your ideas. It's a
Yes.
bit of a
Yep.
skeptical crowd, and
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of people tend to cut and run very easily when they get pushed back, but you stuck with it. So thank you.
And you're
you're most
interested
welcome.
in consciousness, which is just amazing. That alone, you should come on the podcast more often for. Okay. There's only one woohoo. There's only one last person left to fly the plane.
Hey guys.
Thank you so very much.
Oh, well, what a lively discussion. I don't think we've had one quite like this in a while. And yeah, lots of good points being made. Evidence for God. Didn't really hear any in the after show, but I think we all had a good time. And yeah, it was a really good time. I know I enjoyed it. So thanks everybody for coming on, being part of it. And yeah, we'll be back next time, probably in a couple days. I don't think we'll be on tomorrow. So take tomorrow night off. Drink, but in moderation. Hopefully Bible Burner and Marshall will be feeling better tomorrow. So, have a good night, guys.
All right. With
Do it,
that, do it to me. Oh, that's close. It's close. Jazz hands. And I hope you all had a fun night on this night's episode of Midnight Ranting. Is there good evidence for God?
No.
Where we put the concept of the monotheistic deity in the hot seat.
Emergent is trying to eat that stick.
I want to thank my co-host James W. with our guests Bird, Soldier of Science, Mark Reed, Oz, Bible Burner, Dan, Immutable Destiny, Marshall, Bubble, P. Mars, Amaretto, and Will Stewart. Along with our viewers, the people in chat, and our mods who make this stream so great. If you want to support the show and us making more fun content, you can find our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I'm Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night,
And don't
everyone.
forget, subscribe to my OnlyFans.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you have to send the link.
Oh.